You are listening to the audiobook of Second Chance. Author Adam Picha. Read by Ben Holland. Master of Sound Yuri Lukashek. Translator Nathan Fields. Editor Damien Galewin. Music Peter Hanzik. An endless quest for hope through one great mystery. This is Second Chance, a debut novel for readers of science fiction, intricate stories, and above all, original worlds. Everyone wanted to start over until there was no one left at all. A man and his young daughter search for answers, hoping that one day the sun will finally set. They remember little of their past, but slowly find more pieces of the puzzle. Take a journey with them beyond the boundaries of imagination as time and space change their meaning. The novel Second Chance takes you to both our past and the distant future. It is a story about the irrepressible desire for a better life and the spark of hope that each of us has within us. When it was published in 2021, the book generated a huge wave of enthusiasm, despite being a bold debut teetering on the edge of several genres. Second Chance is an ideal read for those who enjoy unraveling mysteries layer by layer and chapter by chapter. This book is dedicated to the woman I love. From the first page to the last, from now until the end of our days, Tinka, it's all yours. Part 1. On the Periphery of Darkness. I remember too many winters. I remember too many days that had no end. But I have perfectly forgotten what lies beyond the longed-for horizon. A pilgrim who lost the destination of his journey. Chapter 1. We'll probably never know when the automobile industry gave up trying to deliver a high-quality product to its customers. Instead of indestructible machines, the market was suddenly flooded with soulless means of transportation that fell apart with the first unpaid, mandatory insurance bill. The Oldsmobile F-85, produced in the General Motors factories in the early autumn of 1967, is proof that everything, at least until that September, was as it should have been. Over the long years of traversing highways on 2 continents, it never left its driver in the lurch. In the hands of its first owner, Tony Bennett, it shone with newness, and all the girls turned to look when he drove down the main street of Joplin, Missouri, like a bright red bullet. Tony took loving care of his car for more than 25 years. Throughout that time, women, presidents, and pets came and went. But all the while, that crimson car's place beside Tony was unshakably constant. Tony was convinced that he and the car were bound by a force far exceeding the usual relationship between an object and its owner. His first confirmation of this was one fateful Wednesday, the 5th of May 1971. He was sitting at dinner with his first wife when the city was hit by a tornado and then by another, and another. An apocalypse of unprecedented proportions had apparently decided to punish the local sinners, who had been welcoming with open arms the devil's messengers passing right through town in the embrace of Route 66. At least, that's how Tony's well-raised Baptist wife saw it. Her husband perceived the situation in a slightly more sober light. Although he accompanied his wife in prayer, his pleas concerned the red Oldsmobile parked defenseless in the driveway. After many hours of elemental rampage, peace and quiet descended. When they walked out onto their street, they saw that most of the surrounding homes had been turned into heaps of debris. Everything had been blended up into a confusing tangle of wood, metal, clothing, and other possessions of local residents. Tony's home had not emerged unscathed either. All its glass had been reduced to shards, and a section of their roof was now covered by a neighbour's swimming pool. The image of this perfect devastation contrasted with the absolutely untouched Olds. Not even a single leaf lay within 10 feet of it. This miracle was discussed up and down the street for weeks afterward, before gradually being forgotten. Tony's wife cleverly took advantage of the situation in an attempt to guide her sinner towards the path of salvation. God had saved his car, and Tony should repay that debt. She persevered in her efforts with varying degrees of enthusiasm for several years before the Saviour called her to him mercifully and in her sleep. The fateful relationship between Tony and his automobile was sealed in November 1978. For years, Tony had been going to help out at the Connor Hotel. Although he had far better offers of employment, he always preferred the demanding work on the demolition of that unique construction. The hotel had always held a place in his heart. The glow it once radiated at the beginning of the century had worn away long before, but it was still one of the most beautiful buildings in Joplin. Since childhood, Tony had promised himself he would spend at least one night there. That dream never came true, but he had become intimately familiar with the hotel anyway. While cleaning out the building, he had probably walked through every room, lounge, and hallway. He would sometimes stand alone in the empty rooms and think about Thomas Connor, the investor and spiritual father of the construction project, who never lived to see the opening of the hotel. He died suddenly in 1907, a whole year before the hotel's completion. Neither Connor nor his hotel would be remembered in chronicles for their longevity. Tony didn't think it was right that a building should only live the length of one human lifetime. 70 years of life, it seems woefully short to him. Only a handful of people were on the scene the day before the scheduled demolition. Tony was supposed to pick up Albert as usual. Thomas and Richard didn't ride with them as they lived on the other side of town. The alarm woke Tony at 7:30. He didn't often eat breakfast and so was usually able to leave home immediately after undergoing only the most essential hygiene. His second wife never understood how Tony voluntarily starved every morning. He remembered a breakfast on their honeymoon when she had wolfed down blueberry pancakes with maple syrup, a fried egg, 5 sausages, a slice of cheese, orange juice, coffee, and a piece of cake. He had watched her in silent amazement and with a slightly trembling stomach. Besides skipping breakfast as usual, however, everything else on this day was destined to be different. He was just about to grab the car keys off the porcelain elephant statue, where he had always hung them. The habit was so automatic that he had to grasp the elephant twice to confirm that they truly were not there. Dumbfounded, He began searching the area with no idea where to begin looking, since he always put the bunch of keys on the elephant, and was sure that he had done the same the day before. He circled the immediate area for long chaotic minutes, at least trying to pretend he was looking. He couldn't shake the feeling that the keys must be hanging on the elephant, which he had already thoroughly examined several times. In disgust, he peered into the open trash can. He hadn't found the courage to begin investigating there when he suddenly heard the clinking of keys in the morning silence of his home. "Hello," Tony called carefully. No one answered him, so he slowly headed back toward the door. He knew exactly where to look. He walked to the elephant, took the keys off it, and went outside. "I've got to start eating breakfast. I'm probably hypoglycemic," Tony thought while turning the key in the ignition. It was only a couple of minutes' drive to Albert's place. He was already patiently waiting in the same spot as always and looking a little grumpy. Tony spoke first. "Hi, I'm sorry, technical problems." He smiled apologetically at Albert. "That's all right, it happens," Albert said, not inquiring further. That was something Tony liked about him. Albert was direct and always spoke right to the point. No empty chatter, just like a guy should be. "So it's going down to the ground tomorrow? How are you feeling about it?" Tony was taken aback by the question. It was surprising that Albert was speaking to him and had even asked him something. It did not at all fit the quiet daily routine he had come to like so much. "What do you mean, how I'm feeling about it?" "I see it in you. You have a connection with the building. It matters to you that after tomorrow it won't be there anymore, but that's all right." Albert looked out the window and his voice sounded strangely melancholy. Tony had never seen him like this and couldn't know that no one had ever experienced Albert in this mood. "I've been looking at this hotel since I was a kid. I was born in this town and I'm proud of it. I always feel sorry when we lose a piece of our history. History is simply something that shouldn't be messed with. At least they're supposed to build a new library there, but that doesn't help me much." It didn't sound tragic, and Tony didn't feel that way either. He felt sorry about the demolition, but he felt like he'd sufficiently said goodbye to the hotel in recent months. "Did you take a piece of it for yourself?" Albert remained on the topic, Tony thought. "I have one of the room numbers at home, number 5, I think." "Why exactly 5? "No reason. By chance. I wanted a souvenir," Tony answered and turned the car into a side street. It wasn't far to the hotel now. The traffic that day was extremely light. They only met a few cyclists and 2 other cars. Tony was feeling good that despite the strange incident with the keys, they would make it to work on time. They had almost nothing to do that day, but he still didn't want to be late on the last day. The Oldsmobile saw things differently, however. Without any kind of warning, the engine died. "What in the world?" Tony still managed to steer the car to the side of the road, but that was all he could do. He turned the key in the ignition, but nothing happened. He pulled the handbrake and looked at Albert. "Sorry, this is not at all normal. The car's never gone out of action before." And Tony had been convinced that everything was in tip-top condition. There was no reason for the vehicle to protest. "It's no problem at all. I know it's a good car." Albert answered again in a tone completely unlike his usual and started getting out. "Wait a minute," Tony called, trying to stop Albert. "I know this car perfectly. I'm sure it's something trivial. I'll get it started right away." But Albert didn't respond and slowly walked away. Tony decided to get out, but the door wouldn't budge. He had no idea what was going on. He wrenched the handle with all his might. "Don't worry, Tony. It's a very good car, really very good," Albert called back to him and continued walking away. Tony just watched him in disbelief, clueless as to what he should do. Tony yanked the door handle a few more times before releasing it in resignation. When it rains, it pours. Albert was long gone, and Tony began surveying his surroundings. Only now did it occur to him that he was near Landreth Park. It was a 5-minute walk to the hotel. Albert was probably already there. "You alive, man?" a voice suddenly asked, accompanied by a knock at the window. Tony flinched and caught a glimpse of a policeman peering at him through the window. He saw a parked police motorcycle in the rear-view mirror. When did this officer show up? Why didn't I notice him? He shelved these questions for later, though, and launched into an explanation. "I can't open the door and my engine just died," he said apologetically through the glass barrier. "So at least roll down the window." "Excuse me, of course." Tony realised that he must seem completely crazy. "I'm really sorry. I've never had a problem with this car, but today it's decided to do whatever it wants. I'm even convinced that it hid my keys this morning." If Tony thought this remark would amuse the officer, he was wrong. The man looked more tired than the muse. "What's your name?" "Tony Bennett, sir." "Mr. Bennett?" The officer removed his glasses. "Do you have your license and registration with you?" He looked like the epitome of all police officers that had and would cruise the streets in this country. A carved likeness of him would proudly rival Michelangelo's David. The perfect proportions of an enforcer of the law. The only flaw in his beauty was a long distinctive scar running from the right corner of his mouth to his cheekbone. "I sure do, sir," Tony began, groping at the glove compartment. "Hold on, that won't be necessary. I trust that you have them with you." The officer looked far off towards the horizon. "Where you headed, Mr. Bennett?" "To the Connor Hotel." "I should have been there a long time ago, but what can I do? They'll handle it without me." "It's supposed to be levelled to the ground tomorrow, right?" the officer asked. "You're absolutely right. An eternal shame." "Well, you better get on your way then, don't you think?" As he was speaking, Tony suddenly heard a bit of Albert. The similarity was not immediately obvious, however. It was more subtle, hidden somewhere in the background. "I'd like to, sir, but as I said, the car's decided to have its own way." He shrugged his shoulders. "Did you say you couldn't open the door?" the officer asked with slight irony, and effortlessly opened the door and then slammed it shut again. "The problem, it seems, has been solved. Try starting it up." "It's no use. I've already tried it about a dozen times." "Just listen to me, Mr. Bennett." The officer leaned against the roof so that Tony could only see part of his face. "I've a stubborn kind of notion that it might work this time." So Tony obeyed. He turned the key in the ignition and the motor roared to life. Couple of days later, he would still calmly swear that he hadn't even managed to turn the key to its proper position before the engine was already running. He would attribute it to memory, though, which likes to distort events into images more colourful than the experienced reality. Tony didn't know what to say. "I guess I should probably thank you, sir." He hadn't intended the sentence to sound like a question, but he had already asked it. "It's all about equilibrium, Mr. Bennett. I was patient and kind with you. That does not mean that it will be the same next time whether I meet you or anyone else." He stood up and pounded the roof of the car. "And now be on your way. We can't chat here all day." The officer didn't wait for Tony to leave. He quickly mounted his motorcycle, turned in the opposite direction, and disappeared. The journey to the hotel only took Tony a couple of minutes. He drove very slowly, much more slowly than he usually drove. He couldn't get the encounter with the police officer out of his head. Tony was no moving violation, but he had accumulated a few tickets for speeding and parking, and he had met police officers of varying quality. This officer, however, had been something else altogether. He parked right outside the downtown cafe, as there were open spaces this time of day, and what he most needed now was to sweeten his morning with a good cup of coffee. Unfortunately, he was in a hurry this morning. "Good morning, Tony." He was greeted by Kate, wrapped in a coat and holding a long, slender cigarette in her fingers. "No coffee this morning?" "I'm sorry, I'm running late. A higher power has been trying to prevent me from getting here at all today." "One of them's in a rush and the other passes by without even saying hello. We're bound to have great sales today if all the customers are like you two." "Has Albert already been here?" "Of course. He walked by as if in a dream and hardly noticed me. Come and make up for your partner's reputation and at least take a coffee to go." She stubbed out the rest of her cigarette and disappeared inside. A good cup of coffee only improves a bad day, Tony thought as he followed her. A couple of minutes later, he was back on the street with a paper cup of hot black coffee loaded with a respectable dose of sugar. He still hadn't forgotten about the morning mishap with the keys, and his brain was in need of an energy boost. He walked with his steamy beverage to the intersection of 3rd and Main. While waiting for the green light, he gazed up at the Connor Hotel rising up directly in front of him. Squinting, he thought he could just make out someone in a window on the 3rd floor, right next to a balcony above the entrance. His eyes were not what they had once been, but there was definitely someone there. He was soon able to recognize the outline of Albert, looking down probably at him. He could not be sure of this, though. He raised his hand a bit hesitantly and waved. No response. The traffic light changed to green and Tony took a step backwards. He did not take his eyes off the hotel as he slowly started backing away, distancing himself from the building in small steps. Fine, okay, I'm not supposed to go there. All the evidence points to that, so I'll just turn around and go home. Forget about it. And then Tony heard the cracking. It was neither a collision nor an explosion. Something there was cracking. The sound was coming from the very foundation of the hotel, but Tony was unable to determine if it was coming from a single place. The noise filled the surrounding area, and suddenly it almost seemed that the entire building was vibrating. It trembled like a gong after being struck with a mallet. Tony accelerated, never taking his eyes off the hotel. The building started to sag. It sank to the ground, and a cloud of dust filled the air. 2 seconds, 3 seconds, and the place the Connor Hotel had once stood was an enormous heap of rubble. Tony tossed away his coffee and ran toward it. They found the bodies of Tony's colleagues Thomas Oakes and Richard Coe on the first day. They had no chance at all when thousands of tons of iron, concrete and glass started crumbling on top of them. Tony was there all night and part of the next day. When he finally fainted from exhaustion, somebody took him home in his car. He didn't know who, and he didn't care. He woke up the next day. Albert's body still had not been found. No one was able to explain why the building had collapsed arbitrarily just 1 day before the planned blasting. Various theories appeared in the press the next day, but none of them made much sense. Tony didn't understand why no one seemed concerned about the deafening crack that had preceded the whole situation. Something had caused it, and that something had also caused the building's collapse. As soon as he felt a little better, he picked up the phone and called the police station. He thoroughly described to them everything he had seen. The police officer on the other end of the line thanked him and promised that someone would stop by his home. That was all. The end. Absolute disinterest. The search for Albert's body continued for a third day, even though everyone realized that it was now more a necessary cleanup of the ruins rather than a rescue operation. More than 70 hours had passed since the hotel's collapse. Tony was sitting in his living room when the phone suddenly rang. "Hello?"
"Tony, they found him," a woman's voice shouted.
"Excuse me, who?"
"Albert, they found him, and he's already in the hospital."
Tony didn't hesitate. He threw on a coat and set off. A crowd of journalists thronged around the hospital entrance. There were even a few television broadcast fans. 3 days, and he's alive. That will be a story. Tony managed to slip through the roaring crowd to the main hall.
"Hello, I'm here to see Albert Summers."
He stopped and asked the first person that looked like a hospital employee. "There are about 1,000 of you today," answered a young man in a doctor's coat. "You don't look like a journalist. Who are you?" The doctor sized Tony up from head to foot.
"I'm his co-worker. I went to work with him that morning."
"So explain to me how you are standing here and not lying beneath the rubble." Good question, thought Tony.
"I was lucky,"
he answered honestly. "Okay, come with me, but I can't promise you anything." They walked down a long corridor that seemed strangely grim to Tony. Since his childhood, he'd felt that dark spaces might hide germs and illnesses associated with them. He had never been too fond of hospitals, but he was at least calmed by the ever-present bright light shining from thousands of lamps. It was as if such light ensured that no bacteria could escape the eyes of a doctor. They arrived at a door and the doctor went in, asking Tony to wait outside. Sounds of conversation carried from the room, but he didn't understand the meaning of the words, and finally didn't even try to. He wasn't even that close to Albert, but their oddly shared mourning seemed significant enough to warrant talking with him about it. The door opened and a tall, dark-haired woman emerged, accompanied by the doctor he already knew. "You're Tony, right?" asked the woman, who at first sight looked like the actress Natalie Wood, only about a head taller. Nevertheless, she was Natalie all over. "Yes, that's me."
"My brother isn't feeling very well. He's still confused about the whole situation."
She paused.
"Of course, I'm absolutely grateful that he's alive, but he's clearly not in any condition to see you yet."
"I understand." Tony felt ashamed.
He shouldn't have come at all. It had been foolish.
"Please, forgive me for bothering you." He turned around and headed back down the hallway. He had taken several steps when he suddenly heard a crash, accompanied by the sound of breaking glass. Something in the hospital room had smashed against the door. The dark-haired woman rushed inside. Tony stood stunned in the hallway and gazed at the door. At eye level shone the room number 5. "Tony, could I ask you to come in?" The door opened again, and in it Tony saw Albert's sister.
"We'll leave you alone with my brother for a while. He would desperately like to speak with you."
Tony stepped inside. It was a spacious and nicely furnished room. There was a bed at the window where Albert lay. At least it was supposed to be Albert. The man Tony was looking at, however, appeared completely different. "Don't worry, come on over here." The man with Albert's voice welcomed him. "My sister hasn't seen me for 2 years, and the doctors have no idea how I usually look. But it's shocking, isn't it?" It was Albert. It was definitely him.
"Jesus, man, how is it even possible?"
When Tony had last seen Albert 3 days before, his hair had been cut short, and he'd been clean-shaven, with very fair skin, exactly the type who always burns red as a lobster when sunbathing a little in summer.
In front of him now was a man with a deep tan, hair that hadn't seen a hairdresser for at least several weeks, and a similarly overgrown beard. "Were you under the rubble for 3 days or lying on a beach in Hawaii?"
"I have no clue, man. I only remember waiting for you in the morning, and then I woke up right here."
"What? You don't remember our drive to the hotel?"
"Not even a second of it, buddy. The doctors think it might be due to some kind of trauma. I mean, I was under tons of wreckage for 3 days.
"And how are you feeling, actually?"
Tony was embarrassed that he hadn't asked about Albert's health. "A few bruises, a bump on the head and some scratches, otherwise nothing. That is, if we don't count my amnesia, my miraculous suntan and accelerated hair growth."
"You were on the 3rd floor. I saw you there before the building started to collapse."
"Seriously? That's strange. They said they found me in the lobby area. There was a cavity or something where I had little space, but enough air."
"So you don't remember anything at all from those 3 days?"
"Not a single minute. Nothing at all."
Tony rubbed his face and saw that Albert's fingertips and nails were completely black. Albert noticed him looking.
"That's something else they're not able to explain very well. I might have tried to dig my way out, I don't know. But you know what's funny?"
"What's that?"
"As I was waking up, they said I asked a completely crazy question. I wasn't at all interested in whether we, had a new president, or if we formed a confederation with the Russians. I started asking about the price of a gallon of gas. How much is a gallon? Still $4.20. What a rip-off," I yelled. "Yeah, and I calmed down when I found out it cost 62 cents.
"Sometimes 63, Tony added.
"Exactly. Imagine a world where a gallon costs $4. Tony, $4 fucking. That would seriously have to be the end of the world, don't you think?"
"The total end of the world," Tony mumbled, as he was overpowered by the feeling that he should get home as soon as possible. With the passing of time, that Oldsmobile became the only certainty Tony had. He knew that every Thursday it would wait patiently and faithfully in its place for its master to treat it with varnish. This is also how it waited on Tony's last day. Tony was holding the polish in his hand and was just finishing work on the front part of the hood when a pain in his heart announced itself. Had he called a doctor immediately, he could have devoted many more years to the care of his car, but he stubbornly decided that he would rather finish the work he had begun before driving himself to the doctor. He never made it to the hospital. The car, perfectly polished and glowing from a distance, stopped right in front of the hospital entrance, but no one stepped out of it. Some minutes later, a crumpled Tony was finally found. His double heart attack had twisted his body so much that he couldn't be seen behind the wheel. Tony, over 6 feet tall, was curled up like a little puppy in a place he'd known like the back of his hand during his life. After this event, the Oldsmobile always arrived at its destination, perhaps out of respect for its first owner. It stayed true to its commitment, even when it was owned by Dong Nguyen and later his daughter. The father's inconsistent upbringing was one of the factors that resulted in the vehicle becoming the property of a cartel of Mexican opiate dealers a few years later. After a successful reform, the prosperous cartel was first transformed into a credit union and then some years later back into a drug cartel. And here the trail of the Oldsmobile disappears only to reappear thousands of miles away and decades later. Nevertheless, it is certain that, regardless of how long it served someone, it did so with the maximum devotion and always strove to deliver its owner to their destination. Unfortunately, if that target is continuously out of sight, even a machine can succumb to despair, which is the beginning of its end. The elderly Oldsmobile eventually had to, for the second and last time in its long life, prematurely end the ride. Ride.
Chapter 2. The sound the motor made was not very encouraging. It almost sounded like a sigh, reflecting on a life full of potholed and neglected roads. Then it coughed and took a breath, but found no new strength. What? Oh, no. The man behind the wheel woke from his lethargy. More groaning was heard. What's going on? The young girl in the passenger seat looked horrified and looked around as if she was searching for a culprit. She couldn't have been more than 10 years old.
No clue, but I think we'll soon find out, the man answered while staring steadily at the needle on the speedometer, which remained constant at just under 90 miles an hour.
Did something different happen? The girl's blue eyes peered at the man. He tapped on the glass covering the fuel gauge. According to the current data, there was still a quarter of a tank left. Does it seem we've been driving too long, Jenny? The motor cut out and they gradually began losing speed. It seems to me that we should have been there a long time ago. They stopped right in the middle of the road. There was no reason to pull to the shoulder. Besides their vehicle, no one was to be seen for miles around. The man merely set the handbrake and got out of the car. His face was blasted by hot air that carried with it tiny grains of grey and red sand. He took a few steps away from the car and slowly walked around it. He behaved like a potential buyer trying to decide whether or not to buy the old wreck. Truth is, he wouldn't find many reasons to make the purchase. Its red paint was chipped and had been missing in many places for a long time. You would find no mirror on the passenger side, and the whole body looked as if it had survived a storm with hailstones the size of oranges. Unfortunately, there was no salesman here who would counter the customer with arguments and promises that a better car could simply not be found in the entire Midwest. And even if he decided to buy today, they'd throw in a free oil change. He turned his back to the car and looked to the sun burning high in the sky. Searing rays berated his eyes through the lenses of his sunglasses. The road stretched like a thread through the dry landscape, whose prominent feature were bushes less than 2 feet high. For miles around, there was neither a single tree nor anything else to be seen that could interrupt the monotony of the parched earth. The whole surrounding world was arid and dead, devoid of any sign of hope in the form of a sea or mountain peak. He peered into the distance for several minutes before his thoughts were cut short by the sound of an opening door. "You're right, Dad," Jenny said and got out. "We've been driving for a really long time. Everything here looks the same, but I feel we should have gotten there a long time ago." In the meantime, the man had opened the trunk and pulled out a canister. "Could the engine be broken? You haven't even looked at it." The man merely smiled, opened the gas tank, and slowly began pouring 4 gallons of gas into it. There were 2 identical canisters stored in the trunk. "You know, Jenny, I don't have the tools to fix the engine, so I most likely wouldn't be able to do anything with it."
The man looked at his daughter with the slight hint of a smile. I hope it only ran out of gas. The entire contents of the canister disappeared into the tank in a moment. The man set it back beside the others and quickly checked the rest of their supplies. They had a sufficient supply of large plastic barrels of water, as well as dried fruit and jerky. This is definitely enough until we get to the next gas station, Jenny said, standing beside her father, assessing the contents of the trunk. She reached for a pack of jerky and silently sat back into the passenger seat. The man slammed the trunk and looked over the landscape one last time. Don't freak out, he called to Jenny, and agilely jumped onto the roof of the car. The landscape around them was perfectly flat. He knew that if there was a building even 5 feet tall, he couldn't miss it, and even if he couldn't see it, its presence would be felt. He would have to feel it. He rubbed his eyes and was about to climb down from the car. Almost unconsciously, out of the corner of his eye, he looked in the direction they had come from. He paused. Then he straightened up and peered into the distance. Jenny, he called without taking his eyes from the road. Yeah, she responded, but Jenny was already watching her father jump back onto the ground. He caught her around the waist and set her onto the roof of the car. Please take a look in the direction we've just come from. Do you see anything there? What should I see there, Dad? Anything other than dust, bushes, and more dust? He answered, and kept his eyes trained on the horizon. Nothing. There's nothing at all. She looked at the wrinkled man standing next to her and put her hand on his hair. Hair much thicker than his age should afford. We should keep going. It's horribly hot here. They drove for another 5 hours. Might have been 10, but they had nothing that could assure them of the precise time. The sun hung high in the sky and stubbornly refused to move in any direction. It was increasingly difficult for the man to keep the car straight on the road. His eyelids were drooping, and he caught himself several times not remembering the previous seconds of the drive. Nothing would happen to them if they went off the road, as it smoothly blended with its edges. He was worried about rocks, however, which could puncture a tire or even damage the chassis. You should have some water. Jenny held out a full plastic bottle of water. Her father took it from her and consumed almost its entire contents without a word. He looked at the rest of the water remaining at the bottom. I hope we still have at least 20 or 30 more litres in the back. 45. We still have lots of water, Jenny said, pulling out another, much larger bottle from under the seat. That's very good, her father said, and stared back at the road. We might never meet him again. We'll drive for another hour or so and come across a completely new town with children, dogs and cats. A lot of cats. In the middle of it all will be a fountain with hundreds of little coins in it. She rested her head on her knees. It could happen. Right, Dad? She didn't look directly at her father, but was still attentively observing his reactions. There was nothing in her voice to suggest that she believed her words, even a little. You were born in a small town like that. There was even the fountain there you mentioned. He turned the steering wheel slightly, and the car slowly approached the left side of the road. It seems there was nothing more important in the whole town than the fountain, and around it there were 10 or maybe even 11 houses standing around it in a circle. Did you go anywhere with Mom at that time? We were definitely on the road. We went on a trip somewhere at the time, but I don't even remember where anymore. You should know. It's important, Jenny chided him. We probably went to visit your grandmother, my mother. But you don't know for sure. I'd like to know all of it. Exactly how it happened. She wasn't watching her father out of the corner of her eye anymore, but eagerly looking directly at him. I don't remember, Jenny. So many things have happened in the meantime that I simply forgot the old ones. Do you want to hear what happened in that small town? You were born a month and a half prematurely. That I know for sure. If you remember that, then you can remember the other stuff. Forgetting is bad. None of us can remember everything, Jenny. It doesn't work like that. Otherwise, we would get lost in our memories and we wouldn't have space for what awaits us. I remember everything. I know, but you are an exception. He looked at his daughter and stroked her face. Would you like to play me something? He pointed at the headphones that constantly hung around the girl's neck. They were an integral part of her, and anyone who tried to take them from her would be asking for trouble. You're right, Dad, I haven't played you anything for a long time. She began to press some buttons on the small silver device at lightning speed. It had no display, but that didn't bother her. A moment later, the first tones of the song were heard from the headphones. What did you pick? He asked. He had always had a deep love for music. I've no idea. It's a random selection. She shrugged her shoulders. I couldn't make up my mind. You couldn't make up your mind? I can't believe that. Don't interrupt. Listen, I turned it up loud enough so that you could hear it too. She scolded him mildly. Then they both sat quietly and listened. A random selection, she'd said. They heard the song Yeats' Grave. The man gazed deeply into the dashboard. Is something happening, Dad? She stroked his hand. I don't know. I can't remember. They just looked at each other for a moment. That moment was longer than it should have been, as they were still driving quite fast. Although the road was perfectly straight, it wanted to compel the driver's attention at all costs. He started focusing on driving at the very last moment. Within seconds, he instinctively stepped on the brakes, and the Oldsmobile left a long black skid mark behind it. Shit! He relieved himself. Sorry, Jenny. It doesn't bother me, but look at Daniel. He's wearing a different tie today. Aha, he said, and got out of the car. Jenny turned off the music and followed him. A young man was nervously running down the road in an oversized and ill-fitting checkered suit. He was sweating as only someone wearing 3 layers of clothing in the desert can. His face was flushed. Quite incomprehensibly, he had not taken off his jacket, and the yellow tie encircling his collar was tightened firmly at his neck. He immediately headed in their direction, gesticulating wildly and taking a breath to speak. The man was quicker, however. The father stepped up to the young man, plastered his face with one well-aimed slap, and then firmly grasped both of his shoulders. Ich spreek nur English, ja? He said emphatically, but in no way severely. Now, you're going to listen to me carefully. Ja, the young man stammered. Yes, sir. Just nod. Leave talking for later. This is not a conversation lesson. We have to be fast. The young man nodded. Smart boy. Jenny handed her father a bottle of water. Now take a drink, but not much. 2 swallows are enough. He released the boy's shoulders and handed him the open bottle of clear water. He did what the man ordered and swallowed twice. He then set the bottle on the ground and started looking over the man with the little girl at his side. Listen to me very carefully. I'm going to say it twice, because even now, as I'm speaking, it is probably the 22nd time. 28th, Jenny corrected him. The 28th time, but that doesn't matter. He paused and took a drink of water. Your name is Daniel. Less than half an hour ago, you were still at your prom, saying to yourself that from now on your whole life was going to be fantastic. You have a girlfriend whose name is Ella, and you've been accepted to university. He looked at Jenny. at the university in Freiburg. Exactly as Jenny says, at the university in Freiburg, whatever that is. The young man's face was full of many different emotions, an ever-intensifying sweat. He slowly took a breath, but the man stopped him again. Don't say anything yet. I'm getting to the essentials. Why are you wearing a yellow tie? Daniel didn't answer. With his mouth open, he passed his eyes from man to girl and silently observed them. Take another drink and take off that jacket already, or you'll collapse from heat stroke within a minute, Jenny told him, and Daniel responded with surprising alacrity to her command. He drank the 2 permitted swallows and set the bottle down again. He tossed the jacket onto the road. Where am I? He finally decided to utter his first sentence. I have a couple of theories, but I'm not going to explain them to you now. I'm almost certain I know where we are. Where you are, that's a completely different tale altogether. The man sat on the hood of the car and studied Daniel closely. He wasn't a child anymore, but the adult in him was still lacking something. Everyone looks so young to me, he realized as he looked him over. We're in the desert. Why are we in the desert? Daniel asked. It might look like a desert, but it may as well be the Mariana Trench, the man answered, and was silent for a moment. Daniel looked around, as if making sure there weren't fish swimming around his head at the moment. I asked you why you have a yellow tie. Ella likes blue, and yesterday evening she clearly told you that you should wear the blue tie. He slowly rubbed his eyes, into which relentless wind blew dust and small grains of sand. She told me she likes yellow. But I don't understand why you're asking me this. Until now, Ella always liked blue. Does that mean something, Dad? It might, Jenny, but it doesn't have to either. Daniel watched the man, who had turned his attention away when the little girl had spoken to him. The panic slowly started to subside, and he was getting angry. I don't know who you are, but tell me where I am right now. How do you know my name? And where I'm fucking supposed to be going to school? With a rush of anger, Daniel realized that he still had legs, and he began walking around again. The hot wall die sonne das Gehirn vibrant alles slot. He threw up his hands in a sweeping gesture, but stayed close to the car, and his eyes didn't leave the man. This is Jenny, and I'm her dad. And before we continue this adorable debate of ours, I would like to tell you an important rule. I know very well that your English is fantastic, which is a coincidence of this special place. Imagine that this is El Alamein in the year 1942. You are Rommel and I am Montgomery, and because you were smacked, Fritz, I make the rules here. And the first rule is that I don't want to hear a single German word. And so that you don't feel unfairly handled, Fräulein Jenny will oversee the adherence to this rule. He motioned to his daughter and she smiled. Basically, we are lost at sea and looking for beacons. There aren't many of them, and furthermore, the ship is already pretty leaky. He knocked on the hood. And you, Daniel, are one of our beacons. He and the boy looked into each other's eyes for a moment. I'm dead, right, and you are both dead too. He sat on the ground. Jenny and I are definitely not dead. But with you it's a bit more complicated. He walked over to the boy and sat down next to him. Jenny joined them on the ground and set a cookie in front of Daniel. Take it, you should like it. Daniel stretched out his hand and silently unwrapped the cookie and started to eat.
You know, Dan, what I'm going to tell you will not be easy to hear, but you should know. He looked at Jenny. Approximately how much time do we have? About 10 minutes, I think. Fine then, I'll hurry. He picked up a small pebble from the ground and examined it with concentration and then spoke to him. Jenny and I have been driving down this road for a long time. You would find a gas station in front of us and behind us. I can't tell you how far it is, but I can describe it down to the very last screw. No matter which direction you leave it in, you always come back to it. And to make matters worse, it's the same every time, as if you had arrived the very first time. That's total nonsense. You are absolutely right. It is nonsense. But everything you see around you no longer respects our experienced working of the world. Look at the sun, for example. He pointed his finger at the burning ball. You could sit here for a whole week and it wouldn't budge. Sit here an entire year and see for yourself. The three of them looked hypnotized at the sky until the silence was broken again by the man's voice. At first, I didn't want to understand. I resisted it and fought against reality. I burned everything. There was hardly anything left of that disgusting gas station, and for a moment I thought that I had won. It was when we were driving away from its smouldering ashes that we met you. It was the first time, and I knew that something had changed, and I thought it was a good thing. He threw the pebble at the hood of the car. It bounced back off loudly and landed in the withered grass. Every trifling detail, a blade of grass bending a different way, clouds on the horizon, all of it is important. I know I have to go for it, otherwise I'll never get Jenny out of here. Can you imagine how I felt then when I first saw you standing by the road? I don't know. You are our beacon. You were our hope, and I believed that we would finally hop off this endless carousel. He lay back on the scorching ground and stood up. Jenny, please, finish telling him for me. He drank some water and walked over to the car, where he started looking for something in the trunk. We thought for hours and hours, the girl said, looking at Daniel right in the eyes and smiling warmly. It was not an amused smile, but a friendly rise at the corners of her mouth. You have never wanted to tell us how you got here, and we realized that you really don't know. The prom had already ended, and you were wandering around the crowded halls. There was red confetti everywhere on the ground, and some was still falling. You can't know that! You can't! You told us yourself. We have talked for a long time, sometimes for days. You were standing in the middle of the ballroom. Your eyes were closed, and there was hot hair all around you. And then you were suddenly here on the hot road, and a couple of minutes later we came. So where am I then? We've already told you that we don't really know. I don't mean where I'm sitting at this moment. I can see that. If you already met me, why am I still not with you? Why didn't I get out of that car? His eyes were opened wide. Good question. This one is definitely sharper than the ones before, the man said. I can't tell you that. She started to stand, but Daniel immediately caught her arm. No, you know why. You can tell me, and you will tell me. His voice cracked nervously, and his grip was harder than he thought it was. I'll tell you that myself, Dan, but you should let her go first. The father was standing near them again, and his hand was clutching a shotgun. He immediately released his grip. Jenny slowly walked to her father. She wasn't scared. On the contrary, she was very calm, and when her eyes met Daniel's, it wasn't immediately clear that he even understood. She had seen her father holding a shotgun many times now, and she knew that what he was doing was necessary. Daniel's tooth marks were still clearly visible on the butt of the gun from the time her father had smashed his head against the hot concrete.
The Oldsmobile roof remembered a random shot from a really wild brawl, and she most often recalled his back. The back of a Daniel running with no hope. "You see, Dan," the man gazed somewhere far beyond him, "I thought you were a good omen for us. Eventually, though, I recognized that you only bring problems. Don't take this in any way personal, but you've tried to steal our car twice. Once you cut me pretty bad, and the last time you walked off into the desert with our last supply of water." "I would never do that." He threw his hands out in a theatrical gesture that was accompanied by the expression of a deer staring into the headlights of an oncoming train. "I don't blame you, and don't see anything personal in it. In a way, you've grown close to my heart, but the thing that happened to you causes you to change at some point, and you start behaving unpredictably. I might still be able to handle you myself, but I'm not only responsible for myself, which you can understand." When he talked about Jenny, he usually looked at her for at least a fraction of a second. Now, however, he didn't take his eyes off Daniel. "So you're just going to shoot me here? You're not afraid of police, courts?" "Turn and look around." Dan didn't respond to the challenge. "I'm telling you to thoroughly look over the landscape. I'm not going to repeat it." The tone of the man's voice had changed, and the boy moved his feet. He revolved slowly until he was looking back at the muzzle of the gun. "Is it likely that there is something other than dust and sand within a 150-mile radius?" "No," Daniel quietly answered. "So your judgment is still working because that's true. I don't think you would find civilization even if you drove for 1,000 miles in any direction. I promise you that if I come across it in future, I'll walk into the first police station I see and confess all my crimes and sins." "Jenny," Daniel tried focusing on the girl, "I can help you, and you know it. Explain it to him. I'm not a danger to you in any way. I don't want to be here. You can simply drive off and leave me here. Maybe I'll disappear in a while and end up somewhere else. Or I'll wake up and—" "I'll be very happy if you wake up, but I won't find out because I have to stay here." The man raised his weapon and rested it on his shoulder. "Stop!" Daniel started tearing off his clothes. "If I have to die on this fucking road, at least I won't be sweating like a pig." He loosened his tie and threw it to the ground. Then he started unbuttoning his shirt. "Wait, Dad!" Jenny's eyes remained on the boy. "I've already explained it to you several times. You know very well why I have to do this." "It's not about that this time. Look at his shirt. It has short sleeves." "Yes, and?" "The others didn't have them. They always had long sleeves, and the tie is a different colour. I'm just saying that it's strange." After those words, the man lowered the barrel slightly while still aiming it at Daniel. Daniel noticed immediately and tried to take advantage of the situation. "She's absolutely right. Listen to your daughter." He started looking at his trousers and shoes, as if looking for anything that could further emphasize his uniqueness. "Look at my shoes, Jenny. They might be completely different from the last time. Or my hair, maybe. I cut it myself, and it's the worst haircut I've had in years." "What do you mean, you cut it yourself?" The man lowered the barrel almost to the ground. "I don't know what you're asking me." His eyes darted with furious speed from the man to his daughter. "I didn't think about it until it was too late to make an appointment at the hairdresser. I cut it by myself at home." He saw that this information had an effect. He just wasn't sure if it would help him or not. "He'll walk in front of the car. We'll drive slowly enough for him to keep up." The man shared this information through clenched teeth, and it was not clear if it was intended for Jenny or if it was merely stating a fact. "And young man, if you make the mistake of wanting to speak to me, call me 5. Daniel took a deep breath. He realized that he had just miraculously postponed his premature departure from the world by happy coincidence. Or maybe his departure from that world. He wasn't sure. But every moment was worth its weight in gold. A fucking living beacon is still better than a dead beacon, he thought, while still not taking his eyes off the shotgun. Just give me a second, you bastard, and I'll shoot you in your fucking face. He isn't here, but that doesn't matter. It's still just between you and me. A single second, and you'll have enough information to decide whether I was a good omen or a bad omen. 5, 5, 5, 5.
Chapter 3. During the entire graduation year, he loved Fridays. Only the first 2 hours were spent preparing for exams, and the rest of the day was carried out in the spirit of the upcoming prom. Training, the entrance, organizational tasks, decorations, surprises for parents. It was necessary to fine-tune everything down to the last detail because D-Day had been planned for the upcoming Sunday. If someone didn't know their role, no time would be left to correct it. Daniel Nuer. The moderator read the last name on the list and Daniel started off. The rest of his classmates were lined up in 2 uniform rows. Daniel's eyes were looking down. He shuffled slowly through the middle of the hall and stood in his place. Excellent. Ladies and gentlemen, I believe that we are perfectly prepared. I would also like to ask all the students who will be helping with the raffle tickets to see Professor Faber. I recommend that you arrive on Sunday around 5 o'clock. Your parents should arrive as usual at 7 o'clock when the entrance will be open for them. That's all, and you can go home now. Maria Sankett was an almost 40-year-old teacher of social sciences, and she engaged in the organization of the graduation prom with an enthusiasm that the students hated. Daniel, could I see you for a moment? She called, now without the microphone, but loudly enough that Daniel could not pretend he hadn't heard. Can I help you with something, Mrs. Sankt? He didn't want to speak with her. He really didn't have time today. You know, Daniel, yesterday the last students picked up their tickets for their parents and friends. Of course, you don't have to use all of them, but you are the only graduating student who only took 2. Can you really not use the rest? Will your parents be coming? He was convinced that only one type of woman in the whole world taught social sciences. All of them were raised on a remote farm full of sexual education textbooks and kind smiles. They mutually whipped each other without smiling and took turns praying at altars of authors defending multiculturalism. How I hate you, you uptight cow. That's all right, Mrs. Sankt. My father will be on a business trip again, and my grandparents can't come for health reasons. My classmates agreed to send me all the photos, and I'll make a small presentation for my whole family next week. He gave her a broad grin. If it's all right with you, I have to run. I still need to pick up my suit. 2 tickets are quite enough for me. In that case, hurry up before I lock you in. See you on Sunday, Daniel. He observed her as he put his coat on. He watched as one of the teachers who had overheard their conversation came up to her and said something. She covered her mouth with her hand. He had seen that expression many times before.
He was very aware of the information Maria had just received. "And you don't have €10 more for a suit?" The salesman was clearly unhappy with him. "As you can see, for so little I can only offer you the one you've already tried on, and that wasn't so great." The thrift store was bursting at the seams with clothing and customers. It was apparent that the salesman didn't want to devote any more of his time to the boy, who had no money and was stubbornly opposed to making a purchase. "I think it's absolutely perfect. I still need a tie. Anything for €2? His grey plaid suit was already folded in his bag, and he seemed completely satisfied with it. Then once again there is a wide selection." He grimaced and began searching in the drawers near the men's suits. "I would recommend this dark blue one for just €3, and it matches your suit." He showed it to Daniel with a glimmer of hope, but that was immediately dashed by Daniel's reaction. "Can you read lips, you bastard?" The salesman looked at Daniel in confusion. "I'm asking if you can read lips because I clearly said I want a tie for €2. So give me one, anyone, and don't offer me anything for 3. Is that clear to you now?" Daniel was staring wide-eyed and unblinking at the man standing in front of him. Without hesitating, the man grabbed a yellow tie and threw it at Daniel. "Get out of here immediately, you scumbag, and don't you dare come in here again." There was loud music playing in the shop, but it still didn't drown out the man's scream. Daniel picked the tie up off the ground and headed for the cash register. Halfway there, he still managed to turn to the salesman. "I hope this tie really cost €2, faggot. I wouldn't want to have to make a complaint about you." The salesman couldn't hear him anymore because he was halfway to the staff room. Maybe he thought there would be further commentary and preferred to avoid it. The store had 4 floors full of clothing of varying quality that was gathered from all over Germany, the United Kingdom, and other countries of the Union. It was almost a miracle that it managed to survive with all the competition from newly opened shopping centres, but judging by the number of customers, it was obviously prospering. Daniel arrived with his purchase at the furthest cash register on the ground floor. He knew he hadn't come here only for a suit. Somewhere here he would meet his +1, an essential part of the plan. He didn't know what she looked like, but he was sure she must be there. "You have an absolutely gorgeous men's fashion department." He flashed a wide smile at a girl a few years older than him. "Can you tell me," he looked at her name tag, "Ella, the name of the gentleman of Arab origin who helped me select this suit?" He leaned against the counter and started digging in the candy bowl. "Unfortunately, I don't know," she answered quietly and continued folding suits. She had short cropped blonde hair and distinctive black-rimmed glasses. "You really remind me of someone. I just can't recall who." He unwrapped one of the marketing candies. "May I?" "Of course," said Ella, but she still didn't raise her eyes. "That will be €27, please." Only now did she give Daniel a look. It was empty, as if she were looking through him. So, our Turkish friend was right about the price in the end. I guess I should probably run upstairs and thank him for his service on my knees the way he likes it. He stretched out a hand in which he was holding a bank card. The saleswoman tried to take it, but Daniel pulled it away at the last moment. Now she was looking at him, and there was no doubt who her attention belonged to. Now I know who you remind me of. Do you know Julia Stinshoff?
I haven't had the honour. Could you please give me your credit card?
Please don't tell me that. She's a great artist, undervalued, but in the film Love Must Wait, she looks exactly like you. You really don't know her? Daniel's expression was full of wonder. Do you not know her either? He turned to a woman of retirement age who was waiting for it to finally be her turn. No, unfortunately I don't know who that is. She was absolutely taken aback by the sudden question, but she managed to conjure up a smile on her face. It seemed forced and untrustworthy, but it was a smile nevertheless. Strange, Germans don't even know their own actors anymore. If it was an Indian or a Jew, then you would all certainly know her. He handed over his card, which the saleswoman immediately inserted into the terminal. You're German, right?
I am. You can enter your PIN.
She slid the terminal to Daniel and waited for him to enter his code.
And I actually know that Stinshoff of yours.
Really? Daniel answered immediately with hope in his voice. The woman leaned closer to him. She was almost as tall as he was. She spoke in a hushed voice.
I usually don't talk about it, but the resemblance isn't a coincidence. Julia Stinshoff is my mother, but you can't tell anyone.
Of course I won't tell, he blurted out with undisguised eagerness. You can rely on me, Ella. He looked at her with the enthusiasm appropriate for a child in primary school. But I also have to confess something to you, Ella. Just come a little closer. The distance between them was reduced to only a few centimeters. He knew why she was doing it, but the girl was unable to control her body.
Never,
he said very quietly, so that only she would hear.
Never make fun of us again, Ella. I haven't been very understanding recently when someone offends me. Do you understand me?
The girl looked at him with wide open eyes. She couldn't avert her gaze. Her eyes, however, did not belong to the young man who had come to buy a suit and then offended half the store. She saw that he wasn't alone. She saw that he had never been there alone. Far behind him, concealed, a black figure stood leaning in the farthest corner of the room, yet its presence filled the entire space and permeated everything. She felt the look, but saw no eyes.
So now you see it,
Dan whispered.
That is him, and that is us, and we do not have a sense of humor.
If his words could have materialized, they would have been made of ice. That's how cold they were. As soon as he had seen her, he was sure it was her. He had never been mistaken, and he was right today too. She had been waiting here for him.
I see and I feel, the girl said, but she uttered the words as if in a dream. And how is it? She heard him say, but she wasn't at all sure if he had moved his lips. I want to go with you.
I know, Ella, I know. Daniel smiled, and the one concealed in darkness was satisfied. She turned into Silver Papal Street. It was an uninteresting street with plenty of greenery and plenty of places to park. The character of this part of the city had been determined by the developer, who had decided to build several terraced houses and smaller apartment buildings opposite them. If the architect, Stefan Benisch, accidentally got lost in this corner of the world, he would most probably assess that there were too many right angles and that the whole street actually looked quite vague. It was a boring place to live that expressed nothing about the residents sharing this space. Maybe only that they liked peace. And that was definitely here. Not a leaf moved on the entire street, and nothing could actually be heard. Ella stopped in front of terraced house number 30.
"What are you doing here? Are you crazy? Of all the places in the world, this is exactly where you should not be."
She knew it, yet she was standing there anyway. Ella looked at the door of the terraced house and wondered whether she should enter. Before the thought could mature, she found herself knocking on the door. She should turn around, right now. The door slowly opened. "Right on time. Come right in." They hadn't agreed on any time. They hadn't even agreed on a specific place. Nevertheless, Daniel had been awaiting Ella with unwavering certainty. He knew she would knock on the door on Saturday at 3:30 p.m. No matter what happened, she would come to him. "Welcome to my humble abode. It's no castle, but we don't have to be ashamed of it. Would you like a little tour? I'm an excellent guide, and I know everything about the place." He added a few sweeping gestures to his speech that made clear he was hugely enjoying the entire situation.
"Of course, gladly."
She had no idea who had said that. It certainly hadn't been her, but the words had come out of her mouth. "In that case, please follow me." They entered the hallway. Ella immediately noticed how dark it was inside, and it was the same throughout the house. "Let's begin our tour in the living room." He opened the door, and Ella stepped inside. The room held no surprises. In no way did it differ from the IKEA catalogue style that had informed German households for decades. Only the windows were shaded, emitting almost no light. As you can see, the central point of the household is not interesting at all, so we can speak about the history of this completely boring building. He sat down in a large dark armchair. This prefabricated space for starting a happy family was bought by my parents 12 years ago. For a while, everything looked like out of the pages of a lifestyle magazine, but only for the briefest time. Then everything went to hell. He abruptly launched himself out of his chair. "Let's continue. Other groups interested in the tour are waiting, and so we mustn't linger. Please leave any questions for later." They walked back into the hall. Daniel presented the kitchen with a wave of his hand and encouraged Ella to move upstairs. They slowly ascended the steep staircase. Ella wondered what bothered her about the house besides the lack of light. The omnipresent darkness was unpleasant, but there was something else. She didn't realize it until they had reached the upper floor. Then she understood. The odor, a sweet and unpleasant odor that stung the nose and eyes. "We have 3 fantastic rooms upstairs. Which one would you care to start with?" He fixed Ella with a long look, but she didn't notice. She stood rooted in place, staring at a black door. It was closed and the darkest of all the doors in the house. "I see that you already have a favourite, but I will have to disappoint you. My parents' bedroom always comes at the end of the tour, and I cannot make any exceptions today. So let's look at my bedroom." They entered a small room that in many ways resembled a cell. A mattress lay on the ground, and there was a suit laid over the radiator. Nothing more. The window was again shaded, but a few rays of sun still found their way inside. They fell onto a wall on which 11 circles had been drawn by hand. The whole picture formed one large circle, in the centre of which was stuck a newspaper article. Ella stepped closer. It was a short column of only 2 paragraphs. "Berlin. In the late afternoon on Tuesday, a robbery occurred at the Deutsche Bank branch on Bernhard-Werber Street. The robbery involved 3 men of Bosnian origin who had been living in Germany for several years on valid work visas. The men demanded ransom for 5 branch employees and 3 bank clients who were on the scene at the time of the assault. They were armed with long firearms. After several hours of negotiations, a police commando unit intervened and freed all the hostages. No civilians or intervening police officers were injured. 2 of the assailants, who refused to surrender to police, were killed in the attack, and a 3rd is still at large. A police spokesman said the 3rd attacker must be hidden somewhere in the area of the bank. Intervening police officers claimed, off record, that the attacker was present on the scene at one moment and then essentially evaporated. Let's go on. Our tour's slowly coming to an end. Daniel opened the door to a second bedroom that basically looked less like the transitory residence of a prisoner. This is the guest room, so yours for today. You can leave your things here.
What things? I didn't bring anything with me, she said with candid amazement.
Really? So what's in the bag you've been carrying the whole time?
Ella looked down and suddenly spotted the small sports bag. It was not bulky at all, but weighed several pounds.
No need to be shy,
he encouraged her, and she didn't hesitate long. She set the bag on the bed and turned back to her guide.
And now for the high point of today. Are you ready, ladies and gentlemen?
He didn't wait for an answer and took several steps towards the black door. Ella realized that the intensity of the odor had increased. She was visibly nauseous.
Is it me, or am I seeing signs of nervousness? Of course, I understand that the pressure rises before the grand finale, but there's nothing to be afraid of.
Those were his words, but his eyes were saying something else. Since her first meeting with him, she felt that they were not alone. Her body was not obeying her. Thoughts were just an echo of her being, but now everything started screaming, and the red lights came on. She took a step backwards and then another. Trust me, Ella, this is completely futile. You have my great admiration, though. Most people in your situation would not even have been able to take those 2 steps. Now stop. Stop, stop, stop. That word resonated through her whole being. It had happened again. She hadn't seen him move his mouth, but that word, the power of that word, knocked the last remnants of free will from her body. She couldn't even breathe. You are ours. Ours alone. But it wasn't the boy who had said it. In the far corner of the hallway, way back in its most remote corner, the darkness itself had spoken. Ella considered that there was a reason to fear the boy, but it was nothing compared to her fear of the being lurking in that corner. It had been with them the whole time, watching them the whole time, and in that moment she realized, what if 2 were in its power? It had been with them the whole time, watching them the whole time, and in that moment she realized, what if he, too, were in its power? What if he wasn't acting on his own? She felt she was in a trap, but maybe they were both in a trap. She looked at Daniel as he offered her his hand and opened the door. He was behind her back in a flash. He was taller than her, skinny and sinewy, but there was strength in his hands. One of them took her around the waist, and the other he pressed to her cheek. She immediately knew why. He wanted to be sure she wouldn't turn her eyes away. He whispered quietly, I know what's racing through your mind. I know everything. He took care of that. She wanted to shut her eyes, but her eyelids had stiffened, as if they had disappeared. I don't want to see it,
You're wondering whether he's controlling me, but it's not like that. We're partners, allies. I let him through the door and he rewarded me. And now you can see my work, his gate into our world. At first, she wasn't sure what she was actually seeing. Sight, however, was not the most important sense. Smell was absolutely sufficient here. There was a naked human body lying on the bed. It was thoroughly wrapped in transparent plastic with duct tape wound around it. Although it was hard to make out, Ella decided that it had once been a man, hefty and overweight, grossly overweight. It never occurred to me that it would be so complicated to prevent human remains from decomposing. I mean, limiting the unpleasant processes and consequences. I would have sworn that, through such a layer of plastic, no insect would be able to get into, and that nothing would be able to get out. As you can smell, that's not true at all. Well, a person's always learning new things. She felt like vomiting, but her body wasn't listening to her. She only stared at the sack of formless matter that had once been a human being. I wanted to move it after about a week, but something started leaking out of it. I'm pretty sure there's a stain visible on the ceiling in the kitchen. Just imagine a layer of plastic, a mattress, the floor and the ceiling. That bastard managed to eat through all of that. Who is it? Ella surprised herself. The words were hardly audible, but they seemed to astound even Daniel. The lady is outdoing herself. I must admit, you have your own head, girl. But now that you ask, Ella, I introduce you to my father. I don't suppose you want to shake hands. I'm pretty sure he doesn't have anything like hands anymore. You could give him a friendly pat if you care to. Silence was the only response. That's what I thought. So that's where our tour ends. We have to prepare for tomorrow. It's going to be our big day. She didn't know when she had woken up. She doubted she had closed her eyes at night, and there was no wonder, as the air was still suffused with the unpleasant, sometimes sweet and pungent odour. She staggered awkwardly out of the room and was pleased to realize that she had slightly sharper senses than the evening before. The strange power that was acting on her now seemed distant, though still present. She didn't see anyone in the hallway, and she suddenly understood that she had to escape. That thing. Him. When he was near her, she couldn't be sure of anything she would do, think, or see. I have to get out, as far away as possible from this devil's house. She ran to the stairs and suddenly stopped. Down at the bottom of the stairs lay a body. Face to the ground, without a shirt, only in grey pants. She realized it must be Daniel. Her heart froze. Is he dead? She wasn't sure, but she noticed other details. Several rays of light shone through the boarded shutters, and only now could she take a good look at the house. A couple feet from Daniel lay an empty bottle. She wasn't sure what kind of alcohol it was, but it was definitely alcohol. Daniel hadn't fallen down the stairs, but he had been so drunk that he was so obviously not able to climb up them and had fallen asleep, or rather passed out on the ground. This was her chance. She looked at her feet. She was barefoot, but that seemed like an advantage to her now. She had to get out of the house and onto the street and find someone who would help her. Anyone. She thought of the body of Daniel's father. If he hadn't been lying, that is, and it really was his father. A chill ran down her back. She slowly started to walk down the stairs. She walked quietly. Not even a cat could have managed it better. She succeeded in not making a single stair creak. Ella was proud of herself. She quickly stepped around the limp body and headed straight for the front door. She grabbed the handle and could just about see the street. Her heart was pounding like crazy, and she might have turned the handle too hard. There was a dull thud, in combination with the metallic clink of the bolt. The door was locked. There was a groan behind her. She spun around sharply and looked at Daniel. He was certainly not dead, and her indecisive behaviour had roused him slightly. She quickly looked around for anything to strike him with. She had the advantage. He was still lying limply on the floor. Near her left foot, she saw a heavy metal boot scraper. She picked it up without thinking, made 3 quick steps, and raised it, ready to strike. It seems that we haven't understood each other. Ella heard the voice, but she knew it hadn't come from a mouth. It had come from somewhere inside her head. Suddenly, and without warning, she froze like a stone statue, still clutching her quickly improvised weapon. You cannot escape us. We have important activities awaiting us. For that, I need you as much as him. She watched with bulging eyes as Daniel struggled to his feet. At first, he wasn't able to stand, but he was noticeably better on his second attempt. He looked at her from a close distance. His face came all the way to hers, a centimetre more, and their noses would have touched. His eyes were red and bloodshot. His lips were grey, dry, and cracked. You'll never get a second chance. She could read nothing from his face, but her thoughts had already plunged back into a fog. She had already stopped being herself. Daniel started slowly limping up the stairs, but he turned toward her once again. It's strange how many different meanings can be hidden in words. It's very strange. A taxi stopped in front of the house at exactly 11 a.m., as Daniel had requested when ordering it. It didn't have to wait long, but the driver didn't mind delays, since the meter was running, and if the customer needed time, let them have all they want. Daniel and Ella got into the back seat and didn't speak a word the entire ride. Before setting off, the driver double-checked that their destination truly was the city cemetery. The drive was fast and without traffic. It was Sunday, just before lunch, and there were few cars on the road. The cemetery was located on the western edge of town, and they reached it in a comfortable 16 minutes. When later asked if there had been anything strange about the couple he had transported, the driver recalled that the guy's face had been pale and tired, and the girl's eyes teary. He hadn't paid any attention to it that day, though. He had learned to be silent and not ask questions to which he didn't want to know the answers. The new city cemetery was founded in the late 50s when construction engulfed the old historic city centre. Space for the deceased had run out, but there was surprisingly no end to the influx of the newly departed. In the decades following, beautiful tall trees were already growing, and the peace so desired prevailed. In the end, for many inhabitants, it served not only as a resting place for their relatives, but also as a recreational area. One could encounter couples in love, mothers with strollers, and even training runners. As the cemetery covered an area of several acres, this didn't present much of a disturbance, although there had been many passionate discussions about it at the city council. He didn't want me to come here, but I feel I have to. Daniel was wearing jeans, a generic blue sports jacket, and a cap. He carried a backpack, which to Ella seemed empty. There was nearly no one at the cemetery that day. Ella and Daniel walked past 2 seniors who, equipped with buckets, had evidently come to spruce up the final resting place of their loved ones. They made several turns before coming to the part of the cemetery where there were still many available grave sites. On one especially long empty stretch, there was a board with a reservation offer and a telephone number. Ella looked over a few gravestones and realized that everyone buried there had died relatively recently. This also corresponded to the graves themselves. They were all well kept and decorated with flowers. Daniel paused. Life is terribly unfair. I must have realized it early on, and I'm glad that I already know it. He knelt before one grave and put his hand on the gravestone. He set his backpack on the ground. Ella read the name on the stone. Marie Newer. Is that your mother? She asked quietly. Yes, she was my mother, and she was fantastic. It was the first time Ella heard no hint of sarcasm in his voice. But she was born at a bad time. She was an old-school German, proud of her country and her family. I'm glad she didn't see what happened to us. Daniel opened his backpack and pulled out a hammer and chisel. He positioned them against the date of his mother's death and struck. Why are you doing that? Ella shouted in confusion, but he continued. After today, it will no longer be important. His words were accompanied by blows from the hammer and pieces of marble breaking off. I thought that once she's passed away, it would be the end, but that's not the case. She's out there waiting somewhere, and I will find her, with your help. With those words, he looked Ella in the eyes, and she felt boundless horror again. There was infinite madness in them. The prom was usually held in the grand ballroom of the town hall. Their town was not very large, and the ballroom was usually of perfect size. This Sunday, however, the graduating class was exceptionally large, and a stress test was in store for the premises. Dan honourably arrived at 5 o'clock. His second-hand suit looked decent, despite not exactly following current fashion trends. The bright yellow tie didn't really suit him, but also gave an impression of courage, which Dan hadn't intended, but it surprisingly worked. Crowds began pouring in at 7 o'clock. Within a half hour, there was almost no space to move. All the tables were occupied, but the town hall bravely held up. The grand ballroom was packed to bursting. The round tables were besieged by relatives from near and far. The less fortunate had to stand or go out onto the large balconies. The implementation team had outdone itself this year. Everything was harmonized in white pink, and a prepared bottle of wine stood on every table. This was skillfully utilized by the service staff, composed exclusively of third-year students. In the later hours, they collected the bottles and poured them into a mix that would unsettle even an experienced drinker within a short time. This wine concoction subsequently sold at €1 for half a glass. The most capable staff were able to earn very attractive sums. The program always started with a common entrance that culminated in the awarding of sashes. They ran through the whole process rather quickly, as the still air in the ballroom was exhausted and no one wanted to stay longer than necessary. When everyone had been decorated, the time came for the student speeches. A mixture of jokes found on the internet, vague references to inappropriate relations between teachers, and some students in combination with touching emotions concerning how everyone had become adults fulfilled all the requirements for deafening applause. At that moment, Daniel stepped in. He walked fearlessly to the speakers and motioned for them to go. They first looked at each other in confusion, but then made space for him and receded into the background. Absolute silence filled the ballroom. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I am incredibly happy that we could all meet here in such a large number today. I want to thank the speakers for their wonderful words that so excellently summarize the years we have spent together. Daniel, please return to your place. Your speech wasn't part of the plan. Mrs. Sankt paled in anger. Her voice trembled at the shock of someone daring to disturb the perfect functioning of her evening. Thank you for the warning, Marie. I take it into consideration, but now please take a seat and listen to what I have to say. It won't be long. Although it seemed impossible, the woman became even paler and was lost for words. She sat back down at a table. The whole world is plummeting to its demise. None of you can see it, and I don't blame you at all. Few prophets have arisen in human history. This is not to say that I myself am a prophet. I only see much more than you see. The hall was still immersed in silence. Hundreds of pairs of eyes gazed at this boy in holy terror. They understood that something bad was happening. A couple of them heard the noise from the hallway, but paid no attention to it. They couldn't take their eyes off the young man. We have all been too conceited, including me. I'm not afraid to admit it. I have also been the bad guy. The universe has placed water and fire in front of us. It was only up to us what to choose. Absolute darkness began expanding behind the boy. At first it was inconspicuous, as if hidden in his shadow. But now it swallowed almost the entire space of the podium. A shot was heard from the hallway. And today I bring you relief. I have chosen for all of you. I also chose myself. Today will be a night full of fire. Immediately after he had uttered those words, the entire room was immersed in the dazzling light of flames. They did not spread from one place. It only took a moment for them to engulf the entire hall. The people stood helplessly watching as the flames devoured first their clothes, then their skin, their hair. Then the first scream was heard. In inhuman agony, they awoke from their intoxication. More screams immediately followed the first. Some were still able to stand and lunge for the doors, which should have signified salvation. Salvation did not visit this graduation ceremony, however. Apparently, no ticket had been issued for it. Are you proud of me? Daniel asked. Pride is merely a human feeling. What I feel is much more profound, the darkness answered. The last clusters of people were still standing in front of the town hall. The ceremony had already started, and only the final latecomers were hurrying into the building. Ella was among them. She was wearing a simple black dress, complemented with a petite sports bag. Your ticket, please, a security guard requested as he measured her up sternly. Here it is. She handed him a small, white-pink slip of paper. And what is the bag for? The burly man asked with raised eyebrows. The accompanying program, Ella answered immediately. I understand, of course. Go on in. She didn't need to check anything into the cloakroom. The main ballroom could be accessed from a spacious hallway, which was itself a hall. Visitors could use any of the 3 wide double doors which were kept closed during the program to keep out any light or noise. Of course, they could be opened with a mere push. Ella walked right up to the doors and set her bag on the floor. If the security guard had weighed it in his hand, he would immediately have suspected that something was awry. It was quite heavy for its size. Ella first pulled from it a steel chain that she wound around the door handles. Although it didn't seem so at first glance, it was extremely strong. Blocking the entrance and exit doors took only a few seconds. She was equipped with 3 locks, the first of which she had already used. She moved to the second door. "Excuse me, miss, but what are you doing?" Another security guard had noticed her activity. He was barely 20 years old, very tall, and now extremely nervous. "I'm pretty sure you shouldn't and even aren't allowed to be doing that." She imagined how this guy would solve a real conflict. He seemed more the soothing type rather than someone to intervene hard and swift. "Can you let us inside, please?" A small group approached, wanting to enter the hall. "Absolutely, of course." Ella stepped back and let them walk through. "Nothing wrong. This is part of the program. Can you please just go around to the rest of the visitors and tell them it's their last chance to go inside?" "Sure, no problem." The young man reacted in a flash and ran over to several people who were still standing in the hallway. At his urging, everyone moved into the hall. "That should be the last of them," he informed Ella. "Thank you very much." She smiled at him broadly. She was sure he liked her. She sensed it in his face, and from the speed with which he had reacted to her request. He liked her a lot, and he had a good reason to. She looked divine in the simple black dress she didn't recall ever having bought. She thought she probably looked more attractive today than she ever had during her short life. But that was a thought deep in her unconscious, far below everything that was now happening. "Could you be so kind and secure the last doors?" She handed him a chain with a lock, and he carried out this final assignment. He closed the lock with a satisfied expression on his face. Now all the entrances to the main hall were sealed. "What kind of damn circus is this?" exclaimed an older man in a suit. "Nothing, boss, just part of the program." "That's bullshit. These are emergency exits and must remain unlocked. These students have come up with some crazy shit again. Unlock this immediately." "Unfortunately, that's not possible anymore," Ella calmly informed him. "I don't have the keys to these locks." She shrugged her shoulders, indicating that this was indeed the case. The head of security apparently wanted to verify her claim and started yanking at one of the doors, and he inspected the chain and lock. "This is where all the fun stops, young lady. Give me your bag." He pointed at her feet, thinking that Ella was simply lying and that she had the keys in her bag. Even if he inspected the bag, he wouldn't have found the keys in it. Daniel hadn't put them there. But fate, whether it was fate, which Ella very strongly doubted, did not want anyone else to look in the bag. "No problem, I'll just take something out." She reached into the bag and then threw it at the men's feet. The younger of them instinctively shifted towards his superior, where he expected the stronger side of the dispute to be. Ella was already holding a Walther P22Q in her hand. It was a light and very elegant weapon. Its weight was ideal for women, although its original owner had only bought it for recreation and training shooting. Until recently, it had been registered to Kurt Newer, who surely was not expecting his son to put a hole in the back of his head with it one night. It happened when Kurt had fallen asleep after being drugged, so he couldn't and would never consider the situation. "Gentlemen, we won't be here long, so don't do anything rash." Neither of the men considered doing anything rash. The turn the situation had taken stunned them at first. Then they proceeded, according to the guidebook, "Someone has just pointed a gun at me." Specifically, the chapter, "How to Save Your Dear Life." They raised their hands and remained stubbornly silent. Another security guard had been watching the situation from an opposite corner of the room. It was immediately clear to him that drunken brawls would be the least of his problems that night. He was standing right by an exit and chose to disappear through it. I would like to point out that I am enjoying this unfortunate situation least of all." Her mouth conjured up such a beautiful smile that it seemed almost inappropriate given the situation. Ella herself was somehow observing her every action from a great distance. She had not been herself for a long time, but she simultaneously felt that it really was her hand holding the gun. She knew there was no sense in resisting. She had found this out the evening before when she heard his voice and felt his hot breath on her face. He had plunged her eye somewhere deep, far into another world, perhaps even further than he himself realized or wanted. "Do you hear? He's already started." The men looked at each other in confusion. "That's the signal for us to say goodbye." The lanky security guard covered his face with his hands and started to cry. The older one realized that they were located directly in the town hall building. Police officers circulated the premises at all times, day and night. He assumed that someone had already alerted them. The first patrol was either downstairs, wondering what to do, or fearlessly rushing up the stairs. He preferred the first option because he did not want to be caught in the middle of a shootout. "Don't worry, it won't come to that." Ella looked him right in the eyes. "Please tell them that it wasn't me." She set the gun to her temple and squeezed the trigger without hesitation. The man wanted to scream, stretched his hands towards her, but no one could change the script that Daniel had written, directed, and cast perfectly. The man was fast, however, much faster than he should have been. He caught her body before it fell to the ground. He would think about this moment for a long time afterwards. He had the feeling that time had stopped. After all, he was standing far from her, and he was not at all young anymore. Why had he lunged for her? Why had he looked into her face and been swallowed by sadness? Why had he gone to her parents a month later and told them that it hadn't been her? He didn't think that he had lost his mind that night, but he was very sure that madness was just around the corner. The police arrived less than a minute after the shot was fired. They might have been even faster, but the sound of the gun had stopped them in the middle of their run and forced them to consider if they should call for backup. "What in God's name is going on here?" They ran to the body the man was cradling in his arms. "Call the fire department immediately." He didn't even look at the newcomers. He held her tightly, but she was in another place. "Why the fire department?" One of the police officers asked in confusion, but he didn't need to hear the answer. Thick, black smoke had begun billowing out from under the door. A few seconds later, the first scream was heard, and hell had commenced. 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 Commenced.
Chapter 4. 5 slowly walked around the car counting. He knew they had enough water and food to last them for several days, maybe even weeks if they could be frugal. Even if he had to feed one more mouth, they would last quite a while, but it all depended on the car, which had a full trunk and the back seats almost completely filled with stuff. Without a car, their chances of survival were dramatically reduced. He had examined the engine at length, tried to start the car, and even succeeded a few times. Now, however, it seemed that the automobile had finally driven its last. It was making noises that would cause a mechanic's hair to stand on end. It wasn't possible to shift gears without having to listen to those gears crashing into each other. Their collaborative concert suggested that they were deciding whether or not to venture out of the engine and tear the onlookers in half. "We'll have to walk," Five announced, slamming the door sharply. He looked at Daniel, who chose to lower his eyes. "Please be calm." Jenny was standing by her father in an instant, holding his hand. "Everything is going to be fine. I know it. Daniel is here to help us." Hearing his name, Daniel automatically began nodding his head in mute agreement. "We have 3 backpacks. We'll fill them as much as we can." "Is there anything I can do to help?" Daniel asked. "You sit down," Five snapped at him. "I'll give you everything you need myself." Within 15 minutes they had filled their packs with the most necessary equipment, modest clothing, and food. It wasn't difficult, as nearly everything was already packed and ready. They only adjusted the contents of the backpack that Daniel was to carry. They had originally counted on 2 people, not 3. They attached sleeping bags to the 2 large hiking packs and a compact travel blanket to Jenny's small pack. They poured water into every sealable container they had. Eventually, they managed to put together a decent supply of water, which, despite its weight, they knew they would soon need. The sun reminded them of it every second. "Got your umbrella, Jenny?" The man turned to his daughter. "It's ready, Daddy." The girl unfurled a small pink umbrella big enough to hide her from the sun's rays. "Might there be one for me?" Daniel mustered the courage to ask. "No, we don't have an umbrella for you or for me." The man then measured the boy with a searching gaze. "I don't think these shoes are the most comfortable." "That's for sure. They're about 2 sizes too big for me." Five grumbled something and began to search the car. He soon found what he was looking for. He tossed Daniel a pair of sandals and a pair of scissors. "I'm sure you'll like these sandals. They're your size." "How do you know?" Daniel responded automatically. "You've tried them on several times." "Oh, I see," he said, nodding. "And what am I supposed to do with the scissors?" "Do you want to walk in long pants the whole way?" "No. In that case, I suggest you shorten your pants, but it's up to you. I don't need to look fashionable in this wasteland." Daniel made no further reply, and within moments he had fashioned a less elegant but more practical pair of shorts out of his newish pants. "Any idea how far we might go?" Daniel didn't expect a clear answer, but he got no answer at all. The man acted as if he hadn't heard him, and Jenny watched the road as if in a trance, as it stretched like a straight line across the landscape. "Like an hour or days?" He tried again to get their attention. "If it doesn't show up within a day, I don't think it ever will," the man replied. "You should start walking, Dan. You'll be in front." So they strode off together, leaving the Oldsmobile behind them. An Oldsmobile full of food, water, equipment, and a lot of memories. They walked for many hours in complete silence. Daniel wondered if he had ever seen a more obedient and silent child. Not once did she complain that her feet hurt or that she was too hot, and it was scorching. He had experienced some years when it hadn't rained for weeks, and the towns could heat up enough to fry an egg. But that was nothing compared to this landscape. The sun simply stood still, bombarding the withered grass with a continuous dose of rays. "Something's up ahead," Jenny suddenly spoke up. The 3 of them stopped and peered into the distance. All that Five and Daniel could see on the horizon was the fluttering of hot air. The road ran on, cutting through the landscape in a perfectly straight line. There was no sign that anything would interrupt its monotony. "Well, I don't see anything," Daniel stated.
Jenny's got better eyes than you and me, Five replied, trying to shade his vision with his hand.
I've always had good eyes, said Daniel, refusing to be brushed off, but no one responded to his objections, so they walked on. After less than a mile, it became apparent that Jenny did indeed have better eyes than the two of them. They must have been damn good. There was a billboard on the right side of the highway. From a distance, they couldn't make out what it said, but they soon got closer. They stopped less than 10 yards from it. "What the fuck is that?" said Daniel. "Does that mean anything to you?" asked Five eagerly, paying attention to Daniel for the first time in perhaps hours. Whether or not it had been hours could only be guessed. Time passed differently here. "Nothing. It tells me nothing at all. What the hell is a billboard doing here? Was it here before, as you say?" "This is the first time," Jenny replied, also staring at the ad. "Hopefully it's a good first time," she added quietly. Five and Jenny got into their stride again. Daniel studied the billboard for a moment longer. It was an ad for a security system. It read ELLA. State-of-the-art system to protect your home and family. The whole thing was accompanied by a photograph of a young girl casting a smile far into her surroundings. Next to her mouth was a speech bubble. "I see absolutely everything." "You can see, but that's about all you can do," Daniel thought. "You coming or not?" Five called to him. "I'm coming," he called, but he could only force his legs into a slow walk. He didn't have the strength to run anymore. They continued their silent march. Daniel was beginning to stumble and could no longer walk straight. It didn't help him a bit that the surrounding landscape was completely uniform. Withered bushes and tufts of grass stretched in all directions. Even the stones along the path looked as if someone had placed them there deliberately and according to a repeating pattern. If he closed his eyes now and turned in place a few times, he would have no way of knowing whether he was going forward or backward. That's how uniform the landscape was. He tried to keep up with Five and Jenny. She showed no signs of fatigue under her perusal, and Daniel could only conclude that she must have experienced incredible things at one time, if this situation didn't in any way trouble her. He could say the same for Five. Though even he was beginning to look like the long march was tiring him. To pass the time and occupy his brain with a more complex task than simply moving his left foot in front of his right, Daniel began to examine Five more closely. He figured he must be in his mid-50s. These niggers all looked the same from 30 on. He could easily be 60, and I wouldn't be surprised. Five had a lean, athletic build. Few would say he was tall, but you certainly couldn't say he was easy to miss. His posture was exemplary, proving that his strength had not yet left him. Daniel trudged through the desert in attire reminiscent of a costume from some strange masquerade ball. After his alterations, all that remained of the suit was a torso, covering what was needed but otherwise not fulfilling its intended purpose, and it never would again. Daniel was glad for that, because the heat was unbearable. By contrast, Five had a model outfit, light beige shorts, made of some strange material, and a vest with lots of pockets. Everything looked perfectly functional. With a shotgun slung over his shoulder and a respectable beard, he looked like a model from Field and Stream magazine. "Have you scrutinized me enough yet?" Five didn't even turn around and kept walking. It was clear he was talking directly to Daniel. "Well, I do need to get to know the members of this unique expedition better," Daniel replied under his breath, yet with a mocking air. Five immediately reacted to these words and turned around. "You should thank me for choosing not to speak to you. With every sentence, every word, you're closer to making me leave you lying in blood by the side of the road and go on without you."
The change in the man's eyes occurred in seconds. He wasn't dropping hints. He was actually imagining leaving Daniel's dead body far behind them. "So you're a murderer? I'm travelling with a cold-blooded killer. Is that right?" Daniel didn't budge an inch, which wasn't exactly the best tactic. Five landed a right hook with surprising speed. The impact of the blow surprised all three of them. Least pleasantly Daniel, who landed awkwardly, hitting the hot asphalt with his face. "Dad, that's enough!" Jenny grabbed him by the vest. "This isn't you. We have to keep moving, and he has to come with us." The man didn't respond to her words, just turned and started forward. "Can you go on?" The girl leaned toward Daniel. "I can." He slowly stood up. His whole head was shaking, and several pebbles had gotten into his mouth. He started spitting them out. That's when he realized they weren't rocks, but his own teeth. In his fall, several of them had been knocked out or broken off. His smile now resembled that of a hockey player who had chewed up a puck in flight. His head was pounding. "I'll walk with you a bit. You were starting to look tired before, and you probably didn't gather any more strength on the ground just now." They started forward again. Five walked ahead of them, and though he never once turned around, Daniel was sure he knew exactly how much distance separated them. He could feel the man's presence in the air. It might have been the shotgun, but Five had shown he could strike without it. "What's with the headphones?" Daniel asked a little later. "What do you mean?" "You're always wearing them. It must be uncomfortable, especially in this heat." They were robust headphones that seemed almost excessively large around her neck. They used to be a dark blue colour, which was now almost peeled off from frequent use. "I never thought about it, and I love music, so I have to have headphones." She smiled affectionately and stroked the piece of electronics as if it were a pet. "That makes sense," Daniel agreed. "Can you play something?" Music could only make their march more pleasant. Without hesitation, Jenny began to click the device that was wired to the headphones. "Is that some kind of player?" "Exactly. All the music ever is in here," she answered convincingly without looking up. "If you say so." Daniel didn't want to persuade her otherwise. The drums in his head still hadn't subsided, but his attention to them was being drowned out by his teeth that were slowly coming back to their senses. So he wasn't going to mess with the magic player and its endless supply of music, as long as it would play something. "This one might be good." She pressed the play button. "Did you pick something you love?" "Not really. I heard it a long time ago and remembered I liked it. The song's called Mañana." A fast guitar riff accompanied her words. In lyrics, Daniel recognized something about the beginning of a story. That's telling. He'd always hated Spanish, but when he had to choose between it and Turkish, the choice was clear. "I think we're going to beg here. This is what our future will be like. No mañana." He also heard bits of German in the lyrics, which took him aback. "I don't think so," Jenny replied. "And what makes you think that?" He didn't like her answers. She answered quickly, without hesitation. It was as if she was following a script she knew perfectly well and was repeating for the 1,000th time, or at least for the 28th time, as she'd recently corrected her father in an instant. "The fucking nigger who cost me my teeth." "I'm using all my senses, Dan, and one of them is hearing engines right now." Then she pointed to her father, who was standing in the middle of the road. "And my dad can hear them too." The sound of engines grew louder. They roared into silence of the desert and carried for miles. It wasn't long before they saw the first 18-wheeler. In front of it was another and another. As far as the eye could see, there was a long line of trucks. A jam. A traffic jam in the middle of an arid wasteland. Five turned to Daniel. "I know what you're about to see will startle you." He didn't have the slightest desire to talk to Daniel, but he knew he had to prepare him for the impending situation.
It would speed everything up, and he didn't want to be here a minute longer.
I suggest you don't talk too much. I know that's usually a tough job for you, but I'm saying this purely in your own interest.
He gave Jenny a look who nodded in agreement.
As you command, sir.
Daniel saluted and then added thoughtfully,
And madame.
Jenny laughed. Five wasn't smiling at all, but that didn't bother Daniel. He didn't think the man was capable of smiling anyway.
Let's go, you two. Rule number 1 is silence. Rule number 2, if I tell you to look only to the left, do it. Under no circumstances are you to look elsewhere.
He waved and they started off. It wasn't far to the first truck. It immediately struck Daniel that this machine illustrated the difference between Europe and the United States. Its size was overwhelming. He imagined the engineers who had designed it with no bureaucratic constraints in front of them. It was designed to be powerful, monumental and beautiful. It was certainly well over 16 meters long with the trailer. A small family could live in the driver's cab without even having to economize much. He has much more room in there than most families in Berlin with their tiny shoebox apartments. You said there was no one here. Daniel didn't have time to finish his sentence. Five stopped him with a quick gesture. They walked up to the driver's door. Five banged on it. The face of a bearded man appeared high above them.
Oh man, I'm sure glad to see people. Howdy.
He gave them a friendly smile.
Can I help you?
That's very kind of you. As you can see, we're on foot, and we could use some water. Could you spare 3 chilled bottles?
Of course, sure thing. I've got enough here.
He disappeared for a moment and then was back, handed them 33 2-ounce bottles.
Could you tell me, sir, what you're doing here in the middle of nowhere? I've been driving for almost an entire day, and I've no clue where. I admit I must have screwed up, must have taken a wrong turn somewhere near Fort Davis. But seeing you here, civilization can't be far away, can it? There's this jam after all.
Don't worry a bit. It's really only a little ways to the gas station. This traffic should be moving in no time. We're in a situation similar to yours. We misjudged the direction, and then it was just empty and deserted.
Well, that's good to hear, sir. I was getting pretty nervous. I stopped here about 5 minutes ago, but I haven't had time to go ask the other guys what's the deal with us standing here.
He glanced at the semi-trailer standing a short distance ahead.
Look at that. It looks just like me. Same truck.
And could I ask you one more thing, Derek? Five and the man stared at each other like two old friends.
No problem, sir.
He suddenly looked surprised.
I don't remember introducing myself to you at all.
But you look like it, Derek. I guessed it the first moment I saw you. Five could be very kind when he wanted to be, and that was true in this case as well.
You got it right, man. That's what everyone tells me. You've got that Derek burned into your face. It screams to the world that your name is Derek. Not Thomas, not John. You're simply Derek. So what else do you need? I don't want you standing out here on the road all day either. It's hot, and something could drive by any minute.
Derek, could I buy one of your ponchos and those 2 older blankets you have in the back? Just the lightweight ones that you could throw over your shoulders. Five started rummaging through one of his pockets. Dollars or credits? I always forget.
I've no idea what credits are, sir.
But by then the man had reached out his hand and was holding $300 in it.
Hey, that's a lot of money. Besides, you can't know if I have exactly what you need. I'm not a supermarket.
Please try looking, Derek. He took his time. He never had to rush Derek. He disappeared again, and for a while there was no sign of him.
Yeah, you were right. I got it right here. It's nothing new, though. I must have been hauling it around with me for years. You really want to spend $300 on this? He was holding the blankets and the poncho requested in a neat pile. "I'd be grateful if you'd accept my offer." "I'll be a fool not to accept." He handed him the goods, and the deal was done. "May I ask one more question? What good will these blankets do you? I mean, we're in the middle of a blazing inferno." "One should be prepared for anything. Thank you very much, Derek." Five offered him his hand, and Derek took it. They stared into each other's eyes for a moment. "Hey, man, have we met before?" "I don't think so. Have a good day, Derek." Another semi-trailer truck was right in front of them. Before they reached the driver's cab, Daniel had to voice a question. It was gnawing at his mind, struggling to get out. "Five, why didn't we go with him? We could have gotten in, gone around the line of trucks, and saved ourselves hours of walking." He didn't say it too loudly, and Five answered him under his breath. "You're right, I thought of that once too." We sat down next to him and made our way along that column of trucks towards the horizon. "You know, Derek's great. He's a great person until a crisis hits. And what he encountered here is a crisis so big you wouldn't even want to be in the same state with him, let alone share a few cubic meters. We almost didn't make it out alive." Daniel had no more questions. That lasted him the next 10 yards. "Try to look to the left and don't talk," Five commanded, and Daniel and Jenny did so. "Hey man, hey, stop!" He heard a voice, exactly the same as Derek's. But there's no way he would have gotten out and caught up with them. Daniel looked to his left and at the ground so as not to distract himself unnecessarily. The voice must have come from the driver's cab, so it couldn't have been Derek. "Can you tell me what on earth is going on here? I've been standing here for about 5 hours and it hasn't moved. How the fuck is that possible? A guy makes a wrong turn somewhere near Fort Davis and ends up in a traffic jam in the middle of nowhere? It's crazy. Am I on the outskirts of Los Angeles or something?" Daniel couldn't resist after the mention of Fort Davis. He looked at the driver. It was Derek, of course, much redder in the face, but it was still him. He was tapping his fingers nervously on the door and the steering wheel. Five noticed right away that Daniel wasn't obeying him, but he didn't seem particularly bothered. "I'm sorry, we have no idea what's going on. We need to move on now. Have a good day." Sure, take care." Derek waved, put on his sunglasses and sank back into his seat. "Throw that over yourself." He handed Daniel a blanket and Jenny a poncho. "But we'll bake to death," the young man countered. "Don't worry, you'll be glad to have something to keep you warm in a little while." Five grabbed his shoulder. "Don't look over there. It'll only make it worse if you look. I tried. Time passes faster when you don't look. Nothing's going to happen to us. No matter what you hear, there's no need to look up. Do you understand?" Daniel replied with a nod. So they started forward in complete silence, along the line of stationary 18-wheelers. Daniel was not surprised to hear Derek's voice again, nor was he surprised when he heard it a fifth time, and then again and again. They continued forward, and it was getting colder. The sun's rays were lengthening, and the sun was racing relentlessly towards the earth. And as night approached, with each step, the sounds from the scene changed as well. Derek was no longer talking or cursing, but shrieking. Everything was filled with an inhumane scream that sounded like a squealing pig being strangled with a telephone cord. Daniel didn't raise his eyes. He knew that Five hadn't given him this advice lightly. They walked on and on until there was complete silence. The last rays peeked out from the horizon and the sky turned red. He turned in the direction where the endless line of trucks had recently stood. He exhaled and could not take another breath for a long time. His knees buckled and he stopped dead in his tracks. The truck was still there, the remains of it, that is. The tires had crumbled on the road. Rust dominated every bit of metal. The door was falling off, holding on by only one hinge. The paint was gone, replaced by a strange green mix of stains. There was almost nothing left of the trailer. Everything looked like it had been sitting there motionless for 50 or 60 years. The desert usually preserves things, but that wasn't the case here. "Murderer!" For a moment he thought he had only heard the wind, but the word was repeated. "Murderer!" He looked more closely at the driver's seat, the remains of what had once been a seat, and then he saw it. The shriveled remains of a human body, just skin covering the bones, perfectly bronze in colour. Derek looked almost like a cast statue, a statue without eyes, staring at him only through empty eye sockets. He's dead, Daniel convinced himself. "This is how we all end up!" Daniel jumped back 3 feet as the mouth that should have long been left lifeless moved. Derek seemed to want to turn his head as well, but the only result was that his entire face began to crumble. "They're all gonna be dead, all who follow him on his journey." "Follow who? Who are you talking about?" Daniel asked. "You know who. The pilgrim who has forgotten the destination of his journey. A wanderer who walks alone and doesn't know it." "Five? You mean Five?" "Sure he does. He talks about me all the time." Daniel turned to see Five standing beside him, staring at the human torso. "I'm not interested in what he told you, but remember, he's been suffering here for all eternity, and the only thing that keeps coming back to him is me. I'm a moment of hope that turns into sheer despair." He looked at Derek again. "Of all the people we've met, he was the fairest. If I could end his suffering, I would, but I don't have the power." He said these last words with his eyes fixed on Daniel. "We've got to go. It's only a few more steps." And together they turned their backs on that burial ground. Five wasn't lying. In a few minutes the sun set, and a blue glow appeared in the distance. Out of the darkness of the night emerged a gas station, with a proud sign. Clark, 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 Clark. Chapter 5. Five became aware of his fatigue as soon as they neared the much-anticipated destination. His whole body was trembling, and he decided to give in to it. He lay down on the ground and looked up at the stars. Both Daniel and Jenny thought it was a good idea and did the same. Wrapped in blankets, they enjoyed a brief feeling of relief. The asphalt was still warm, but the air had turned sharply cold. "I don't think I've ever seen more stars. It's like something out of a play or a movie." Daniel had lived in the city all his life. He'd made several trips to places where civilization hadn't yet bitten all the beauty out of the night sky. But this was something unbelievable. There were bands of stars stretching across the vault of the sky. Every once in a while, you could see a meteor falling or a satellite flying. They saw no planes. "Dad, do you think it's bad over there far away too?" Jenny pointed high above her and stuck her finger deep into the centre of space. "That's a very good question. I used to think we had destroyed everything, that every corner of reality had cracked. Maybe there's someone out there right now looking up at the sky and wondering how this could have happened. Who's to blame?" "And who is to blame?" Daniel interrupted. "I don't know yet, but I do believe there's a chance that we fouled things up only here, and far away everyone is living their quiet lives. They suspect nothing, and that's the way it'll remain." Five heard footsteps approaching them rapidly. He didn't have to get up. He knew who it was, and he suspected what they might say. He had heard it many times before, and he was looking forward to a change. Today, For the first time, they weren't arriving by car, but on foot. This was new. They had also brought Daniel here for the first time. That's new too. If only it wasn't a mistake. That was something he couldn't be sure about. I've seen a hell of a lot of weird stuff here, but you lot aspire to the prize of the month. All three of them lifted their heads to see a man in a blue shirt standing with his feet wide apart and his hands on his hips. He had a hand-scrawled name on his white name tag. Albert. I heard a crash and suddenly I was here, out of nowhere. I'm standing in the road and I see this building. I go in and there's nobody here. No attendants. Just nothing. Okay, I say, someone's got to drive up here any minute. So then I'll get in their car and get a ride home. But no one ever came. The only thing that might caught my attention was this shirt and the name tag on the counter by the register. Yeah, all right, good joke. But then I got to thinking that it really was there waiting for me. What if I'm the attendant? Maybe I'm crazy, but I couldn't think of any other possibility. So I took it, wrote my name on the tag and waited. I waited long enough for you to finally come. A German boy, a dark gentleman, and a little blue-eyed girl. I'm crazy, right? There was no stopping Albert. He spouted sentences at them with incredible cadence, almost as if he was afraid the three would disappear and he'd be left alone. Again. We really are here, Albert. You can be completely at ease. Five replied, taking a soda from the shelf. It was perfectly chilled, and with each sip he enjoyed the rush of energy the sugar infused into his veins. Daniel and Jenny had already managed to shower. The gas station had relatively large facilities. Showers for exhausted travellers, a small room for staff, a storage room. The perfect place to spend the night and restock. They knew exactly what to do and where everything was. They'd done it so many times, over and over and over again. This night, is it here permanently? Daniel asked. He could barely stand or keep his eyes open. He'd never been so tired in his life. What do you mean? The sun is estimated to rise in 5 to 6 hours. Daniel looked at Five questioningly, probably assuming that he hadn't been understood properly. Five merely waved his hand. Even he felt that he would soon fall asleep standing, so he prepared 3 places for them to lie down. Daniel had been given a place by the radiator, but not out of fear for his comfort. Come here, please. Daniel reluctantly obeyed. This is necessary. I will not discuss it. Five was holding silver handcuffs. Are you serious? How am I supposed to sleep with one hand tied to the fucking heater? His arms were folded defiantly across his chest. I guarantee you'll fall asleep in no time. Need I remind you how much I love having long discussions with you full of arguments? In the next few minutes, Daniel was on the floor, his left arm very tightly attached to the heating. The handcuffs didn't have a long chain, but he still managed to twist himself in a way that he would likely fall asleep. If I need to go to the bathroom in the night, how do I do that? This query seemed to catch Five off guard, because he was clearly stumped. He disappeared for a moment, only to return holding 3 cookies. That's for hunger. And if you need to, just take one of them and throw it at me, and don't shout. I want Jenny to get some sleep. Daniel was afraid he wouldn't be able to fall asleep, but the long march had taken its toll. Ignoring the pain that still pulsed from his broken teeth, he fell asleep maybe before he could close his eyes. He was used to lying on his side, however, and automatically sought that position in his sleep. After a few hours, he had jerked so much that pain in his left wrist woke him up. Fuck! He could have just chained me by the neck! Awakened, he opened his sticky eyes. The grains of sand still stung in them. It was dark in the room, but he could see quite well. His head told him he should keep sleeping and leave everything for tomorrow. He was just about to obey it, but then he saw something strange. Jenny was bending over Five. No, she was sitting by his head. For a moment he thought She was stroking him. Strange that she's not sleeping. He wondered why it should concern him. It wasn't his problem. Then he looked more closely. He focused. Jenny's hand wasn't moving at all, just resting on her father's temple. Daniel could have sworn he saw an almost imperceptible blue light under her palm. He didn't make a sound or move, just stared silently. Jenny turned her head toward him without warning. He couldn't see the expression on her face, but he didn't need to. He closed his eyelids sharply. The light, the blue light, was also in her eyes. He shuddered. Suddenly he was back home at a time when he was 5, maybe 6. He was standing behind his bedroom door, listening to another of their many arguments. He didn't know what his parents were arguing about. He didn't understand them. But he could sense the emotions that permeated the entire house. He heard the stamping of feet on the stairs. He knew the drill perfectly. He was back in bed in a second. No one could tell he wasn't asleep. No one. Curled up by his radiator, his heart was still pounding like a jackhammer. He thought for sure he wouldn't fall asleep. He concentrated on not moving a muscle. He was almost certain she'd seen him, but he didn't want to risk it. He didn't want to open his eyes again to confirm that Jenny wasn't there anymore. He was standing on the deck. The frigate was tossing about in the midst of a storm, and sailors were roaring orders to each other. Did he hear his name being called? Who was it? Where was it coming from? "What are you doing here? You'll have no business here. You'll be thrown into the sea." One of the sailors bounded over to him and grabbed him by the shoulders. "I'm looking for someone," he said, scanning the chaos around him. "You can't be here. You must go down to the others." 5 looked down at his hands and feet. He had heavy shackles on them. Blood was trickling down his skin and being washed away by the seawater. He wanted to say something to the sailor, but he didn't manage in time. Another big wave came, and the man was swallowed by the sea. "I was once Juliet." The voice came to him from a great distance. "Who said that?" He shouted over the entire deck, which fell silent at his words. All faces turned to him. He knew that the slaves below deck were watching him too. The sea calmed and silence fell, and then he saw her, a girl with some man standing by her side. She's not a girl anymore. It was a young woman, around 20. Sad, very sad. The older man was holding her by the shoulders. 5 had never seen him before, but he looked familiar. He didn't say anything and just smiled. It was a smile you don't return, but it stays deep in your memory. 5 was thinking. He didn't know what to focus on. Detail was important, but what detail? He was missing something, and it was essential. Another wave crashed into the ship, and this time it pulled him down too. The heavy shackles pulled him to the bottom, and he was swallowing salt water. He felt he must be at the bottom of the deepest sea. And suddenly he fell through. He fell straight into a chair in a small hostelry room. He was dry and wearing a white cloak. He was sitting at a table, and there was another chair opposite him. He wasn't sure if he had ever seen the man who was sitting in it. He had to concentrate and realized that the man was shouting at him. Why is he angry? 5 wanted to calm him down, but he couldn't find any words. He looked down at his palms. He clenched his hands into fists and relaxed them again. First, a piece of skin fell off, then the flesh, until the bones were exposed. His whole body began to crumble, and the other man kept screaming. Gradually, all that was left of 5 was a skeleton. Then he woke up. A dream! An important dream! It's gone! They didn't sleep very long, but it was the most pleasant night for 5 and Jenny in a long time. 5 removed Daniel's handcuffs, looking almost guilty as he did so. Was it possible to get at least some sleep?
It was, but if I slept like that every night, my back would pay for it. Daniel slept quite soundly considering the circumstances of the night. He looked at Jenny and waited to see if she would react in any way. She merely smiled at him and disappeared from the room. A moment later, the smell of scrambled eggs wafted through the gas station. In the cooler, they had found a miracle of modern times. Eggs in a box. Five had managed to conjure up a large breakfast spread on the gas stove. Albert joined them, digging into it all with such vigour that they had to wonder how he'd eaten before they arrived. They decided not to ask. "Have you seen the prices?" A piece of egg fell out of Albert's mouth and onto the floor. The others pretended not to notice, but Jenny definitely saw it. "What prices?" Daniel couldn't resist. He was starving, but just running his tongue over his broken teeth made the craving for food pass instantly. "Gasoline, obviously, right? They want $4.20 a gallon here. I don't understand it at all. I looked at it and wondered if someone had missed a decimal point, but I guess not. Crazy." No one joined in the fuel discussion, so they continued their breakfast in silence. "Should we keep going?" Jenny spoke into the silence. Daniel had the same question on the tip of his tongue, but he didn't dare voice it. "I don't think so. We can't go on foot. The heat would kill us. I think I'd wait," Five replied, but he didn't sound very convincing. "I hope you don't wait too long, because it's all going to come crashing down here soon." Albert was helping himself to the last of the eggs. "Why should it crash?" Albert didn't respond. "Albert, why did you say that?" Five asked again impatiently this time. "What did I say?" "That it would all come crashing down here. That's what you said." Jenny helped him. "Oh, that. This whole place is making weird noises. There was such a weird cracking sound yesterday morning. I hear it all day, and I heard it last night." "I didn't hear anything. Did you hear anything?" Daniel was sure Albert was crazy, or at least very confused. Five clearly didn't think so, though. He was already on his feet and on full combat alert. "You said it started yesterday morning." "Yeah, around this time. Why?" Five wasn't answering anymore. He grabbed Jenny and called to Daniel. "Pack your things and get as much water as you can." The next 10 minutes passed in great confusion. They packed their bags and restocked without thinking. It was obvious that Five had a clear plan. He knew where things were and if they would need them. Daniel, on the other hand, knew nothing at all. "Let's go. I don't want to be in that building anymore," Five announced, and the others followed him out. Outside, they stood within sight of the gas station, about 50 feet away in the adjacent parking lot. "Now, what do we do? What's going to happen?" Daniel wanted a clearer picture. "We wait." Five sat down on the ground. Jenny did the same. Daniel stared at them incredulously for a moment, but then decided that standing was pointless. He sat down too. Albert, who had nothing else to do anyway, joined the trio. Had the wind blown a piece of paper towards them during their wait, it would have been an exciting spectacle compared to their reality. Nothing happened at all. That materialized nothing hung high in the air for at least 2 hours. The heat of the sun was strong again, and the asphalt was getting uncomfortably hot. "Can't we at least go a little closer, in the shade?" Daniel asked. "Absolutely not," Five replied resolutely. "Why?" "It's not safe. That's all you need to know." "So, if I go into the shade over there, you'll shoot me?" The man was starting to piss Daniel off. The only difference between them was the gun. When the shotgun commands you to sit in the sun, you sit in the sun.
He decided to stop playing that game. And I'm going to do it right now. He stood up, and Five stood right along with him. He turned and took 2 steps towards the shade, but Albert was faster. "What time is it?" he yelled, and everyone looked at him. "Will someone tell me what time it is?" Five didn't have a watch because he didn't see the point.
"According to the digital clock in there, it should be about 7:19, but—"
Before Jenny could finish, Albert was already halfway back to the gas station. "I have to make a phone call. I'm sorry, I have to make an urgent phone call." They heard him shout and just stared in disbelief. Five hadn't even had time to react and just gazed silently in his direction. At least 2 minutes passed before anyone spoke. "If that nut job went in, I'm going in too," Daniel declared. He glanced at Five, but he just pointed a finger in the direction of the gas station. Albert was coming back towards them. "Now everything is really finished here," he said, joining back up with their group. Just then, the world vibrated. Reaction speed is often the only factor that distinguishes prey from predator. Five had the reflexes of a hunter. They all sensed that something was happening around them, but only Five lost no time and instantly sprang over to Jenny and grasped her shoulder tightly. "It's coming soon. It could be right now. Understand?" He looked the girl straight in the eye.
"Daddy, I'm scared."
She was trembling. "It's good to be scared. It means you're alive, and you can go on. We already know this. We can do this together. Just hang on to me. Hold on to me tight." His right hand instinctively moved to straighten the strap holding the shotgun to his shoulder, but it wasn't there. "You should move more carefully with your stuff," Daniel said, holding the shotgun. He was aiming directly at Five. In his attempt to get his daughter quickly, Five's movement had unfortunately caused the shotgun to slip, and it had ended up on the ground. Its new owner had only had to bend down and pick it up. "You said you've met me many times. Have we been in this situation before?" His smile revealed broken teeth. Five didn't answer. He remained silent, with a completely unreadable expression on his face. He looked back at Jenny, wanting to reach out to her again. "No way!" Daniel shouted, bracing the gun against his shoulder. "You'll stand nicely next to Albert and Jenny will come closer to me. So Jenny, just stand off to the side here." He realized how terrified he had been of the previous night's scene, and he was more than weary of the girl. He certainly didn't want her too close to him. "Daniel, I have to stand by her. This merry-go-round is about to come crashing down. Every meter—" "Shut up, nigger! Shut the fuck up!" Daniel yelled at him. "I gotta think. What you need to do is prove Jenny wasn't wrong. That you were a good omen. We're here, so maybe she was right." He didn't sound convincing, and it was questionable whether he even wanted to. His doubts about Daniel had been more than obvious the whole way. "I swear to God, if you say one more thing about omens, I'll blow your head off."
"Daniel, please."
Jenny joined in tearfully. "For God's sake, why can't anyone here shut up?" Daniel's right leg looked like it had just run a marathon. It was shaking without its owner noticing, and then it suddenly stopped. He looked at Five, and then at Jenny. Her eyes flickered between them with incredible frequency. He didn't notice Albert at all. The man was far away in another place. Alive or dead, it didn't matter. He certainly wasn't here, and he had no value to him.
"Dad, where's Albert?"
Five turned in the direction where the tanned, bearded man had been standing within arm's reach only moments before. Now he could only see his own shadow, and Albert was gone for good. "It's just the 3 of us left," Daniel assessed the situation. "I should apologize to you both in advance. If there was another ticket for the ferry, I would have used it, but the captain only accepts the highest price." He pointed the barrel at the girl. "Daniel, I know what you've lost," Five shouted. "I know what you've lost, and it's not worth it. You can trust me on that."
You don't know anything, you faggot. You've been wandering the desert for years with no destination. You have nothing. There are no rules, so how could you even allow yourself to play judge or leader? I mean, you're clearly pretending to be a father too. You're nothing, and when he comes back, when we're together again, I'll be somebody. And you have the privilege of helping me do that. It'll be payback for all of us you've dumped by the wayside.
Jenny, are you listening carefully?
Five didn't take his eyes off Daniel. The terrified girl stood an estimated 15 feet away from him. Yes, Daddy, she replied obediently, though she couldn't catch her breath.
When it happens, look for the highest place. Go to the highest place you can see and hide there. I'll meet you there.
His eyes were still fixed on Daniel. You still don't understand that this is where it ends. There's only one way out of here, Five. His eyes were blazing. Daniel, he addressed him gently, there are a million roads leading from this place, and I know it best of all. There was a deafening crash. It came from a great height, from the depths of the earth at the same time. It filled the entire area. If the three of them had still been standing outside the gas station, they would have seen a dark object hovering over it, casting its shadow over everything. If the object had crossed the boundary between realities a few seconds earlier, it might have registered the shotgun blast that unerringly sent pellets in Five's direction. Five's direction. Five's direction. Five's direction. Part 2. Beyond the Bounds of Insanity.
Only I saw both sides of the river, the truth that should have remained hidden. The infinite enlightened me with knowledge. What a beautiful and terrifying gift it is.
Sharon, the self-proclaimed. Chapter 1. Rose had always thought East Sussex was the most backward part of the United Kingdom. Many would probably have disagreed, but this young woman always stood firmly by her views. On clear days, traditionally few and far between, she looked towards the shore of Europe, which seemed to her to be extremely distant. It took less than an hour by tunnel or ferry, yet she had never set foot on the old continent. She lived her typical British life in this so traditionally British place. In its heyday, 800,000 people lived in the whole county. That number had always seemed an incredible exaggeration. Wherever she went, she was almost always alone. The small villages, like out of a travel guide, were always perfectly empty, and likewise the ruins of the old castles were merely filled with the ghosts of the past. But there were exceptions here and there. There were places that were always crowded, no matter the time of year or the fickle weather. One such centre of social life was undoubtedly Beachy Head. A monumental chalk formation towering 200 metres high, it had fascinated mankind from time immemorial. It had been battered by the ocean for millions of years, so it may not have noticed the human race yet, and now it didn't have much time left for that discovery. Are we really going to drag ourselves all the way up there? Mia pointed to the top of the rocky headland. There was no path leading there. An entire strip of green grass served as a highway used by thousands of visitors. Exactly, Rose replied, taking her friend's hand and helping her take the first few steps. I can't believe you've never been here. I mean, it's an absolutely amazing place.
We live on an island. Wherever you go, you'll eventually find a rock that ends in the sea. And this is just a really big rock, Mia replied, breathlessly. She should have worn better shoes, but there was nothing she could do about it now. She pulled her cell phone out of her pocket. She couldn't get out of bed without it. Since we're having a climbing day, let's play something to go with it. She turned the volume up to maximum to drown out the unrelenting wind and the waves crashing against the rocks. Dreamer's disease? Are you serious? I'm not sure I'm in the mood for retro, and I'm really not sure I'm in the mood for Michael. Rose gave me a look of disgust, but didn't let go of her hand. She decided she was going to pull her up whether she liked it or not. Can't you use his normal name? When you say Michael, you take all the magic out of it. I'm only respecting his wishes. Besides, he's not here anymore. Anyway, so what's the point? Mia didn't answer and just breathed heavily. She'd spent the last 20 years as a model city slicker. She stayed well away from stairs, and if there was a place without an elevator, they couldn't count on her company. So today's hike was a major test for her body. You said there was always crowds here, didn't you? I said that, and it's true. But there's no one here at all, except that guy over there. Mia pointed toward the spot where the cliff reached its peak. At least they thought it was the peak, because the path to Beachy Head had the unpleasant feature of looking like it was ending in several sections, but then beginning to undulate further towards the top. They both looked at the man. He was still a long way off, but they could already make out that he was a white man in a long cloak. Rose could have sworn the man raised his hand in greeting and then fell over the edge. He didn't slip or jump. He simply let his body fly in free fall to the ground. Rose remembered always coming home from university on Tuesday nights after a long day and collapsing helplessly into bed where Thomas was by then fast asleep. What they now saw reminded her of that. It was as if the man had lain down in the covers, except that the mattress was hundreds of feet below him. Before Rose could react, Mia was far ahead of her. She was covering yards like a sprinter running the race of her life. Rose had always told herself she was in perfect shape compared to Mia, which was one of the selfish reasons she felt so comfortable in her company, but now she could barely keep up. For God's sake, Mia, have you lost your mind? Now it was Rose who was aching to catch her breath. Mia didn't answer. She lay on her stomach and edged toward the boundary that separated solid ground from open space. The wind was blowing hard, so it was not safe to approach the edge within more than 6 feet, but she wanted to have a view below. Then, for a long time, she watched the spot where the man had disappeared a moment ago. Using her elbows, she pushed back again and rolled onto her back. I thought so right away. We just saw a second chance, she smiled. We don't know that. I mean, there's water down there. You may not be able to see the body at all, Rose said so quietly that Mia could barely understand her. You better lie down next to me. I'll be recovering from this run for at least another hour. She was breathing heavily, and the sweat was running down her reddened face. She waited for Rose to lay down in the grass as well. There are rocks down there, and it's low tide. You'll be able to see the body. It definitely didn't even have time to fall to the ground. He's already where he wished to be. Mia was right about the tide. The ocean's waves barely reached the lighthouse that stood so far below them. In that case, he was an idiot. Nothing more. Mia lifted herself to lean on one arm. How can you say that? Second chance is the best thing that could have happened to this world. If you really think so, you're much of an idiot as everyone else. Just like Thomas, just like half the people who flaked on this world within a month. They left us all alone. The last generation of this world is a generation of idiots. Rose didn't move. Her gaze was fixed on the clouds moving lazily westward. There was a long silence broken only by Mia. Thomas took second chance? Night before last, Rose said quietly, and in thought, he came home late drunk. There was a critique in some German scientific journal of the research he got a grant for 2 years ago. They totally blew him out of the water. He just mumbled something about his whole career being ruined. I've never seen him like that. Half his life drained out of him that day. Then he looked at me and said he'd fix it all, and I didn't have to worry. I didn't have time to do anything. He just reached into his pocket, popped it in his mouth, and was gone. 1 second, and his seat was completely empty. Were you right there with him when it happened? If Rose had looked into Mia's face at that moment, she would have noticed her best friend's sudden change. Though they'd known each other almost since birth, Rose would see someone completely different lying next to her now. Yeah, he was sitting only a few feet away from me. What was it like? Did you feel anything? People say if you're very close, you can catch a glimpse of where the person is going. Rose had heard it in her voice before, but she didn't want to admit it. It was the voice of a junkie looking for a fix, only interested in their addiction. How wonderful, crazy, exciting, or ordinary it was. Just let the subject fill the air around them so they could suck the smell deep into their lungs. Second Chance had clouded her mind, drawing her in like millions of others. Nothing. There was nothing at all. Rose couldn't take it anymore and looked at her friend. Is that all you care about? No words of comfort that Thomas left me here alone, in a world that's falling to pieces? Thomas did the best thing he could, Mia shouted at her. He did the only thing he could do. He decided not to be a coward and to create the kind of life for you that you deserve. Even if it was for petty reasons, it doesn't matter. He has thousands of attempts. He'll always be there with you. You should be grateful to him. By then, they were both back on their feet. But the only true world is here. Jesus Christ, can you hear what you're saying? They say millions have gone in the last month. Based on what? Assumptions? Faith? Nobody's proven it works. Nobody. You're ignoring the facts, Rose. We live in a world where domes exist. We've seen images of the places you go with Second Chance. Why do you have such a hard time believing that every person can be happy? You've lived your perfect life with Thomas. But what about me? I'm just a fat, stupid woman who makes mistake after mistake. But thanks to Second Chance, I get to choose. I'll fix everything I wanted to fix. I'll try out new things. Even if it works, the world will still collapse, Rose said in a calmer voice now. Maybe no one saw it a year ago, and not even 5 years ago, but those were individual cases. Now it's an epidemic. Crowds of lunatics are leaving every day, and more are piling in. The domes are beginning to burst, and no one knows why. Mia, we don't even know where Second Chance came from. You can't... Can't what? Mia interrupted mid-sentence. Of course I can see how it's all going to hell, so there's no reason to wait. I can go back 10, maybe 20 years, and I can do it again and again. When it gets bad, I'll come back again. I'll just keep creating a new version that suits me. This old world will be forgotten anyway. And what if it doesn't work? Asked Rose. How couldn't it? I just explained how it does. I mean, coming back 2 or 3 times, even 1,000. What if it only works once? No one can answer that. Even if it only works once, just imagine everything you've messed up, you'll do better, you'll do it differently. Who can offer you that? I don't want anyone to offer me that. It's just not supposed to be like that. It's against nature. Mia responded to her words with laughter. Are you serious? We've been ignoring what is or isn't against nature for centuries, and no one's cared until now. And now that we finally achieved success, you refuse to accept it. It's a new step in human evolution. We're now a species that can live an infinite number of lives. Second Chance means that each of us can finally be happy. It's a gift. Don't talk about evolution, please, and don't ever talk about Second Chance being a gift in front of me again. It's a virus that's destroying everything. Tears rolled down Rose's cheeks.
Okay, I get it. That silly little Mia shouldn't talk about anything. She can't understand it. But I'll tell you what I do understand. I can think of a million reasons why Thomas might have done it. Have you considered that he might have been wondering recently what it would be like not being with you if you tried a million other and maybe better options? Would that surprise you? Not me.
When Rose saw the crazy grin on Mia's face, she immediately reacted. She struck her with a slap that she put all her energy into. Mia nearly fell to the ground.
Wake up, for God's sake, this isn't you. You have no idea who I am. I don't even know myself, and I should find out. I have an eternity to find out now. Infinite attempts.
She raised a clenched fist towards Rose. When she opened it, 2 small, light-coloured pills lay inside. They weren't really interesting, except perhaps for the colour, which went from white to light blue.
Are you crazy?
Rose took a step towards her, but Mia backed away to the edge of the cliff. She was standing really close now, and Rose was afraid to go any closer. It was getting windier, and the endless depth brought back memories of how she had suffered from vertigo as a child.
I got one for you too.
Mia tossed one bluish pill at Rose's feet and fiddled with the other between the fingers of her right hand.
I was wondering where I should go back to. It'll probably be the first year of secondary school. They say it's better to go far away, and they're probably right. The important thing is to remember everything really well, every detail. I've never had a memory as good as yours, but it's worth the risk.
She didn't take her eyes off the tiny object in her palm.
Mia, please don't leave me here. Everyone's leaving. I don't want to be here alone.
Rose couldn't stop crying. Her red eyes stared somewhere into the emptiness before her.
We're not going anywhere. Understand that? In the new world, everyone can choose. Try to accept that.
She turned toward the ocean. She was already standing at the very edge. The wind whipped her hair up, and it fluttered around Mia's head. She turned around, and Rose could now only see half of her face.
They told me 2 things, and I'm telling them to you. Never take just half a second chance, under any circumstances. And if you decide to stay as far away from the domes as possible. I'll see you soon, Rose. I love you, and always will. Mia!
Rose shrieked, but it was no use. Her closest friend had jumped. Rose was unable to move. Her entire body stiffened, refusing obedience. It took her at least a minute to regain control of it and lie down. Slowly she crawled to the edge. The mere sight of the high white wall filled her with adrenaline. Her eyes were locked on the ground. She knew she only needed a few inches to see if Mia was elsewhere. Somewhere in a copy of reality that she was trying to adjust to her own dreams and fantasies. She looked down. It wasn't until later that Rose learned on the eve of the end of the world that imitations of second chance had begun to appear. At best it was coloured sugar. Worse, when it was extremely strong LSD, the subsequent consumption of which usually ended tragically. But the most horrifying variant was the powerful poisons, which corroded the stomach and killed within hours or even minutes. She saw with her own eyes poor people who have taken a fake second chance and, in an attempt to save themselves, had then swallowed dozens of other pills they thought might save them. Most of them never got their longed-for better reality, and neither did Mia. She probably didn't have time to find out if they had given her the first, second, or third bad option instead of second chance. It was probably better that way. Rose never stopped hoping that her friend never had time to realize her mistake. She loved her very much, very much, very much. Chapter 2. 5 was devoid of all power. He couldn't lift his eyelids, and he didn't really want to, for he could smell snow in the air. Fine flakes fell on his face, where they almost instantly turned into drops of water. He had always loved the coldest season, as winter was becoming increasingly rare towards the end of his first life, and people had to travel to the most remote parts of the world to find it, or at least create imitations of it. It finally dawned on him that it was truly cold, a condition he hadn't known for many years. He was shivering all over, and so it was time to get up. He opened his eyes slowly. Out in the open, a deep night reigned. Only a few massive clouds floated in the sky, highlighted by the moonlight, which was now almost full. Bands of stars stretched from the very edge of the horizon. 5 was buried deep in a layer of fresh snow. He was certainly not lying on a flat plain, quite the opposite. He tried to rise, but felt a sharp pain in his left shoulder. He ran his other hand carefully over the sore spot and knew immediately that something was wrong.
"Son of a bitch, you actually shot me,"
he said under his breath, but no one could hear him. He looked around and decided that he was lying on a ski slope or a hillside that had been used as one. A view of a deep valley opened up to him, and farther away the slopes of mountain peaks on the opposite side. He didn't dare estimate their height. He had spent long weeks on the dry plain, and now even an insignificant hill would seem to him like Mount Everest. He remembered when he was a college student on a research fellowship in Austria. 2 eternities had gone by since then, but he vaguely remembered the landscape there looking like this. He was unable to say if its resemblance was merely coincidental. His memory vaguely recalled the image of a woman. Was it my ash? He couldn't remember. There was no light shining in the area, but he could see his surroundings well thanks to the moonlight reflecting off the ubiquitous snow. He tried to move his left arm, but a sharp pain shot through him. Perhaps it was the last straw he needed to fully wake up and realize he was alone here. He began to look around. "Jenny! Jenny!" No one answered. There was perfect and absolute silence. "What exactly did I say to her?" he thought. His thoughts still couldn't find the right direction, but that didn't surprise him. With exerted effort he began to remember. He had instructed his daughter to find the highest place in the area, that they would meet there. He may not have said it exactly like that word for word, but the content was the same. He looked around again. A tremor again overwhelmed his body. Now, however, it was not cold, but fear, which could be more chilling than the icy snowdrifts. How might Jenny have interpreted that? Had she headed uphill towards a peak? She must have gone up. But he saw no footprints on the ground. "Jenny, tell me if you can hear me." He tried shouting again, but the answer was again only silence. There wasn't much time left. If he didn't get moving, he would freeze to death here. He trusted his body after all these years, but he wasn't sure if the cold would be too much of a test for him. It was definitely freezing. He estimated it to be at least -5 degrees Celsius in the better case. He wouldn't be surprised if it was -20. He had no winter jacket in his pack, as he hadn't needed it in a long time, and he didn't suppose it would ever come in handy. He did, however, find a warm sweatshirt and a travel blanket. He made the best of it and wrapped himself up the best he could in extra layers. He had to use his creativity on his feet, which he wrapped in various scraps of fabric. But the layers couldn't be too thick, otherwise he wouldn't fit into his sandals. He was woefully unprepared, but he had to get going now, and the incline before him seemed endless. It towered far into the darkness above him. He didn't dare guess where the peak might be, but he started his ascent.
When he had scanned his surroundings the first time, he had missed several details. Now he could see that nature had begun to take over the slope again as it was slowly reclaiming a stolen strip of forest. He tried to catch a glimpse of the remains of the ski lift, but it was apparently located in another part of the mountain. He struggled through the knee-deep snow for almost an hour. He had barely climbed 50 meters and the cold was becoming unbearable. He could hardly feel his fingers, and every step was accompanied by a stabbing pain in his feet. If he didn't want to freeze here, he would have to find some shelter as soon as possible. All he could see around him, though, were trees or impenetrable thickets of low vegetation. So he turned back to look at the path he had taken. He hadn't made much progress, but he had really lost a lot of strength. He spent a few more precious seconds examining his surroundings. "Jenny!" His voice carried for miles. A faint echo came back to him from the peaks facing him, but no other answer came. Something else surprised him. He was almost certain he could see a dark object that hadn't been on the slope a moment before. He watched it more closely and was gradually convinced that it was moving forward and in his direction. It was still a long way off, but it was certainly getting closer. Not wanting to find out what it might be, he turned up the slope again. A few dozen meters above him, the slope apparently turned into a flatter plain. He decided to ascend at least to that point. He reached his destination after several more long minutes, but he no longer had any feeling in his legs. He realized he couldn't go on like this and that he had to do something. He wasn't going to find Jenny at this rate, and it was possible that his daughter was even worse off. She could have ended up a mile away from him, or 100 miles away, or even worse, she could be somewhere else entirely. If I had been holding on to her, this wouldn't have happened. But there was no time for such thoughts. He looked around again and decided that luck had smiled on him after all. A low building crouched at the edge of the slope. It was buried in snow, but it was surely a structure made by human hands. 5 turned in the direction in which the shadow was approaching. It was following exactly in his footsteps, and now there could be no doubt. It had sniffed out his trail. "It's a bear. It's definitely a bear." He gathered the last of his strength and pushed his way through the drifts to the building. He began to dig away the snow that covered the door. It was such a small cabin that it could hardly be called a dwelling. A battered signboard bore an inscription that was very difficult to decipher. 5 guessed it at once read, "Maintenance and Medic." It was more of a feeling, though, because the letters were almost completely faded. With great effort he managed to open the door a few inches and squeeze inside. His left arm wasn't working, so every movement required more time and was accompanied by a crippling pain. He slumped to the wooden floor and felt that he would soon lose consciousness. As he began sinking into darkness, he wasn't sure he'd manage to close the door. Time would tell, of course. Either he would wake up, or he would become someone's best snack in a long time. The air was musty. It was mostly reminiscent of the smell of long-closed factories. For the second time recently, 5 lay unable to open his eyes. He was breathing slowly, a simple fact for which he was grateful. He completely avoided moving his left arm and tried to sit up carefully. A dim light permeated the room, entering through one of the smaller windows next to the door and partially through a skylight. This, however, was covered with a layer of snow that lay on the roof. He glanced towards the door. He was proud of having managed to close it. It had not only protected him from an unwelcome visitor, but also from freezing. He looked down at his ridiculous footwear and tried to move his toes. He succeeded and again thanked his body for its help. He certainly didn't have the time or mood to partially amputate his frostbitten limbs. "Jenny's not here. If she went uphill, she couldn't have overlooked this building."
He didn't notice any footprints in the snow or any noise or other sign. He comforted himself with the thought that his daughter might not have to contend with the cold, but he realized that a much greater distance than he could ever imagine might now separate them. He trusted that Jenny could handle herself. She could make quick decisions, and their long journey had bred in her a strong instinct for self-preservation. Wherever she was certainly not paralyzed by fear. For now. He stood up with effort. The hut must have served in the past as storage for anything that might be needed on the slopes. Again, he felt very fortunate. A layer of dust covered flashlights, tools, a few bulky jackets, old boots, and discarded skis. He had to smile at the thought of skiing down the slope on these historical artifacts. He dismissed the idea outright, since there was simply too much snow, and he probably wouldn't get more than a few yards before becoming more familiar with the trunk of a tree. On the wall hung a box with the universal Red Cross symbol. He opened it to find several bandages, band-aids, and a bottle of disinfectant. He decided it was time to check his left arm, and especially his shoulder, which still wouldn't stop hurting. He looked out the window for a moment. It was half covered in snow, but otherwise surprisingly clean. It seemed to be a nice day outside. His gaze slid toward the door, and when he realized what he was seeing, he quickly jumped away from it. It took him a moment to recover, but there was no doubt. Right outside the door to the hut sat a huge bear. A huge white bear staring off into the distance. Five considered what his chances were in a fight with such a big bear. If it decided to get inside, he would have a hard time stopping it. His defense options improved a bit when he found an old and badly rusted splitting axe among the tools. He didn't feel much safer with it, but at least he wouldn't die with bare hands. Maybe if I opened the door quickly and attacked first. He quickly banished such notions. He simply didn't stand a chance in a direct confrontation, and he knew it. Since the bear didn't seem to be interested in him yet, he instead used the time to start nursing his shoulder. 5 shotgun pellets had hit him. The wounds had mostly healed and weren't even bleeding. The muscles and tendons also showed no major damage. The problem was that the buckshot was still inside. Until he took them out, his body couldn't fully heal. He was afraid that he would have trouble moving his left arm, and he couldn't afford that. Are you sure you've thoroughly inspected all the medical equipment stored in the cabinet on the wall? A voice filled the room, and 5 jerked. He was sure no one else was with him, but he looked around wildly nonetheless. I'm very sorry I startled you. Please look in the left corner near the ceiling directly above the door. The camera is obscured by cobwebs, but I can see you decently. The speaker is hidden in the same place. 5 stood up and removed the cobwebs in the spot the voice has indicated, and there was indeed an inconspicuous camera with a speaker. He cursed himself for his carelessness. He would have noticed something like this years ago. I'm getting old. Mistakes like this cost lives better than his. Can you tell me who I have the honor of dealing with? He spoke towards the camera. I didn't introduce myself. Excuse my bad manners. It's been a long time since I had a visitor here. I tried to count it, but for some reason it's impossible. The voice paused for a moment. 5 pondered. He had overlooked one detail and didn't want to make the same mistake again. It seems he had heard the voice somewhere before. Minimal emotion, friendly and hard to remember, average. in every way. Then he realized. "Where am I?" 5 asked. "Welcome to the Reese's family's private ski resort. More than 20 kilometers of slopes, always superbly maintained and with no risk of bad weather." The voice said the sentence like a learned advertising slogan. "Do you have a name?" "I only have manufacturer specifications and preset profiles to use. Little Miss Reese called me Even, though. If you like that name, you may also call me that." 5 could have sworn the voice was putting emphasis on the name Even. It was subtly pressing him to call him that. "All right, Even. This must be a dome, right?" "That's right, sir. The Reese's family's private ski resort was created by the company Second Dimension Incorporated using dome technology. An extension of the primary reality. Would you like contact information for this company?" When 5 heard the term primary reality, his body shook uncontrollably. "That's not really necessary," he said quietly. He replayed many scenarios in his head. It was strange that he found himself right in a dome. The probability was very small, but it still existed. This dome had to be huge. "I should see the boundaries of the dome. There must be a tremendous warping of reality at this size. How much area does the whole site cover?" He recalled the evening when he had gazed at the distant mountains. He hadn't seen anything. He couldn't have missed such a crucial thing. "The camera behind the spider webs, maybe, but this, I'm not that old. Or am I? How old am I anyway?" When first measured, the dome covered an area of 200 square kilometers. Recently, however, I've noticed a deviation from that figure. "Fools! Complete fools!" 5 shouted. "At that size, the structure must be highly unstable. It's a wonder there hasn't been a collapse yet." He had to get out immediately. He didn't want to stay another minute in that cabin. "Come in," he said, opening the door. He was beginning to understand everything again. He was himself again, the one he could trust. Rational and coldly calculating. The one who focused on survival in all conditions. 5 stepped away from the door. He heard pawing and the movement of a huge animal behind it. The door opened and he saw a polar bear. It pushed through the door with great difficulty. "Was another, shall we say, less extravagant body no longer available?" 5 asked the bear. "I apologize profusely, sir. I was sure you would need help, and this is the only robotic body that could be operated. The rest of them are not operational. I didn't realize that I might frighten you in this way." The polar bear sat up, and 5 realized that its voice was coming not from its mouth, but from a speaker hidden somewhere in its fur. "How far is the nearest exit?" "If we go together, we'll be there in 5 minutes, but I would like to give you some advice." The bear lifted its huge paw and pointed to his shoulder. "It would be advisable to finish the treatment. You will find a long pair of tweezers in the cabinet." "I assume you have first aid software in you, maybe even advanced knowledge of anatomy." 5 never had confidence in artificial intelligence systems or similar solutions that only pretended to be intelligent. Now, however, he had to agree with the bear. He shouldn't be leaving gunshot pellets in his body. "As far as I can tell, your wound is not old, and the rate of healing seems incredible. I must congratulate you on the extremely effective modification to your body." "Shut up!" 5 snapped at the bear as he searched the cabinet for the promised tweezers. "You don't know what you're talking about." He was right about the tweezers, though. Five figured he could clean some of his wounds with it. He stripped to his midriff and wondered if the pain would be bearable. I'd like to help you, but this body is for the entertainment of visitors only. Polar bears are not exactly sought after for their fine motor skills. For example, if you were to visit the zoo, which has apes, I could—
"Quiet, please,"
gasped Five. With incredible self-control, he managed to clean 3 wounds, but the remaining 2 were too deep. He would have to live with the buckshot as part of his body. He disinfected and bandaged his wounds. He was sure they would heal within a week. "We have to go. Please lead me to the exit." He looked into the bear's eyes. "That won't be a problem. Follow me and stay directly behind me. It will be more comfortable for you." They moved quickly as the bear stamped a trail with its massive body, and Five, heeding his recommendation, followed closely behind. They found the exit almost immediately. Five wasn't surprised, as domes of such size always had several exits placed in strategic locations. This one was about halfway up the slope, which was tactical mainly because of many injuries that might need to be treated outside the dome. It was a standardized portal 2 meters wide and approximately 2 meters high. The owners must have had the entire resort built in the last decade before the arrival of Second Chance. This was suggested by its size and its use of a 3rd-generation portal. Five was cheered by this fact. If they had used 1st or 2nd-generation portals, they would have had to trudge all the way to the dome's borders, which in this case could have been a trip of several days. "We're here, sir. I hope you enjoyed your visit to our resort and will return to us again soon," the bear announced, sitting down again. Five suspected that the obedience of the bear's front legs was beginning to give out and that it was glad to sit down. Trees and bushes had taken over much of the original slopes, and the tooth of time had also left its mark on this creature. Five caught himself thinking of the bear as a living thing and scolded himself for it. "It's a robot, a thing. It doesn't think. It's just a machine." Did the owners use this area often? Five was interested purely from a practical standpoint. He didn't want to enter the portal and smash into some metal barrier on the other side, blocking entry and exit. "Nearly every day, sir, but their visits have become rarer and rarer, and now I haven't seen them for a long time. Unfortunately, I'm no longer able to determine how long that period of time is." That was something Five could believe. Time had stopped being a reliable factor long ago. "May I ask you a question, sir?" Five nodded in agreement. "Do you think I can expect any more guests at all?" Five was aware that it was impossible to be hearing sadness in the machine's voice. And if it was the result of predefined scenarios applied to specific situations. He knew all that, but the sadness was there all the same. "Even," he addressed it as he assumed the machine wanted to be addressed. "After me, no one will ever come again. It's been a long, long time since the Reese family had this compound created." He paused for a moment and buried his hand in the thick fur on the bear's head. "You have served them well." There was silence after those words. Five enjoyed the rays of the sun and the view of the landscape. But he had to hurry. Jenny was waiting somewhere, and he had to find her. "I've tried to keep the whole area in good condition. I've been clearing away the dead wood, doing the most necessary maintenance. I don't even remember when the supply of spare parts ran out. The biggest machines were the first to go. A minor detail was enough, and I would be unable to get them moving. Now, I'm useless here," Even said quietly. "What's on the other side of that portal?" The question took Five by surprise. "I'm afraid I don't know," he answered truthfully.
"And yet you must go there."
"I have to."
"Is someone waiting for you?"
The bear tilted its head slightly, not taking its eyes off Five.
"Yes, a little girl, but one of the bravest little girls in the whole world."
"Like my Miss Reese." With those words, the bear stood up and walked through the portal. The surface, which resembled a pool of mercury, immediately closed behind it. Five knew it shouldn't have happened. Even had been made for this place. For safety reasons, it should never and could never leave it. Something flew out of the portal and fell right at his feet. It was a child's toy shovel. He picked it up and entered, now without worries. He was glad it wasn't nighttime when he crossed to the other side of the portal. The sun was still hanging in the sky, but the shadows were already slowly lengthening. He looked around to survey his surroundings. He was in the garden of a once charming, bright bungalow. It was the Reese family home. That much was immediately clear to him. Just beside the entrance to the dome lay Even. Five knelt down beside it in the tall grass.
"Surely you know that once you leave the restricted area, you'll be destroyed in minutes?"
It wasn't a question, but a statement of fact. The domes had a high level of security, and it was out of the question for any autonomous administrator to go for a stroll.
Into their primary reality, Five thought, and the words stuck in his mind again.
"You're right, sir. I am aware of that unpleasant truth."
"But why did you sacrifice yourself for me? I didn't ask you to."
"You didn't. You needed confirmation that the passage was safe. Your little one needed it."
Its eyes were closed as it spoke. Its simulated breathing sounded fainter and fainter.
"Plus, I could get a glimpse of my family's house. That's a nice end to the journey, I'd say. So it was a purely selfish decision. No sacrifice."
The voice was beginning to fade. "You're just a machine. You don't know what it is to act selfishly or nobly." "A simple imitation of life,"
Five responded. Later, he remembered these words and regretted them for many reasons.
"But so are you."
Those were its last words, barely audible. Five wondered if he had only imagined them. He stood up. His eyes were immediately drawn to a huge maple tree that dominated the garden. In its crown, someone had built a beautiful tree house. It was already covered with moss and riddled with branches, but that didn't in any way detract from its beauty, rather the opposite. The sight calmed him and brought a smile to his lips.
"I said the highest place," he shouted upwards.
Nothing happened for a moment, but he wasn't worried. Jenny peeked out the very next morning.
"There's nothing higher. I'm even higher than the roof."
She paused, but then went on.
"Why are you wearing winter clothes? And is that supposed to be a polar bear next to you? Polar bear next to you? Polar bear next to you? Polar bear next to you?"
Chapter 3. It was a beautiful spring, or perhaps the beginning of summer outside. After the audacious wandering through the dry wasteland, any sight of greenery, which was slowly conquering the gardens, houses, streets, and then the whole town, was soothing. Inside the house, they found a completely faded, but, with a little effort, legible newspaper revealing that they were in a town called Aurora. They then deduced from other clues that their temporary residence was part of Nebraska, or rather what Nebraska had once been. Aurora had apparently been a larger sort of village in the past, but also had an elementary and high school, a library, a park, and even a courthouse. With a little imagination and generosity, it could have been called a city. Nevertheless, the building was in a bad state. The battered shutters were the least of its blemishes. Tree roots had already breached the walls. Mosses and grasses were clinging to the most unlikely places. Rodents had taken up residence in several rooms in the past, but now it seemed they were either hiding from unwelcome visitors or had found a better place to live. Their recent presence, however, was clearly visible. Fortunately, the house turned out to have a fairly decent basement, perhaps even habitable with a little exertion. The tooth of time had also left its mark in these places, but with less vigour. 5 thoroughly examined the houses in the immediate vicinity. They were all very similar. They were generally low wooden bungalows in deplorable conditions. 2 of the buildings had been burned, but he thought it better not to try to find out why. Their ruins were quite easy to miss, for they were overgrown with bushes and tall grass. From his first walk around, 5 didn't feel like he was in a man-made place at all. Rather, everything reminded him of an outing in a national park. This was the kind of forest he might have seen in protected reserves in his youth. It was a forest on the wreckage of the town of Aurora. He and Jenny had been wandering for a long time and had seen nature taking back everything that had been stolen from it or denied it. He didn't even know how long it had been since they'd walked the streets of New York. The animals there had only started cautiously exploring their new territories, and upon hearing a louder noise, they would still immediately run to hide in old familiar places. Was that New York at all? 5 wasn't sure, but he knew with absolute certainty that the time when the fruits of human invention, ingenuity, and skill could compete with nature was long gone. Now she ruled again, and nothing about that seemed wrong to him. The streets of Aurora had once been wide, and almost no house had a fence. The slabs that had originally formed the road surface were scattered irregularly around the area. Tree roots played with them as if the heavy concrete pieces weighed no more than a few kilograms. No one would drive down this road any more, if anyone could even imagine that it had once been a road. This little expedition also brought 5 a few surprises. One of the pleasant ones was a massive stag. It was calmly standing in a small pasture grazing. 5 watched him motionlessly from about 15 meters away. The animal then turned its head, and the 2 gazed into each other's eyes. It was noble, in excellent form, and had a white tail. A few minutes later, it turned slowly, almost lazily, and walked off into the bushes. He wasn't afraid of me at all. It's completely indifferent to humans. After this friendly, if somewhat distant encounter, 5 focused more on other signs of wildlife around. There was a surprising amount of activity in the forest that had once been a town. He heard several species of birds, sensed the presence of smaller game, and was sure that the stag had wandered back to its herd, where there would be many more of these majestic creatures. There was also plenty of small wildlife that might attract predators, and 5 didn't feel comfortable without a weapon to defend himself. He had therefore equipped himself with a long wooden stick at least, which proved a handy companion for the difficult terrain. He searched house after house, but gradually fell into despair. These were mere ruins, and the tooth of time had taken its toll on all they once held. What had once been clothing was now scraps of dingy rags. Only occasionally could he find an unbroken ceramic mug, or a child's toy that had not yet lost its vibrant colour. He collected a few cans of food in his backpack. He wasn't sure if they were still edible, but it was worth a try. He also discovered 2 hunting rifles. They were rusty and of no use, though. The bullets were in the same state. If he dared test the guns, the bullet probably wouldn't have come out of the barrel at all, and he'd be glad if he still had all his fingers. In the end, He had at least partial success in a ramshackle garage that looked more like a bear's den, and which might actually have been a den for some time. It was unoccupied now, though, so Five could explore undisturbed. He cracked a rusty lock off a large metal cabinet. It didn't take much strength. The rust would probably eat away the cabinet completely in a few years. It took more work to clear the place of the creeping vines that clung with annoying persistence to every surface. Five quickly discovered that their leaves hid barely visible thorns that would take at least another month to remove from his hands. But that couldn't stop him. In the cabinet, he discovered a well-preserved case, almost certainly intended for a small firearm. And indeed, the case revealed a compact Colt revolver and several boxes of bullets. Their condition was surprisingly good, most likely due to the case, which was made of some synthetic material that proved extremely resistant to the elements. But even more impressive was the large bag in the same color as the case with an identical manufacturer's logo. He was delighted, but his enthusiasm quickly dissipated after he pulled a short folding bow out of the bag. He looked at it for a moment, considering. There was a time when he had used a bow, but that was in a different era. He poured out the other contents of the bag. It contained a leather quiver, 10 arrows, probably made of carbon, and 2 bowstrings. It was all worn, but otherwise perfectly preserved. Five appreciatively examined the material the bag was made of. He ran his fingers carefully over the surface of the fabric, which reminded him very much of the material used for his trousers. He was sure it was some form of nanofiber. It quite possibly had the partial ability to regenerate minor defects and damage. After a moment's deliberation, he returned everything to the bag and slung it over his back. He realized that he had been gone long enough and that he needed to get back to Jenny, who had once again taken up the strategic position in the crown of the tall maple tree. He smiled bitterly, recalling his worries about wild animals. There was something far more terrifying living in this place. He was sure he was in his original world, and that meant only one thing. People, or whatever remained of them, could be living here. Jenny wasn't sure if they had ever stayed in one place for more than 2 weeks, but she liked it here. There was plenty of water and food. Mrs. Reese, her husband, or both, must have been skilled gardeners. The day after their arrival, Jenny noticed that some corners of the garden held unimagined treasures. The neat little garden patches were gone, but she could still find onions, currants, and, most importantly, mature apple trees with small green apples. They were incredibly sour, but edible with a little courage. If memory served, her father was not very friendly with food. He had always been rather lanky, but he kept himself in good physical condition and certainly could not be described as skinny. Now she saw more wrinkles in his face than she would have liked, and the clothes that had once fit him perfectly looked loose. Getting him to eat anything was always a fierce struggle. He often complained of stomach pains, but she was sure it was usually just an excuse. She was considerably proud of herself that she had managed to force dried meat on him quite regularly during their time here, and even some of the fruits of this Garden of Eden. What Five hadn't told his daughter was that he now got those stomach cramps after every meal, no matter what he ate. Sooner or later the pain always came, which he found difficult to hide. It rendered him unable to stand, let alone think. He knew he had to eat a little, but he couldn't imagine being able to go on in this way for very long. Independently of each other, Jenny and Five realized it was time to move on. The last straw was the first major cloudburst they had experienced. The cellar was cozy, but only in dry times. When water started flowing in from all sides, though, it was impossible to stay there any longer. The following day, after drying out their meager possessions, they decided to travel to the center of the city. Five didn't agree at first, not wanting to take any unnecessary risks. But it seemed that the remains of the town were indeed deserted. They hadn't seen any lights in the evening, and his first few excursions hadn't yielded anything unexpected. His only worry was the entrance to the huge dome. He was sure the dome was highly unstable, but he judged the risk of its collapse to be small. It's been standing like this for decades, so why should it decide to collapse at this particular time? But maybe it was all just wishful thinking, which tended to be the father of thought, because he quite liked the cellars of the Reese house. From the remains of the old map and a few newspapers they'd found, they'd figured they were barely 2 miles from the centre of town. Most likely they were in the northeastern part of it now, and with a little willpower they could be downtown in an hour. They assumed they would encounter buildings along the way that they would want to search at least cursorily, which would delay them a bit. They paused to take one last look at the house, which was already more of a ruin. Now that it was clear to them that they would probably never come back here again, it was as if someone had removed a magical veil from it. Every crack suddenly seemed bigger, and even the roof had several new holes. "It looks terrible," Five assessed.
"And yet for a moment at least, I felt like we had a kind of home,"
his daughter remarked, turning and slowly walking away. He followed her without a word. He knew she had never known home, and thus could not understand the meaning of the word. They had been on the road together all their lives, and now it was time to move on.
"Have you ever read Romeo and Juliet?"
Jenny surprised him with the question. "I don't think so," Five answered quickly, but then he thought, "Have we ever talked about Shakespeare? They're theatre plays. I've certainly seen some of them on stage."
"You know, it's been claimed that a large number of his plays were written by someone else."
"Yes, I know that, but how do you?"
"I think we already discussed it. Don't you remember?"
Jenny walked a little ahead of him. She hopped over roots and pushed her way through the low undergrowth. Now and then the path turned into a forest, but there was a relatively comfortable and straight path between them. "I don't remember, but it's possible. But I would definitely add that I believe he wrote them all." At those words, Jenny turned to him for a moment.
"So many plays? One person?"
"And why not? People have accomplished great and amazing things. Most of the time, all they needed was patience to do it. If a person is persistent and patient, they can build a castle by themselves, even if it takes a lifetime." Along the way, they passed other houses and a few larger buildings, probably community centres or small businesses. Most of them were in deplorable condition, which was still the better option. They decided to take a quick look at a few of them, but immediately realized they wouldn't find anything useful there.
"What if you make a mistake?"
"Excuse me?" For the second time that day, Five was taken aback by Jenny's question.
"Like I said, what if you make a mistake? You said people can do great things. They dedicate their whole lives to something. They have a goal. And then they make a mistake. Something goes wrong, and everything they were working towards is suddenly gone. Lost."
"That's life, Jenny. Things like that just happen." He didn't like where this conversation was going.
"And can they ever get a second chance?"
"They can, and usually do." His voice suddenly sounded icy.
"But what if they've really lost all hope? What can they do? What could they do?"
Five took 2 quick steps, grabbed Jenny by the shoulders, and turned her to face him. He knelt down so they were face to face. "Why do you want to talk about this? I can't. It hurts." He noticed a pamphlet she was holding. Was she holding that before? He could have sworn she wasn't. What's that?
We need to talk. We'll soon put all the pieces together. We've come such a long way.
Five wasn't paying attention to what Jenny was saying. He snatched the flyer out of her hand. Where on earth did you get this? He stared wide-eyed at the small piece of paper. Jenny, meanwhile, placed a careful hand on his temple. He could recognize this not only by her hand's touch, but also by the familiar sensation it caused inside that he could compare to nothing else. The colour was almost gone from the flyer, but the text was still visible.
Could you please read it to me?
Jenny said quietly, and her father obeyed. Our world is the past. Our world has ended. Take this last opportunity to pick up your second chance. A new age is dawning, and it is already waiting just for you. Create your own universe. We have plenty of second chances. Stop by the court building. We won't wait here forever. Jenny couldn't understand the last words because Five was choked up with tears.
How did this all start anyway? Did it come unexpectedly?
She ran her fingers lightly over his temple, and he felt a little calmer. They sat down. To some people it seemed like a bolt out of the blue. They called it an epidemic because it rolled in like a tidal wave. The number of people who left grew almost exponentially. But we're talking about days that I know more from hearsay or stories.
Five now looked much older again. Maybe she was just imagining it because they were talking about things that had happened so long ago.
You say it seemed like a bolt out of the blue to some people. You don't think so?
Of course not. The drug had been around for decades. It was just waiting for its opportunity. I remember finding an article once that speculated on the information that the BND intelligence service had come out with. They claimed to have suspicious cases dating back to the 1990s.
He stared at the ground. He tried to remember that time when he had lived a different life. He saw people's faces, but he didn't know their names anymore.
Dad?
His daughter's voice freed him from the jumble of images.
Why would anyone ever want to take second chance?
Five smiled.
The question should be different. Why would someone, on the other hand, not want to take it?
He paused for a moment, but then continued.
Imagine losing a loved one. The whole universe loses meaning, and suddenly there's a way to fix it. Who wouldn't take it? And it doesn't even have to be that serious. Failing school? A bad career choice? People went crazy over the idea that they could live infinite lives. No choice had to be final anymore. They could now seek the best version of themselves and their existence.
But they left everything behind, and all that was left was just an empty space.
Not just an empty space. What was left behind was a multitude of bad decisions, and people who also started looking for a way to escape this crumbling and boring world. For everyone who left, there were 10 others who wanted or needed to get out.
Five threw up his hands theatrically and looked around.
And where did they go? Where did they disappear to? Jenny asked.
Didn't you read the flyer? They went off to their own universes.
That's nonsense, Jenny said with confidence, or at least she wanted it to sound confident.
Why? Humans lived in a world where domes existed. An extension of our reality could be in everyone's backyard now. The technology was so complex that most people didn't even want to understand it. It was magic, sorcery, and spells to them.
If there were domes, why couldn't there be a drug that would take a person right back to the moment in life they wished they were in?
Five left the question hanging in the air.
You believe that?
Jenny asked, but suddenly she wasn't sure she wanted to know the answer. Her father looked into her eyes.
It doesn't matter if I believe it. Almost the entire planet believed it. In the end, people were left with nothing but faith in that little pill. Within a few months, the whole place was silent. Of course, some resisted, for religious or other reasons. Second chance was unacceptable to them. But what could they do? The world had stopped, and the domes were beginning to collapse. Escape was the only option, and second chance was absolutely everywhere.
There must have been a connection between the collapsing domes and second chance, right?
I think so, but there's no one left to look into it.
You're left,
Jenny argued with hope in her voice.
Me? I'm just a ghost. I wander a moonscape, picking up scraps of memories. I may have been someone once, but not anymore.
You're my dad, though. Isn't that enough for you?
That means everything to me. But at the same time, we both know that the longer our journey is, the bigger the cracks in that illusion become.
They sat there together like that for a long time. They stared at the ground, and for a while it seemed they would never speak again.
I'll play something. We can't sit here like this to the end of the world, Jenny announced.
Well, that's already behind us, so...
Dad, we'll have to work on your timing with jokes.
Five had to agree with that.
Let's leave the music to chance again, then.
A few moments later, a guitar riff came from the headphones. Lady Luck by Journey. Sounds fitting. They stood and stared silently at the sign. Library. It hung over the entrance and looked like it would be knocked down by the slightest gust of wind. The low, two-story building had survived the hardships of fate in surprisingly good shape. They especially admired the glass door, missing only one pane of glass, which was almost equal to a miracle. But something else caught Five's eye. He could almost swear there was a narrow, well-trodden path leading to the building. Inconspicuous, but occasionally used. A few times in the past, he'd mistaken the trails of wild animals as evidence of human presence, but he preferred to be cautious rather than face unpleasantness later. "You really want to go inside?" he asked his daughter, not even meaning it as a question. He knew she'd give anything to explore this building.
"I'd love to..."
Her voice trailed off into silence. "Let's go then, but I don't want to be in there a minute longer than absolutely necessary." He started forward briskly, but Jenny remained standing. "What's wrong?"
"I should apologize,"
she said in a hesitant voice.
"Let it go. We have to talk about second chance. It's my fault my memory doesn't serve me as well as it should, and we both know it."
"No, it's not about that," she interrupted him.
"Oh, so about what?"
"It's about Daniel."
Again she said it very softly.
"Oh, that. Don't worry about it. He can't hurt you."
He turned back to the library.
"Let's go inside. It's no use standing here when there might be so much interesting stuff waiting for us in there, don't you think?"
Jenny just smiled at her father, and they walked inside, hand in hand. Whoever predicted that paper books would die out with the advent of their electronic forms was sorely mistaken. Paper and the stories printed on it had outlasted perhaps every cultural and technological revolution. It's only their content that had changed, to make them more relevant to the current interpretation of history or the lived present. It seemed that books had also withstood this last great world transformation, but now they were fighting their last stand. Most of the books they found had been ravaged by moisture or rodents. The library in Aurora was not large,
Printed books were located in 2 more spacious halls, and otherwise visitors had to make do with the extensive electronic archive. Five and Jenny discovered a few well-preserved pieces, mostly on the top shelves. Even these books could only be read with a good deal of patience, but they couldn't be too picky. After less than 10 minutes, Five found what he was looking for. A slim little book once decorated with a golden pattern that consisted of a band of roses and other delicate designs. Now only faded impressions were visible. The title was still clear in the sunlight. Romeo and Juliet. He handed it to Jenny.
May I?
She looked at him, obviously afraid to open the book. Five knew how precious the remnants of the old world were to her.
It's yours. You can do with it as you see fit.
He scanned their surroundings.
I'll check out the newest editions and we'll be on our way.
Jenny opened the book. The pages were already only holding on by a thread, so she had to be very careful they didn't completely go to pieces. Her eyes slid to a sentence that was easy to read.
Romeo. Give me a torch. I'm not for this ambling, but being heavy, I will bear the light.
She read the sentence twice. At that moment, a memory came to her about a young girl who was not standing on the stage, but was in the audience of a performance. People were clapping, and soon afterwards, all that could be heard was screaming. Is that my memory? It can't be. It seemed 100 years old, the memory in her.
Five had to smile at his own actions.
He was standing by a small shelf that apparently used to offer the latest literary works purchased by the library. There weren't many of them, as the price of printed books had risen greatly over time, and the institution's already tight budget couldn't stretch indefinitely. Despite all the austerity measures, readers could look forward to several dozen new titles every month. So they were proudly presented right at the entrance to the library for everyone to see.
I wonder what the last one might have been.
He ran his hand carefully over the spines of the books. He was curious which was the last book to roll off the printer's production line. One of them must have been at the very end, the last book in the world. He had 2 favourites. The first wasn't original in any way, but he'd bet on it if he had to. It was the Bible, of course. The second pick was much spicier. He remembered an erotic series that had literally taken over the world and grown to span dozens of novels. He could have sworn the first volume was called The Hot Currents of Her Moist River, but he wasn't completely sure. All he remembered was the red cover that adorned every nightstand. He could no longer decipher the secret of the success of that particular erotic trash. If any books had left the printing presses in the last days of human domination of Earth, some volumes of that monumental saga must have been among them. It proudly claimed to celebrate intercourse between everyone and everyone else, as often and in as many different positions as possible. With a sigh, he decided that these specific books were probably not purchased by the library staff in the city of Aurora, or they had been stashed for personal use. His internal clock was slowly ticking down the remaining minutes they could spend in this place. He judged any longer to be an acceptable risk. He was about to turn and walk away when he noticed the dark blue spine of a book he knew. He pulled it out. It bore the terse title, Domes of Death, subtitled, The True Story of Captain Thomas and the Greatest Genocide in the History of Our Age. The book was written by Carol Bennett. He turned it over to read the short blurb on the cover.
Domes are undoubtedly the greatest gift mankind has been blessed with. Wars and hunger are a thing of the past, and the world has never been a more peaceful place. We've never been happier, and it's all thanks to domes. The miracle of science, the fruit of human ingenuity, and the greatest of all lies.
That's right, lies.
Our life in paradise is bought with the blood of millions. We applaud the greatest and best concealed genocide of our age. Everyone knows the story described in these pages, but none of you have heard the true version. Who is the culprit? Who is the victim? Does the greatest and most admired of men deserve even a drop of compassion? He took off his backpack. He rummaged through it, wondering if it was wise to add another book to the meagre possessions he stored there. "How many is it now?" asked Jenny quietly as she watched him, holding her own literary haul in her arms. 5 didn't answer and took 2 more books out of his backpack. They were different editions of Domes of Death. Even Jenny had to admit now that they were in considerably worse condition than this piece. "I'll exchange one of them. I just don't know which one." He held the books in his hands and compared them carefully.
"There are handwritten notes in one. Don't throw that one away. Remember when I read to you from it?"
5 opened the book, and indeed each page was annotated in tiny and perfectly legible writing. "Go back. Go through again. Important. Pain." The notes were diverse. "It's been a long time, but this book helped me a lot. Keep this one." Jenny took the book with the notes and put it back in the backpack. "Do what you want with the other one." 5 dropped the new copy into his backpack. The alarm in his head was already blaring, and they had to keep moving. They wanted to get to the centre of town without unnecessary delays, and they hadn't quite managed yet. They had Romeo and Juliet for Jenny, though, which pleased him, and he also had a new book. He wasn't happy about that, however. He hated this book. It reminded him too much of what people used to be like, and most importantly, what he himself had been like, had been like, had been like, had been like. Chapter 4. Never before had he experienced such an intense battery of psychological exams and tests of mental toughness. He had expected this day to be challenging, but in the end it far exceeded his expectations. When he had applied for a transfer to the Special Forces years before, he knew he would be in for a round of intense mental and physical pressure that most people couldn't endure. But he had made it through, and several years of successful service followed. As a result, he had gained insight and was able to gauge what qualities his potential new employer would expect, and thus what they were trying to uncover through these tests. He was very familiar with the mechanisms for examining an individual's strength. He did not find it too difficult to discover them. It was much more challenging to push a person to show weaknesses or even character traits dangerous to themselves or their environment in the future. In this day's tests, however, he felt the emphasis was on something else. These people were interested in loyalty and faithfulness. 3 more minutes, then put your pens down, the female supervisor announced. 10 people had come in the morning, but then they gradually dropped off. It was late afternoon, and now only 5 people were writing this test. He was among them, and now he was looking around and assessing how they might be doing. He didn't view anyone as competition. There were a lot of positions because they were so difficult to fill, but he still didn't know why. Hopefully, he would soon find out. After everyone handed in their papers, they moved into a smaller room with a few tables, chairs, a couch, and some refreshments. He had seen several rooms like this since the morning. They never went back to the same one, but he didn't know why. There were cameras in the corners here too, and he was pretty sure their every move was being watched. Their every move, their words and gestures. He poured himself a glass of water and spread out on the couch. He really felt relaxed, though he couldn't say the same for the others.
One woman, she couldn't have been more than 25, had her head on the table and was dozing. The others paced nervously around the room, occasionally exchanging a few sentences, and it was clear with all of them that they hadn't expected such a grueling marathon. The tension in the room was suddenly heightened by a voice droning from a hidden speaker. Number 4, 6 and 10 may leave the room. Thank you for your participation. Our staff will give you further instructions. A tall, dark youth reacted worst to these words. He threw a glass of water against the wall and flew out of the room, accompanied by some choice curses. The other two were much calmer and apparently happy that the day was over for them, even if they had failed. Only he and the dozing woman remained in the room. She was finally showing more signs of activity now. She stood and filled a bowl with some fruit from the prepared refreshments. She had to avoid small pieces of glass in the process, and she took a few shards out of the salad bowl as well. The angry man had chosen the least appropriate place to direct his aggression when transferring it to the innocent and nearly full glass. "They're the fastest sugars. They'll wake you up like coffee," the slender blonde declared. He was sure she was also in the armed forces or the police. He could recognize it from his years of service. All he had to do was look at a person and he could place them. He also realized that the blonde was right. He stood and took a hefty helping of fruit as well. "So it's just the two of us now." She looked at him, finishing the last bit of some pineapple. "Looks like it." "You're not much of a talker, are you? I'm Melanie." She held out her hand with a friendly smile, and he took it. "I'm number 2. Nice to meet you, Melanie." "We're the last two left. We don't have to play games anymore. What's your name?" She sounded like he'd insulted her. "The rules are clear. We can't tell anyone our name until the end of the day. The most we can reveal is the number we've been assigned. I'll stick to that." He smiled at her as kindly as he could, and it seemed he'd made her feel a little better about it. "All right, number 2. May the best man win." She sat back down at the table. At that moment, the voice from the speakers came on again. "Number 9 may leave the room. Thank you for your participation. Our staff will give you further instructions." Melanie stared into space. He wondered how long it would take her to realize the day was over for her. She finally rose very slowly and looked at him. "Rules?" she asked with a sigh. "Rules," he replied, nodding in agreement. The young woman just shook her head, mumbled something, and headed for the door. There she turned once more. "Goodbye, soldier." He didn't answer her, but he was sure she wasn't expecting a goodbye from him. He certainly could not complain about the last room, which represented the culmination of his journey. In contrast to the impersonal white and grey classrooms, it seemed almost out of place. Large windows, solid wood furniture, and hundreds of books. An old-school study. He liked the change. They seated him in a large, comfortable chair and left him in the room all alone. He thus had time to look at the details. First, he started looking for cameras. He didn't see any. That didn't necessarily mean anything, but he wondered whether they might not actually be there. If he'd made it this far, that meant they had plenty of footage of him. Just today, he'd provided them enough material for the average psychology student to write a dissertation on him. The door opened and a good-looking woman in a neat suit entered. He estimated her to be around 50. She greeted him with a kind smile and a brief but firm handshake. "It's an honour, Mr. Thomas. I'm Dr. Somerville, and I'll try to take up as little of your time as possible. You've had a busy day." She sat down across from him. "That's quite all right. We can be here as long as we need to be." "I appreciate that, Mr. Thomas. Of course, would you mind if I called you Miles?" She spread out the papers in front of her with copious handwritten notes. "That's not a problem, of course, provided we drop the rule about not using our names during testing." "You're consistent, and I thank you for that, Miles. This rule will no longer be necessary, and let me start with a brief summary. Today was to help us discover if the invited candidates are suitable to work on the ever-expanding network of dimensional domes. Of today's group, you are the only candidate left, and you have worked your way up to this personal interview. There are no more tests, just an interview with me. I will then make a recommendation on the possible acceptance or rejection of the candidate. She took a sip from her glass of water and continued, I'll ask you a few questions, but in return, you can ask anything that interests you. We can start.
Yes, ma'am.
In a short time, you've accomplished much in your excellent career in the army. Is that right? She looked up from her papers and peered at him through the thin lenses of her glasses.
I wouldn't call it an excellent career. I just tried to serve my country to the best of my ability.
You're being overly modest. What rank have you attained?
Captain, ma'am.
And how many times have you been in combat?
In the last few years, I've been active in the Special Forces. Some of the operations were covert. I prefer not to answer that.
The doctor smiled at him. Surely you know that our organization operates in the closest cooperation with the armed forces and the government agencies set up for that purpose.
I'm fully aware of that, ma'am. That's why I'm also quite sure you have detailed information on my deployment and it's in my file.
Dr. Somerville smiled at him again. It seemed to him that she liked that answer. You're absolutely right that I've been given exhaustive information about you. All of your superiors have provided only the best recommendations. However, we have very little information about your childhood. Can you tell me what it was like? Are you an only child? It seemed to him that she had put special emphasis on the last sentence.
Not at all, ma'am. I had a sister. She died when I was 10 years old. She was older. She was 16.
He'd bet his entire monthly salary that they already had all this information on him. I'm very sorry to hear that. Can you tell me how she died?
She was hit by a drunk driver in a crosswalk on her way home from school.
It wasn't the first time he talked about it. Many years had gone by and all the grief was gone. All that was left were the memories. They didn't make him sad. Moreover, his years in the army had built up in him a certain distance from death, which was much closer to people in his profession than was advisable. Her name was Jordan, wasn't it? The corners of Miles' mouth curled just slightly. So you knew you were just playing another game. No cameras, but maybe even tougher.
Yes, ma'am, that's right.
If you ever had a daughter in the future, would you name her Jordan in her memory? The doctor never took her eyes off him. That's an odd question. I really don't know how to answer it. He felt a little embarrassed. Just yes or no? In that case, the answer is yes. It's possible that I would name my daughter Jordan. Thank you, Captain. I apologize if some of the questions are uncomfortable, but understand that we are working here for the future of all humanity. She was stern as she spoke, but he could understand that. You said that I could also ask questions. Of course, ask.
Miles straightened in his chair and tried to collect his thoughts. I dare say I know what kind of people you're looking for. I have some of my own information thanks to my time in the military, and today just confirmed it. You have chosen candidates from whom you expect total loyalty and passion for the cause. Patriots and fanatics who will pursue the intended goal but know when to look left and right and when to close their eyes and follow orders. I understand that, and I even think I am capable of that, but I still don't understand why. Why? The doctor replied. Yes, why? You're building domes. It's an incredible thing, but in the end you're no different from a construction company. There must be millions of domes around the world by now, and more are springing up like mushrooms after the rain.
You've probably the biggest company in the world, but you recruit like an elite private school, and even within the largest school years, where there are 10 applicants for every vacancy. You're complicating things for yourselves, and I'd like to know why."
They just stared at each other for a moment.
"Surely you know that our company has thousands of employees who haven't had to go through such an arduous recruitment process, but there are departments, and I belong to one of them, that have significantly higher demands, mainly to protect certain know-how."
"Do you know how I applied? I'm pretty sure that's information you don't have on file about me."
"Tell me, I'm very interested in that."
And she really looked like she wanted to hear it. She even leaned a little closer to him. "Years ago, I was on a mission in equatorial Africa. It doesn't matter where exactly or why. Anyway, we got to a village, or rather, a small town, where a dome had been built a few months before. This place was like a revelation. People were coming in and out with canisters full of water. In Africa, where wars were fought over water.
It was the first time I'd seen a dome, and I'll never forget it. It was quite large. There was room for several fields, and mainly wells, countless wells." "While installing the dome, did they succeed in matching it to the environment or not?"
"It was quite haphazard in the beginning and still is." The doctor interrupted his story, but seemed genuinely interested. "You're right. That didn't completely succeed. Or, depending on how we look at it succeeded perfectly, actually. People entered a portal on the parched African savanna and in the blink of an eye found themselves somewhere in northern Europe. They were lowlands, lots of green, coniferous trees."
"Did they build a shrine around the entrance to the dome?"
The doctor never took her eyes off Miles.
"Yes, exactly. They sacrificed sheep at it and brought fruit. Every hour of the day, someone was praying or preaching at it." "After all these years, there must be a temple built around the portal. Africa is still not covered nearly as it should be. Cults and new religions are emerging, and that's not good."
"I agree, but I've been there. I've seen the changes. I was in the Congo when the granaries of God were opening. Something like that."
Miles sounded excited, but he felt that way too. They were getting to the subject that had brought him here, to the miracles he could see with his own eyes. "We don't call it that. That project went off the rails. The size of the domes. And the number of them. It was crazy."
"Crazy, but amazing at the same time. Within months, the food crisis was solved. The endless conflict simply ended overnight. I don't care if someone has a dome built in their backyard so they can go swimming in the sea in the morning, even though it's 1,000 miles as the crow flies in their primary reality. I've seen how domes help and change the world."
"Are you here to help us change the world?" The doctor leaned back in her chair.
"That's right, ma'am."
"In that case, Captain Thomas, I think we can make a deal."
In the first year, Miles took notes on each newly opened dome and the location it was installed. Over time, these notes became more of a diary and a form of therapy.
He was looking for a way to deal with the contradiction that was constantly growing deep within him. Even before joining the company, he knew that the space that opened beyond the portal was an imprint of the primary reality. It could be a few dozen square meters in size, but it could also be tens or even hundreds of kilometers. It was a perfect replica of a place at any given moment. It could be a forest, a desert, or the center of a city. On principle, the company took great care to avoid making copies of places where human habitation could be expected. The reason was purely practical. The owners of the domes had plans for them, and demolition would be too expensive.
but the ethical and legal aspect was also important. Certain influential groups did not like the idea of someone setting up a dome in their backyard and making it part of, for example, the Pentagon building. Even worse was the idea that with a dome you not only got a beautiful space to walk your dog, but also a whole army depot. So in the early era of domes, it was enacted that all possible man-made structures would be removed. If a dome contained more than 5% of built-up area, it would immediately be closed, sealed, and a new dome would be created in its place. The risks were great, but the benefits of domes far outweighed them. Everyone wanted to take a piece, and the idea was intoxicating for all. The space program and its romantic notions of populating new worlds had proved unrealistic. The distances were too great, and the technology could not find an adequate solution. So we are left with our ancient planet, mired in its problems of overpopulation, water shortages, climate change, and the wars that go with them. It looked like humanity was going to devour itself, and the clock was ticking down the last minutes, even if no one wanted to admit it yet. And suddenly, a solution appeared. The domes arrived at 1 minute to midnight. They were the perfect and elegant solution to all the problems. The space of the planet multiplied almost to infinity. Suddenly there were enough fields to grow food, places to draw crystal clear water, and places to raise children happily. With each new dome, the wheels of the economy were set in motion at unimaginable speeds. A new revolution had come, and a new age had dawned. More than a decade had gone since Miles started working for the company. Now he was standing with his assigned newcomer near the entrance to a dome in the yard of some politician's villa. Early in his career, a well-equipped unit would have entered the dome in such a situation. Now there were only two. He and a boy, who was shaking like a leaf. "What's your name?" He couldn't remember, though the young man had told him twice. "Parker, sir." His voice cracked. It was his first time going into a dome, and that meant he'd gone through training a few weeks before. Training where he'd learned the truth that had been tearing Miles apart for 10 long years. He remembered one of the questions Dr. Somerville had asked him at the end of their conversation, now far in the past, and he hadn't assigned it any importance at the time. She had asked him if he knew about a pilotless drone attack on the leader of a minor terrorist group in the Middle East. The attack had been successful, but many civilians had also been killed, women and children. They had labelled them as victims of the struggle for the greater good, the greater cause. He had agreed with that. He was sure the doctor had also agreed. Years later, Miles remembered that conversation and couldn't get it out of his head. He wanted to talk to her, but he had missed his chance. He learned that she had committed suicide. "So here you are." A tall man with glasses approached them with a smile. He was from the construction team, judging by his grey jumpsuit and department designations. "We're glad to have you gentlemen here. We don't expect any problems. The inspection of the dome area came out great in all parameters. It's a small dome, so we're good to go. What do you say?" The man was not making a good impression on Miles. It seemed like he wanted to get everything done as quickly as possible so that his shift would be over and he could go home. He wasn't the one going into the dome, though. That was their job. "I don't agree. I want to hear the full report." Miles looked stern, and the tall man wasn't smiling either after those words. "If that's what you want." He tapped his tablet several times with his finger. The area of the dome is just under 6 hectares, 1 entrance and 1 exit. The intended purpose is recreation, and the client's request was for a tropical zone. That's been fulfilled. According to the drone survey, we're most likely dealing with an area in Southeast Asia. We did not identify any developments or the presence of any large creatures. At most, you'll encounter a few rabbits. There's dense vegetation, relatively high humidity, and stable subsoil. Is that enough? Not enough. Miles knew full well that the construction teams had to complete the domes at a frantic pace and that they relied too heavily on technology to do so. What kind of equipment did you use to check the area? A normal aerial drone. We checked everything 3 times, exactly according to the protocols. The dome is perfectly clean. Can I leave it to you then? Miles dismissed him at those words. It seemed the man was already on the move and would have left anyway. Now it really was their problem. Miles thought they were done with the man until he turned and called back to them. I almost forgot. The underworld is yours, shadow hunters. He made a slight bow in addition. Miles wasn't sure if the man noticed the raised middle finger he sent his way. His young colleague was certainly not reassured by the man's words. Do you know what percentage of domes are perfectly clean? He turned to the young man, who was staring intently at the entrance to the dome that the construction team still proudly called the portal. 98%. I was repeating that number to myself all last week. Exactly. Now we're going to go in. Check off the dome as fit, and then go for beer. What do you say? He was really in the mood for a beer. Agreed, sir. Should I announce that we're going in? In a few seconds, the operator received the information that they were beginning their entry and started the countdown for the 90 minutes during which no one would miss them. A few steps were all it took for Miles to start cursing. His feet were sinking into deep mud, and they should have called it a drained pond rather than stable subsoil. The grass reached above their waists. So much for the stable subsoil. Now we'll get a 9-foot-tall rabbit with the jaws of a shark. His new colleague, Parker, didn't take this attempt to lighten the situation too well. He was as white as a sheet, and Miles was worried that he was about to fold. He put a hand on his shoulder. It'll be all right. It's just a bit of jungle. We can't get any worse here than the stuff you can see back home. He knew very well that this was reassuring to newcomers. Whatever you see there, it's the same stuff we have here. There's no hell waiting for you on the other side when you enter the dome. Over time, Miles found that to be only partially true. He saw strange things in the domes. Sometimes it was an atlas with an inaccurate map, a painting that shouldn't exist, people who shouldn't be alive, but he didn't want to think about that now. Most of the domes were perfectly clean, and the protocols made sure of everything. He'd have to go through it here, and there were only 84 minutes left. Let's split up. It's necessary in a space this big. Do you know what to look for? Parker nodded. They tested that their radios were working, and both launched their personal drones into the air. They weighed no more than a few grams and could operate completely autonomously. They patrolled the area around them and could warn of approaching trouble. Miles was fast and efficient. He considered landmines to be the biggest risk, and he was sure the drone would alert him to them. As he looked around, the environment reminded him of old Vietnam War movies. Impenetrable foliage and insects everywhere. That's all he could see. The two explorers proceeded in opposite directions to find the boundary of the dome. This one was supposed to be less than 6 hectares, so Miles got to it without too much difficulty. Although he wished he brought a machete, he wasn't planning on spending his summer vacation here. He figured the terrain was worst around the entrance. The more he moved away, the firmer the ground became, and it rose slightly uphill. At that moment, he heard a gunshot. "What was that?" he said into the radio. "A monkey, sir. Scared the hell out of me.
I'm sorry, I didn't warn you, but I reacted reflexively. Parker's voice trembled.
As long as it wasn't me, you've saved others the trouble. Now, calmly and sensibly.
He was aware of how Parker must be feeling and what he must be imagining. The impenetrable jungle wasn't the best first mission, but he'd have to get used to it. Of course, sir, sorry.
Miles reached the boundary. It was clearly visible. The dome wasn't very big, so he could approach it directly. It always fascinated him. It was like staring at the surface of water that someone had mixed with silvery metal. There was no better way to describe it. Slowly, he reached out his hand, and ever so lightly, as if touching a woman's bare skin, he brushed the surface with his finger. Tiny ripples radiated in all directions. The larger a dome got, the more difficult it was to approach its boundary. Forces came into play that acted on a person, repelling them. Perhaps that's how magnets feel when you push them together at the same poles. He glanced skyward, where the boundary dissolved until it became invisible, and started walking along it. He walked a dozen yards, and then saw something in front of him. He unholstered his gun and went closer. A human body lay on the ground. Half a human body, to be exact. Cut exactly in half, where the dome's boundary had bisected it. He picked up the radio. "Monkey, don't be frightened." He aimed for the head and pulled the trigger. "Thank you, sir," was the reply from the radio. Miles turned the body and looked into the face of the unfortunate man. He was skinny, Asian, and in clothes that looked more like rags. He couldn't imagine what the last moments of his life might have been like. "What were you thinking at that moment? Do you even know you're dead?" He noted the position of the body and moved on. He should have warned Parker, but he hoped he could spare him these situations, at least on this day, his first live deployment. At that moment, his thoughts were interrupted by his drone's warning signals sounding in his ears. "Sir, you need to get over here now!" Parker's voice came over the radio almost at the same moment. Whatever the drone had picked up, it was closer to Parker. All Miles knew was that he was supposed to be somewhere else at that moment. He pinpointed his target less than 100 meters away at 6 o'clock. He ran in that direction, but the vegetation was dense and the ground slippery. He fell twice and a branch tore the skin on his neck. None of it stopped him. "What's wrong?" Panting with his neck scratched bloody, he found Parker pointing his gun ahead of him. But where is he aiming? It took Miles a moment to see it. He was standing in front of a perfectly hidden hut. It was easy to miss. It was at ground level, and its entrance was expertly camouflaged. At first and second glance, it looked like a pile of dirt and a few branches. "Is that what the drone detected?" "Yes, sir. There was a signal, so I went to take a look and found this." If the colour had returned to his face since entering the dome, it was gone again. "Have you been inside?" "No, I was waiting for you." "Good. Did you hear anything? What's your drone reporting?" "Possible human presence, sir." Miles looked at him, wondering if this day could get any worse. "You did good. Now back off 10 meters. The young man nodded. Miles reached for his belt, detached a grenade and armed it. Without thinking, he tossed it into the hut and backed away. Even muffled, the blast still filled the entire area. Several birds flew from the treetops and then crashed into the dome's boundary. Some just bounced off harmlessly. The less fortunate dropped dead to the ground. Miles listened for a moment. He believed that was the end of it. He was wrong. From behind the entrance to the underground hut, he heard groaning. He didn't even look at Parker again. This wasn't a situation a rookie could handle. He turned on the flashlight attached to his weapon and entered the hut. The entrance hid a short corridor that sloped down only slightly. The air was filled with smoke and dust. After a few steps, a very low space opened up before Miles, only a few meters wide. The force of the blast had disrupted everything, but he could clearly see that it was some sort of temporary shelter. He couldn't imagine anyone living here permanently. He remembered the man he had found on the edge of the dome. Was this his hideout too? Was this his home? A woman's body lay on the ground. When she'd seen the grenade earlier, she'd instinctively protected what was most precious.
She was sheltering a child in her arms, a daughter who looked around 7 years old. The girl was small and incredibly thin. It was a miracle the blast didn't kill her too. Her eyes watched Miles with undisguised terror. His shot was quick and accurate.
"How many were there?" Parker asked when he finally came out. He didn't answer right away. He needed to catch his breath. "No one was there," he replied in a calm voice. "But I heard you shoot. Someone must have been there, so don't tell me." Miles scorched him with a stern look. "They've already explained it to you, so don't make me say it again. What was there weren't people, just imprints. Ghosts with no rights and no value. Whoever I killed in there is living elsewhere right now and is in no danger. That's what you were taught, so remember it." Miles marked the spot and then looked at his watch. It was high time to get out. In view of this incident, they would have to come back a few more times and comb the area more thoroughly. He just wasn't sure if Parker would be there too.
"All of you sitting here know how challenging our work can be. However, I am sure you can fully understand why it's so important."
Miles vaguely recalled the face of the man who was speaking to them. He certainly had never spoken to him in person, but they had met in the hallways from time to time.
"We are fully aware that we have our rules and principles. We also have a mission to change the world, and that is why we are here today."
The hall was packed. Miles estimated the turnout to be at least 300 people, and most interestingly, they had the same classification. Just like him, they cleared domes. People had been whispering about the whole event for days. No one knew what it was about, but it was supposed to be big. In his long career, Miles couldn't remember anything like it.
"And that's why I'd like to introduce Major Francis Jefferson of the Department of the Interior, who will give you all the details of the operation."
Miles fell into thought for a moment and missed part of the speech. No one around him looked as if they were learning any groundbreaking information, though. A middle-aged man in a well-fitting suit took the microphone. "Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Let's get right to the point so I don't keep you from your work. Everyone in this hall knows that domes change the world for the better. It's perfectly fine that we work together to see that the strict rules that keep our world safe are followed, and that public opinion remains leaning in the right direction." At these words, he paused for a moment and glanced down at his notes. "I am here, of course, because sometimes it is necessary to break those rules for the sake of achieving higher goals. A few days ago, a dome was purposely created to cover several dozen blocks of New York City." It was obvious that the man wanted to continue, but the commotion in the hall was too great. His words had caused an uproar. Of course, mistakes occurred from time to time, but to purposely create domes in places where large human populations were presumed was unacceptable. For a long time, it was possible to keep under wraps the fact that domes were created as an imprint of primary reality, and that included humans. Miles and his colleagues knew this because they were the ones who should have been able to deal with such situations. They defended themselves by saying that the builders of the domes tried to avoid such situations, not go looking for them. "Colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, please be quiet," The initial speaker took the microphone again and managed to bring the hall back under control. Miles, however, sensed that the room might soon explode with tension. The man from the department spoke again.
I completely understand your outrage. I am here on behalf of the government. I come before you with a request. It's a matter of national interest that this operation be completed and the dome made available. I cannot tell you more, but there is information in that area that we desperately need in order to ensure national security.
The man fell silent again because a person stood up in one of the front rows. The hall finally quieted. How many people are there? He asked in a firm but surprisingly calm voice.
According to our initial estimate, about 50,000.
In response to these words, the hall reacted again with murmurs and shouts. The man in the front row continued, however.
You could keep the dome closed for a few weeks and the problem would be over. Almost everything there would have killed each other or starved to death. Why do we have to go there now? It's going to be a massacre, and you know it.
Miles couldn't remember the name of the man who was speaking on their behalf, but they had worked together once or twice.
You're absolutely right. The situation is complicated in that we need to have the space available in 7 days at the latest. Any later would compromise the mission objective, so it is imperative that it be cleared immediately. Also, I should probably have started my explanation with the information that participation in this operation is purely voluntary.
At least half the hall, including Miles, immediately stood up. There would be dying in this dome, on both sides.
Just please note that anyone willing to participate will automatically be rewarded with 30 times the wages they received in the previous calendar month.
Miles sat down again, and he wasn't alone. Utter chaos reigned for the first 2 days. Every street was fought over. The resistance was very stiff, and the opponents well armed. They had been prepared for a large number of small firearms, but the reality was worse. Some of the combat units were well organized, and their own casualties were too high. It was not until the 4th day that all resistance seemed to have died down, and the last people had gone into hiding somewhere. But then there was another problem. The city was absolutely ideal for hiding and exceedingly complicated even for their advanced drones. They went through apartment after apartment and had to search sewers and ventilation shafts. And they found them everywhere. People huddled in the shadows like rats, without food or water, just hoping the bad dream would soon end. Miles did not prolong their suffering. With each pull of the trigger, he felt his stomach grow more and more queasy.
Miles, can you go up one more floor? It's already been cleared once and the drones show it should be safe, but you'd better take another look. I'll go up there, but remember, I should be out of here in half an hour.
He replied into his radio and made his way to the next floor of the apartment building. They were truly beautiful apartments, luxurious, well-equipped, and very expensive. He walked up the stairs as all elevators had gradually been phased out and electricity no longer worked except in the few buildings equipped with backup generators or large-capacity batteries.
Am I the only one of ours in the building anymore?
He thought it better to check because everyone had become paranoid and tired. He didn't want to inadvertently shoot a colleague.
We've got one other person in there. He should be 3 floors above you. Thank you. I'll confirm.
He went through the other 2 apartments. He found no sign of anyone hiding there. He had his drone set up to move in his close proximity so that he was sure he couldn't miss anything. He stopped in the third apartment because he was incredibly thirsty. According to protocol, they weren't allowed to drink or eat anything that was originally in the dome. But that was an outdated rule. He opened the refrigerator in the kitchen and found a can of soda. He sat down at the table with it, enjoying the sound of the air hissing as he opened it. "Miles, you're not moving. Is everything okay?" He hadn't realized that they were being watched so closely here. "Everything's perfectly fine. I just had to sit down for a minute. Give me a few minutes and I'll continue." "No problem," the voice replied, leaving him alone with his beverage. There was a newspaper on the table. Without much thought, he picked it up and looked at the article that took up most of the front page. Washington. The tragedy continues. Strange events are being reported across all continents for which we have no scientific justification as yet. According to video footage and eyewitness accounts, parts of buildings, forests, and entire cities are trapped between impenetrable barriers. We have no confirmation whether or not people who remain trapped in these formations are alive. We have not been able to penetrate them or contact the people inside. Preliminary estimates suggest that these events have killed hundreds of thousands or even millions of people. Information varies. The article continued, but Miles couldn't read any further. He threw down the paper and stood up. He had been aware for some time that something was wrong with the domes. It wasn't easy to detect if they were being created in places where there were only trees, grass, or the beach. But when they had to go to places marked by the hands of humans, it was sometimes strange. It was like that here too. This was not their New York. Everything looked like the past. Maybe only 5 years removed, but it was evident. Street names, the colour of the leaves, and other details were different. He remembered his introductory training, the day they explained that the imprint of the primary reality was so perfect that it could create copies of their wives or children. In those few square meters or square kilometers, it copies everything perfectly. But how can they explain that there are other things in the domes? New things. The shadow hunters sometimes spoke of it, but only in whispers. No one preferred to seek the truth. "Miles, do you hear me?" The voice that came over the radio snapped him out of his thoughts. "Yes, I hear you. We've lost contact with our other man in the building. The signal cut out completely. It could just be a technical glitch, but be careful." "Thanks for the heads up." The technical malfunction was not surprising. The building walls were thick, and the monitored area was huge. At that moment, he heard a muffled bang above his head. He steadied his breathing and listened. He faintly heard screaming on the floor above him. "I hear screaming. I'm moving to the upper floor." With his gun already unslung, he ran for the stairs. He took them two at a time, slowing only when he was about to enter the hallway. He had little way to monitor the area himself, and the drone was more of a liability in such a situation, so he left it somewhere behind him. He could clearly distinguish the sound of a woman's scream. The door to the apartment it had come from was open. He proceeded cautiously, with his finger on the trigger. In the living room, he witnessed a horrific scene. A man's body lay on the floor. He couldn't have been more than 30 years old. His head was shot through, and there was blood all around. At the end of the room, a woman was currently engaged in an unfair fight with a man a head taller, dressed in the same uniform as Miles. The bulletproof vest was on the floor. The automatic rifle and helmet had also been flung somewhere nearby. He was still wearing more than the woman, though. Whatever she had been wearing a moment before, all that was left now was her bra and the tatters of her blue skirt. "What the fuck is going on here?" Miles said, though it was more than obvious to him.
"Get the fuck out of here. This is none of your business."
The unfamiliar man only glanced at him. "It seems it is my business. We're supposed to clear the area, and we're supposed to do it as quickly and humanely as possible. I don't think rape is part of that." He walked up to him, but kept his finger on the trigger. "Leave her alone, and I won't report it."
"They're just fucking ghosts. They're not even here. They're dead. They're less than air. Now get the fuck out of here before I see you out myself."
They stared straight into each other's eyes. Miles wasn't entirely sure what went on in his head during the next 5 seconds, but the result was that he raised the barrel of his gun and shot the man right between the eyes. The man slumped to the floor with a perfectly surprised expression, most of the contents of his skull remaining on the yellow and black wallpaper that perfectly complemented the room's original pleasing interior. Miles didn't hesitate. He turned the gun on the woman as well, took aim and pulled the trigger, but nothing happened. From the dull click, he guessed that the bullet had jammed in the magazine and hadn't made it into the chamber. Instinctively, he reached for the backup handgun in the holster at his waist. "Wait, please!" The woman pushed her hair back from her face and wiped her tears away with her hands, causing her to smear even more makeup across her face. She was still more of a girl than a woman, no more than 25. She looked very young and very familiar. His hand paused. "Miles?" A puzzled look appeared on her face. "Is that you?" She held out her hand, and he didn't stop her. She touched his cheek, studying him. "It's you, just a little older. What on earth is going on?" Her hand jerked back when Miles dropped his gun on the floor. When he realized it, he froze for a few moments. He couldn't breathe, and just gaped at the person in front of him. The ghost of the past speaking to him. "Jordan?" He said the name softly. He wasn't sure, but he couldn't take it back. "Yes, it's me. She hugged him. He could do nothing about it. He just stood there, and his brain couldn't command his hand to move, let alone process such a crazy situation. "Tell me what on earth is going on here. Can you get me out of here? Will you, please?" Miles looked around, and over Jordan's shoulders he threw a warm blanket which had been lying on one of the spacious couches. Without coercion, but still firmly enough, he then sat her down in an armchair. "How old are you?" He stood facing out a window, leaving the girl behind his back. For good measure, he picked up his handgun and his late colleague's automatic rifle from the ground. It appeared to be fully functional and in better condition than his. 24, she replied softly, her voice shaking. "They killed everyone here. They came out of nowhere and started killing. Even before that thing, the boundary appeared, and there was no way to get through it. People started to panic. Some were jumping off buildings. They were killing themselves, Miles. So many people killed themselves." She burst into tears. "I can't take you away. I'm able to go out, but it would kill you. I've seen what it does, and you wouldn't want to experience that." He didn't look at her. He was talking to the window pane, but his body was like stone. "But I can't stay here either. I think this is hell, Miles. I'm in hell." He couldn't take it any more after those words. He looked at the cold and broken girl who wasn't his sister. She wasn't the sister he'd lost all those years ago. "If you're in hell, then what am I?" It felt as if they weren't even his own words, his own voice. "You're Miles, but you're not my Miles. You're older. You have his voice and his build, but you don't have his eyes. Where did you come from?" She looked at him, and the look was unpleasant for him. "From the one true world." "And how do you know that? What if the real world is here, and you're tearing it apart?" The words hit him. It revived all his fears and doubts. And spoken by a girl who wasn't supposed to exist, who couldn't be a copy. "I guess I have no choice but to just trust," his voice broke. "In my world, Miles is a man who always follows orders. He would rather die than not keep his word and his mission. Are you such a man too?" She looked him squarely in the eye. "I'm just such a man, and that is my misfortune, and yours," he answered quietly. He raised his gun, hoping Jordan didn't even have time to realize the end. Tears were streaming down his cheeks, and he couldn't stop the torrent. No variant he could choose existed that could help her. He could only offer her a clean and quick death.
the best he'd learned in his years of long and successful service.
"Miles, do you copy? Can you report? What's going on?"
The voice on the radio sounded irritated.
"Everything's fine. Minor complications, but the area is now perfectly cleared." "That's good to hear. You didn't run into any of our people in there?" "Unfortunately, neither sound nor sign of them. I'm heading back to the portal. I've had enough."
The last part of the sentence was more than true. He was barely on his feet.
"Of course, permission granted. You did a great job today."
It was just after 11 p.m. and the office was half empty. Carol Bennett was finishing an article she'd been working on for days. The deadline was looming dangerously close. She was in her 6th year at the Washington Post and considered herself a seasoned professional. She had several major and minor accomplishments to her credit, but the battle with deadlines was still as relentless as it had been on her first day on the job.
"I should get a coffee," she announced mostly to herself, looking around to see if she could give anyone else in her vicinity an invigorating drink. "Martin, do you want a coffee?" she called out to a colleague in the science section. A thin man in his 40s who didn't talk much, but whose specialist reviews were considered the most accurate and often the sharpest in the business. "I'd love one, thank you, Carol." They looked at each other and exchanged a friendly smile. Unsurprisingly, no one was in the kitchen. The first disappointment came when Carol realized the machine was already turned off and out of milk. She didn't want to get into connecting tubes that she never understood anyway, and opted instead for plain black coffee. The machine asked a question, and she automatically pressed OK. "You stupid piece of junk," she shouted angrily as the coffee machine began to clean itself. It informed her that it was flushing the circuit and she would have to wait 5 minutes before the drink could be prepared. So she pulled her cell phone out of her pocket and began mindlessly scrolling through her emails. She was intrigued by a message that arrived at her work address a few minutes before. She immediately opened it. "Dear Carol, we've never met in person, but I hope you'll pay attention to my message. I don't have much time, so forgive me for being as brief as possible. You will find all the details in the enclosed diary, but I will get to that in a moment. There are few people who devote themselves to domes and their building with such care and zeal as you do. When I stumbled upon your blog, I knew immediately that you were a person who suspected the great mystery that lies before us and that things might not be the way they have been telling us." She looked up from the screen for a moment. It was immediately clear to her what it was about. 2 years ago, she had written several investigative articles to expose the suspicious cover-up of the facts about the domes and the building of their global infrastructure. She had not counted these articles among her achievements because she had received a significantly negative response, both from the public and from management. Until then, she had been oblivious to the strength of support the domes had. They had changed the world, but whenever someone spoke out against them, even with a simple well-targeted or well-intentioned question, they were labelled a troublemaker or outright revolutionary. She subsequently took up the subject on her private blog, to which her supervisor turned a huge blind eye. She personally adored dome technology. She found it utterly fascinating, and its impact on people's lives unprecedented. But she wanted to pursue it with open eyes and a healthy, critical attitude. She hadn't suspected that her readers would largely include the fans of crazy conspiracy theories for whom she had literally become an idol. She hadn't posted an article on her blog in almost a year, hoping that these fans would move on to other sources of information. She cast her eyes back down at the email. "For 17 years, I worked for Kelly Corp, one of the absolute leaders in dome building and, as is widely known, the first company ever to be licensed to build them. My work consisted of inspecting the domes and clearing them out. Since elementary school, children are taught that domes are an imprint of our world, an extension of space that solves all our problems. I saw something else, however. Everything you wrote, all the assumptions, the obfuscations and lies, are true. I've been keeping a diary all this time, Carol. You've got times, places, and specific domes marked. This space wasn't given to us by God, Carol. It was stolen. I'm sure of it. We're stealing from other worlds, and they already know it. The domes are bursting, and people are disappearing. The world is beginning to tear itself apart, and I have no idea if it can still be stopped. I can't stop it, but maybe you can. Today, I'm going to do one thing that I'm not proud of. It's going to be a bad thing, and you're going to hear a lot of lies about me. I know I'm driven by a desire for revenge, but someone has to avenge my Jordan. I pulled the trigger, and fate chose me. Don't condemn me, please. You'll find everything in the diary, Carol. Read it. Captain Miles Thomas, retired. Carol looked at the screen of her mobile phone for a while and then realised she could now finally make coffee. She put a mug under the nozzle of the coffee maker and selected a plain black coffee. She set it at medium strength and calmly watched the mug fill. She would return to the email the next day when her head was clear. She had chosen a totally inappropriate handleless mug, which was now very hot. So she took it out with great care, hoping she wouldn't scald herself. But someone interfered with her plans by running screaming into the room. "Carol, come here!" Startled, she spilled half her coffee on the floor. "Shit, what are you doing? Leave the coffee and come on!" She could hear the urgency in her colleague's voice. Something was wrong. She ran out of the kitchenette. The entire staff was standing around the large television screen that hung from the ceiling. From a distance, Carol could tell that something serious had happened. A terrorist attack? What happened? It seemed someone killed Gideon Kelly. She didn't know who had spoken, as everyone was hypnotically watching the screen. That's bullshit. Who would? She fell silent as the screen filled with the image of a reporter. "We're reporting to you from the Repertory Theatre in Seattle. A tragic event occurred here less than an hour ago. A shooting transpired after a charity theatre performance. 2 victims were confirmed just moments ago. Ladies and gentlemen, Gideon Kelly was assassinated and succumbed to his injuries. His daughter was also a victim of the assassination. The assailant surrendered to police immediately after the attack. Our editorial staff has information that the person in question is a man named Miles Thomas." Carol looked at the screen in fascination. Gideon Kelly was dead. The most famous man in the world. This couldn't be possible. She watched the footage of ambulances and police cars outside the theatre, and it suddenly dawned on her. "What was the name of the assassin?" "Miles Thomas," someone in the crowd of onlookers answered. By then, Carol was holding her cell phone and looking at the signature on the email that had arrived a few minutes before. She read it 3 times, and her breath stopped. Chapter 5. They were weaving through the thick undergrowth, and it was slowly getting dark. 5 had an uncomfortable feeling about this place. He was sure they were finally getting closer to the centre of town. This was suggested by the denser housing and the ruins of buildings that had probably once functioned as banks or shops. He liked the idea of finding more useful things, plus he could see how Jenny was enjoying the place. If she had her way, they would stop at every sign or fallen wall. "Look, Dad, Jenny bent over something. "What is it this time? We can't investigate every stupid little thing." His daughter was holding a red paving stone in her hand and grinning broadly at him.
"They're everywhere here. There must have been a road made of them."
Five looked more carefully at the ground. Jenny was right. He could see them all over the place. In some places, they still fit together, even though moss and grass had long since covered them. "I've made up my mind. I want to move somewhere further out of town today. We have to hurry. I don't want to spend the night here." Before he could finish, he felt a searing pain in his stomach. He tried not to let it show, but the look on his face betrayed his agony. "What's wrong?" Jenny tossed away her discovery and came closer. "Nothing. Just a short cramp. It's already gone." But it wasn't gone. The stabbing pain was intensifying, and there was nothing Five could do to disguise it. He curled up and clutched his stomach with both hands. "We need to find some place." Jenny knew what to do. When this had happened in the past, the pain had subsided after a few hours. Now it seemed to have been even worse than last time. Her father would need to lie down, and he had to fall asleep.
"He needs to fall asleep as soon as possible."
Without a word, she turned and ran in the direction of what was probably once the centre of town. She didn't have to look long. Less than 200 yards away, she found a suitable spot, the remains of a building with a roof, and even parts of shutters. It will have to do for today. She ran back. She wasn't sure if her father had even noticed that she had disappeared for a few minutes. He was on his knees, still holding his stomach.
How far would I be able to drag him?
She wasn't sure, but she hoped she wouldn't have to find out. The sky was almost cloudless, so it probably wouldn't have been a problem to spend the night right where they were, but she didn't like that idea. The walls, though ancient and broken down, provided a sense of security they both needed. "Dad, we need to go a little further. I found a place for you to lie down." She took his hand and studied his fingers for a moment.
"Is it even possible that he's even skinnier than he was a few days ago?"
Five raised himself with difficulty. Hunched over, he took 2 steps. "It'll work, but we have to hurry. I think I'm going to pass out soon." Jenny was almost certain her father couldn't faint, but she didn't want to argue with him now. He needed her help, or he could be in pain for days. To her surprise, they made their way to the makeshift shelter quite well. Five slumped to the floor, and Jenny removed his backpack and any other weight he was carrying. She unfolded her father's sleeping bag on the floor, and he struggled to slip into it.
"You need to drink water."
She put the bottle right up to his lips.
"Just a few sips."
He drank obediently. Jenny could see he was having trouble keeping his eyes open. He jerked again as the new wave of pain shot through him. She slowly placed her hand on his left temple.
"Please be still now, just for a moment."
A blue light glowed under her fingers, and in a few minutes, Five was asleep. Jenny would let him sleep until morning. She didn't know how to help him, but perhaps by then the pain would be gone. Five woke up to a hard kick in the ribs. The pain from the previous day had disappeared, but it was questionable whether he would even notice it now. He opened his eyes and saw 3 cloaked figures above him. He was still lying in his sleeping bag, so his hand instinctively went to his belt where he carried the Colt he had found. He felt nothing and looked around quickly for Jenny. His reward was another kick. "Looking for someone?" The voice was male and gruff. It sounded like the voice of a man who hadn't spoken in a long time and was trying to remember what it was like. "No," Five replied, brusquely, trying to assess the situation. Jenny wasn't there, and if there was any chance they didn't know about her, he certainly wasn't going to bring it to their attention. He didn't see her things or catch sight of the bag with the bow. In fact, it looked like that he'd made his bed all by himself. "We're glad you speak. That's pretty rare these days." Five finally took a closer look at the man. Even though the weather was warm, All three were dressed in thick winter jackets with hoods pulled over their heads. They wore balaclavas, and if it was still possible in this place and time, gave a dishevelled impression.
"Pick him up and let's go. He looks strange, and Sharon will want to talk to him."
"Sharon, the ferryman?" Five blurted out without thinking.
"What fucking ferryman?"
The only man talking so far stared at him with grey eyes. When Five stood up, all three turned out to be shorter than him, but he was alone. Never mind. Five understood that this was probably not the ideal time for a lecture on mythology.
That was your lucky one. Now, kindly shut up. You'll only speak when addressed."
They gathered up his things and let him walk ahead of them. Five wondered if he could escape them, but he was afraid that running would re-trigger the pain from the day before, and then he'd be a goner. One of the men had a rifle slung over his shoulder. Even though it looked ancient and rusty, he didn't want to test if it was still functional, so he gave in and walked on with the man. They didn't go far. In the daylight, Five finally noticed that there was a beaten path. He should have noticed it the day before, but only now did he realize how badly he had misjudged the situation. Why had they come so far into the former centre in the first place? If he had been completely fit, he would surely have made a different decision. He'd put himself and Jenny in danger.
"I'd have to assume that these seizures might be connected to something else. Do I get confused when a seizure is coming on?"
The centre of this town was a geometrical square surrounded by a number of mostly simple one-storey buildings with many storefronts. Their condition was considerably better than Five would have expected, and it was clear that someone had taken care of them for a long time, and maybe still did. The ground was covered in red cobblestones with tree roots thrusting out of them. The roots were plentiful, and the whole square was covered in a thick canopy of leaves. It was almost picturesque. The scruffy men did not at all fit into such a magical setting. They directed him straight to the centre of the square, to a building that must once have been the dominant feature of the town. It had a red facade, a massive central tower, and 4 more smaller towers at each corner of the building. Five wondered what its original purpose might have been. It looked to him like a combination of a town hall, a courthouse, and maybe a church. The facade was covered in creeping plants to the 4th floor, so an inattentive passerby might miss the building altogether. Only the central tower was so tall that it rose above the crowns of the surrounding trees. They stopped in front of a large entrance door. It seemed to him that the men were hesitating about whether to enter.
"He'll be happy about this, won't he?"
one of the men said quietly.
"He could choose us then, right?"
The other two remained silent. Their apparently self-appointed leader then took the plunge and entered first. Just inside the door, it dawned on Five that he had made a mistake. He should have resisted the 3 men. As foolhardy as it may have seemed, there was far more danger lurking inside the building than one rusty rifle. They entered a vast hall. There was little light streaming in from outside, but it was a sunny day, so he could see quite well. The place was full of people, and the air smelled like excrement. It seemed like a rat's nest, or more accurately, a sewer that was covered by a rat's nest. People were sprawled on the ground, sitting in dark corners, or just standing and leaning against a wall. There were men, women, and a few children. He could feel the stares of all these people on him. He had lost weight recently, but compared to them he was in perfect shape. In his mind's eye, he suddenly saw photographs of Nazi concentration camps from the days when the Allies were liberating them. But here he saw no guards or barbed wire. He felt a certain belonging with his escort. It was obvious that even his trio didn't feel comfortable here, and that they would rather disappear as quickly as they could. It was therefore unclear to him why and where he was being led, and to whom. The man equipped with the rifle slowly removed the weapon from his shoulder and wielded it unconvincingly. A quick glance assured Five that this man couldn't hit the side of a barn. The people around them began getting to their feet. They mostly moved with difficulty, and when Five saw the tattered rags they were wearing, he felt more sympathy than fear. The man with the rifle seemed to have a different opinion, and he filled the space with a loud gunshot fire towards the ceiling. People scuttled away from them like cockroaches, and Five was startled by the lightning speed with which they moved.
The rifle actually shoots, so I shouldn't underestimate these people, even if they look half dead. I'm jumping to wrong and hasty conclusions again. What the hell is wrong with me?
A door opened sharply at the end of the room, revealing a tall figure in what might have been a black monk's habit. The men waited for nothing and made their way over to it. As they passed through the door, it quickly slammed behind them again.
"What do you want?" Five couldn't see the figure's face, but the voice belonged to a woman.
"We have a gift for him." They shoved Five in the back to take a step forward, as if it might not be obvious what gift they had in mind. "He is not interested in it. Go away." With those words, the woman turned and walked away. Five's captors were obviously taken aback by this turn of events. In a last-ditch effort to turn the tide in their favour, they tried to increase the value of their gift.
"He was talking about a ferryman. When we found him, he said something about Sharon being a ferryman. I don't know what he meant, but I've never heard anyone talk like that."
At those words, the woman paused. She went back and looked Five over from head to foot. Five estimated her to be around 30. Her hair was dirty blonde, and her eyes were chestnut brown. "Very well, then, he will accept your gift." A smile appeared on the men's faces. "Wait outside, and when your time comes, you will be called for." The voice was coming from the woman, but it sounded considerably different. The men didn't seem to find this strange at all.
"How long will we wait?"
The one with the rifle spoke. "As long as it takes," the woman replied expressionlessly, her original voice now back. She grabbed Five's hand, and he was sure his captors had expected a different level of gratitude. They passed through several more doors, then down a long corridor until they reached a set of stairs that led somewhere deep underground. The building now reminded him of a castle or fortress. He wondered if he would be able to get back if he ever turned now and ran. He was comforted by the fact that the men hadn't led him very far. Jenny must have heard them coming and had plenty of time to hide some of their belongings, and then herself. For situations like this, they had prearranged to stay as long as possible in the place they knew they'd last been together. The moment they separated and both began to move, they would lose their only fixed point and may never see each other again. The underground passage was cold and damp. The woman led him to a heavy wooden door that was fitted with a massive cast-iron knocker. She banged it twice, and they were surrounded by a thundering sound. There was silence for a moment, but the woman wasn't waiting to be summoned. She grasped the handle, and they entered. Five gasped and began coughing with alarm. It was very hot in the room. He recalled times distant when he used to go to the sauna, where it was at least 140 degrees Fahrenheit. The endless days in the desert now seemed like a rather pleasant break. He steadied his breathing to avoid suffocating. Apart from the heat, there was nothing special about the room. A stone floor and stone walls that transitioned into a simple cross vault. The cellars looked like any other. The woman stood before him, and her hand made a clear gesture for him to follow her. A few yards ahead of him stood what appeared to be a statue. He stared blankly at several interlocking asymmetrical blocks of stone that haphazardly flowed into each other, and suddenly it dawned on him. It's a throne! And on this bizarre throne, someone was sitting. I had to come a great distance. Why? The voice that announced itself was melodious and male. Five wondered what it was he was looking at, and then took a step forward. He wanted to see it. The woman immediately blocked his path. Just let him go. The pilgrim can't do me any harm. Five went closer and then froze. It was indeed a man. But he wasn't sitting on the throne, or whatever it was, at all. He was an integral part of it. His waist disappeared somewhere inside the stone, as did his right shoulder and most of his arm. His neck was unnaturally craned, as much of his head and face faded somewhere into the dark black formation as well. Only one eye was staring at him. Did you imagine me like this? The man asked. I've never heard of you until now, Five answered truthfully. Then the man laughed a wild laugh that was reluctant to stop. Are you seriously saying you don't know the most famous man in the world? Am I supposed to believe you? There are dozens of people crowded up there, and hundreds more wandering in to taste my gift, and you show up here just like that? Although he had laughed at length before, now he suddenly looked deeply offended that Five dared question his reputation. Give me your palm so we can see who you really are, he commanded Five, holding out his left hand. Five hesitated. He didn't feel he was in any danger from this man, but he was gradually losing confidence in his estimation. Nevertheless, he finally held out his hand to the man, who grasped it firmly. Do you know where my right eye looks? It gazes into other worlds. When I want to, I see things that are yet to happen. He held Five like that for another minute, until he suddenly jerked, and his remaining eye widened. With surprising force, he pulled Five close until only the smallest possible distance separated them. Why are you here? You want to mock me? I've had millions of souls here, but why did it have to be you who came? You don't care about me. You're looking for someone else. Tell me your name. The man shouted at him. Five twisted out of his grip. He took 2 steps back and glanced behind the strange throne. He saw a door there, but he could have sworn he hadn't seen it a moment ago. Why didn't I notice it before? I don't know my name, but I think you know it well yourself. Five answered him calmly. And since I've answered your question, answer mine. Where does this door lead? He raised his hand and pointed behind him. What? The woman looked at him uncomprehendingly, as if he'd lost his mind. There's nothing there. Shut up, the torso of a man shouted at her. So it seems we both know why you are here. This place is the remains of one sad soul who wanted to seek the truth. You never know what your second chance will look like. Five shuddered at those words. Go inside and see, the man urged him, and Five knew he had to do it. He walked to the door and grasped the handle. He wasn't surprised to see the rippling surface of a portal behind it, the entrance to a dome. He took a step forward and into the unknown, as he had done so many times in the past. On the other side of the portal, the sun was just setting. Five looked around, and it was clear to him that something terrible had happened there. It was the ruins of a city devastated by all-out war. All that was left of the houses were piles of rubble, a wall here and there, but that was all. He didn't see any bodies. He couldn't hear anything. There was a perfect and chilling silence in the city. He picked up a stone from the ground and threw it in front of him to make sure he hadn't lost his hearing. He walked about 50 yards and stopped at the edge of a huge crater that must have been several 100 meters across. It sloped down, but it wasn't too steep, so it was possible to go down to the center of it. He couldn't see any other destinations around, so he walked towards it. The closer he got to the bottom, the longer and slower his journey seemed. Several times he stopped and looked back. The distance he'd walked seemed too short, yet something was urging him on. Five rubbed his eyes. At last it seemed he was nearing his destination. "Is someone there?" There were two figures of some sort. They stood there, looking in his direction. They were probably wondering if it was wise to go closer. Five took a step forward, and so did they. "We're friends." Five heard a woman's voice and saw that the figure was waving her arms above her head in a gesture of peace. "Me too," Five called, raising his right hand. "Stop!" the woman suddenly shouted again. They were about 10 feet apart. Five could now tell that they were two women. One was older and one was taller. The other looked like she might be a child. He couldn't be sure. He still felt he was seeing them somehow blurred. "There's a dome border!" the woman shouted. "Nonsense! It would be visible. Only in domes on the brink of collapse has it been noted that their walls may be partially transparent, or at least letting in light." He called out to her, and it took a moment for her to answer him. "That's why we see you so badly. Carefully take a few more steps closer. We'll do the same, but there really is a boundary." So Five obeyed, and then just stared up in astonishment. He was indeed standing a few feet from the dome's boundary. It must be strained to bursting, a moment before collapse. "You see, I wasn't lying to you." The woman's voice snapped him out of his spell. She was now standing barely 6 feet from him. Accompanying her was a blonde girl with glasses. Both were well equipped for wandering, reminding him a little of himself and Jenny. "You weren't lying, but it seems to me that I'm inside the dome and you're outside, and that's a very unlikely situation. Some might even say impossible." "But you don't look like the sort of man who's afraid of the impossible, do you?" As she said those words, something echoed in his memory. It was like stepping on a landmine, and its pressure opened many long-forgotten doors. He looked at her again. "Ashanti?" he said cautiously, with only a subtle question mark. But how was he supposed to address a woman he had lost so long before and knew he would never see again? He was never supposed to see her brown eyes again, her pinned back unruly black hair, her singular smile. All of it combined to make him fall hopelessly in love with her once upon a time. He reached out to her. "Don't do it," she shouted at him, and he withdrew his hand. "One touch and the dome will collapse. Who knows how much damage it will do? You and I can't go through it anyway. It doesn't matter how thin its shell is." "Do you remember who I am?" Five needed to know. "Yes," she said carefully. "You're the man I loved and lost. It's just my memory. It's very bad, you know. I'm broken to pieces, just like our world. Have you been able to find out why this happened? Why everything fell apart?" He saw the eagerness in her eyes, but he saw a lot more than she could have guessed. She was his Ashanti, but at the same time she wasn't. She was walking the same path as him, but she didn't have Jenny with her. No one was helping her put the pieces together, and her girl, she was different. I think I can figure it out. I have a lot of data, and we've seen a lot of things. He kept his eyes on her. She laughed amid the total devastation. She was still laughing. If anyone can do it, it's you. You're our hope. I know it. I am doom. And if you remember a little, you know it's true. I am death. I'm a lie. And who knows what else I am? He lowered his head. He stared at the ground. Cold tears dripped from his eyes. You've always been too hard on yourself. At least that's how mine was. If you're even halfway like that, hope hasn't died. And if you have Ella, then it certainly won't. I don't want to go. I have to stay with you. You know your fits are getting worse. Now the girl was speaking. We both know it's the right thing to do. My time is running out. My body is weakening, and I'm forgetting more and more. It's a gift to have been able to see you again. I'm grateful for it, and always will be, Ella. Always, no matter where you are. The girl Ashanti, called Ella, burst into tears. You have to take her with you. There's no more road ahead of me, but yours continues. That's why we met here. Even if that were possible, how will she get to me? You're on the other side. We're talking, but you're about as far away as the other side of the galaxy. Then you'll have to add another variable to your data, dear. She gave him one last but most beautiful smile yet. She kissed the girl on the cheek and whispered something in her ear. 5 didn't understand the words, but Ella closed her eyes and took 3 quick steps forward. Nothing happened. The dome was still in place, but the girl was standing next to him. She walked over to him, and 5 just stared at her in disbelief. It can't. That's not how it works. It was all he could utter, and yet he was still looking at the girl as if she had just performed a fantastic magic trick. It took a moment to collect himself and look back at Ashanti, but all he could see was her back. She was too far away from them. She never wanted to say goodbye, Ella told him quietly, and 5 looked at her. I know, she was perfect at everything she did, and even the things that would drive me crazy. He held out his hand to the girl. Call me 5. It's nice to meet you. I'm Ella Dietrich, and it's nice to meet you too. She looked around. If you know the way out, I don't want to spend another minute here. 5 and his new companion re-entered the room. Not wanting her to be too frightened, he roughly described to Ella what awaited her inside. When he had first seen her, she seemed childlike, but now it was clear that she was around 20. Inside, meanwhile, there had been a slight change. The crew had been augmented by one of the men who had brought 5 into the building. Look who's come back to us, and he has company. The man who called himself Sharon looked surprised. Took you long enough, didn't it? By the end of the 3rd day, I stopped believing you'd ever come out again. I don't remember anyone lasting that long and not going crazy. Are you sane, Pilgrim? He was smiling in a way 5 didn't like, but he let it go. The main thing was to get them out of there as soon as possible. The thought of Jenny having to be near this place alone enervated him. Did he really say 3 days? I couldn't have been there that long. But distortion in the flow of time couldn't be ruled out, and he remembered the descent to the bottom of the crater. Everything had seemed slower there. We want to leave at once, he declared resolutely. Lead us out, or we'll go alone. The woman's face contorted, and Sharon kept smiling. That's not a problem. We have our rules, though. Do you have a name, girl? Or does anyone who walks alongside this old man forget their name? Five had tried to prepare Ella for the man's appearance, but he could see her trembling. "My name is Ella, and as Five said, I want to leave now." "You're brave. Then just accept my gift and you can leave. Give me your hand and I will release you." Five didn't like those words. He didn't feel like a prisoner. He knew he was weaker than he had been years ago, but there was still strength slumbering within him, more strength than these scumbags could expect. "Ella, you don't have to do it if you don't want to." He looked at the girl and placed a careful hand on her shoulder. She just nodded and held out her palm to the man who was part stone and part flesh. "Here's my hand, but I'm not responsible for what you see," the girl stated, and Sharon looked up at her in surprise. Sharon's hand stopped and seemed to hesitate. But the moment passed, and Sharon took Ella's hand. He held her for a much shorter time than he had held Five. He let go of her, almost brushing her hand away. "The dead walk, and the darkness haunts them," he turned to the woman. "Pass us the feast, hurry." The woman obeyed instantly. She disappeared into the space behind the throne for a moment, then returned with a small ceramic bowl. Five saw that it was filled to the brim with whole and broken pills. Five didn't have to lean closer to recognize that their white was tinged with blue. "So that's what happened to you then. That's what I thought. You took half and became this," he said, looking at the creature that called itself Sharon with contempt. "I pity you." "Shut up, murderer! You have no business to judge me. It was an invented rule to keep us away from the miracle of enlightenment. I broke the rules and changed. I'm just like you. I break the rules to change the world. Doesn't that sound familiar, pilgrim?" Then they were both silent for a moment, until the silence was broken again by Sharon. "Come closer, Ella and Sam." Five grabbed Ella firmly by the arm and pulled her closer to him. "Do you know what this is?" "I know, or at least I think I do. I saw it when he was holding me. And now, please let me go," she said, emphatically. "Some people wait their whole lives for second chance and don't even get the privilege. I am Sharon, and I will guide you on the path to enlightenment. Correct your earthly sins or become enlightened. The choice is yours alone." The woman placed the bowl in Sharon's outstretched hand and removed the hood from her head. Five stiffened and took a step back. Where the top of her head should have been, she had a second, hidden face. The face of an old woman. She had blind eyes, deep wrinkles, and half her teeth. "As you can see, the enlightenment can take many forms." He brought the bowl towards the man next to Ella, who at first took an entire pill in his fingers. He was sweating so much, he was afraid the pill would dissolve in his fingers. He looked at his palm, then back at Sharon, and put the pill back. Instead, he took half a pill, put it in his mouth, and swallowed. Five took a breath, closed his eyes, and waited for the worst. After a few seconds, he cautiously opened his eyes and saw the man standing there looking around, apparently also surprised that nothing had happened. "A fake? That's strange. Anywhere else it would be likely, but here—" "That could also be your fate," Sharon said. "Now go away. I can give you no more." Visibly crushed, the man called Sam turned and started down the stairs and away. It was high time too, for he looked as if he was going to melt from the heat any moment. "And what about you, Ella? What will your choice be?" Sharon held out his hand with the bowl towards her. "I saw what he did to you. It is unforgivable."
Don't you want to go back to that day? Everything would be different now, just as you wish.
She reached out and took a whole pile between her thumb and forefinger. I heard your thoughts persuading and tempting me. They might have even convinced me. She brought it close to her eye so that no detail could escape her notice. But you said yourself that I'm haunted by darkness. Then I suppose it would make sense to you that I might want to escape. But you should know that it's the other way around. The darkness is running away from me, and I make use of every day to find it and destroy it. With those words, she threw the pill to the ground. The two-faced woman looked shocked, at least in her prettier face, and Charon darkened with rage. He took a deep breath to reply, but he didn't get the chance. A deafening explosion shook the entire building. Several stones fell from the walls and ceiling, and 5 looked towards the entrance of the dome. Had it already burst? The blast had come from above, or so he thought. So that wasn't it. He grabbed Ella's hand, and they made their way towards the stairs at lightning speed. After the first few yards, the water began rushing towards them, just tiny rivulets at first, but it was soon up to their ankles. 5 feared that if it increased any more, they wouldn't be able to negotiate the slippery steps. "Where is the water coming from?" Ella shouted at him so that he could hear her at all. The roar of the water sounded like a whitewater rapids. "I've no clue. It was just an ordinary building, and I was sure it had no water in its pipes for decades, and now it seems like a whole lake has spilled." He stopped, and Ella bumped into him. He scooped up some water and tasted it. "I didn't realize it a moment ago, but this water is salty. It's seawater." "You're right," Ella confirmed, licking her fingers and spitting it out. "We need to hurry. Whatever happened, no plumber's going to be able to fix it." 5 laughed, and they ran on. Finally, they reached the hallway. Water was everywhere. He felt that they had to turn right, and then straight through the next door. He repeated to Ella to stay as close to him as possible. The building was filled with the sound of rushing water, and they had to shout as they talked. They ran through several doors, and 5 suddenly realized they were just outside the hall where the two-faced woman had taken over from his captors. They ran in and stopped. It was from this room that water was apparently still flowing into the entire building. Ella grabbed his arm and instinctively hid behind him. Something strange was happening near one of the walls. Water was gushing out of several openings, and a couple of times 5 thought he could see a beach. But it was all moving and remotely resembled a human face. "It's Sam!" Ella shouted in his ear, as if the apparition had heard his name. It too shouted. It sounded like a whirlwind, and more water began to rush into the room. It was clear to 5 what had happened. For some reason, it had taken a while, but Sam had only taken half a second chance. In the vast majority of cases, everything ended in instant or otherwise distant death, which was a certainty. And then there were cases where people turned into something else. "We have to get out of here. There's no helping this now," he shouted, grabbing Ella firmly by the arm. They managed to make their way through the hall to the door, which was already knocked off its hinges and apparently floating around them somewhere. The water was up to their waists in some places, but as they neared the door, the current began to help them. They rode down the stairs more than they ran down them. There was no one in the place that had been swarming with people before. The water had washed everything away, and the cockroaches had scattered. They didn't see anyone outside the building either. They moved away less than 100 yards, where no water could reach them anymore, and they sat down on the ground. "How long can this go on?" Ella asked. "No idea. It could be just a few moments or it could be years. It wouldn't surprise me at all if there was a new little sea here in a while." He lay back on the heated asphalt and allowed himself to close his eyes for a moment.
The city will sink, and with it Charon. At least no one will be able to visit him at the bottom of the sea.
Maybe, Five responded, not as sure as Ella was. They agreed to wait until they were a little drier, but no longer than 10 minutes. Five wanted to go looking for Jenny. We can go, Ella got up first. How long were you travelling with Ashanti? Five asked, picking himself up off the ground now too.
I think it might have been 6 months. Everything was weird in that world. I'll tell you about it later, but right now we need to find your Jenny.
They walked together down a path that Five remembered well. It was only a few blocks to the house where the man had found him. Ella looked around with wide eyes.
I haven't seen so many trees in a long time. It's a nice change. She smiled at him, and he returned her smile. Does it look like this everywhere?
Absolutely not. I know of vast deserts, many places destroyed by war or other conflicts. In some places, domes have cracked, and the surrounding area has been devastated or made unlivable because one reality merging with another.
They turned at a building that had apparently once served as an insurance office. Well, I'm glad we can be here for a little while at least. There was a war on the other side, and almost everywhere looked like what you saw. Ruins and burned cities.
It's not just the other side, Five added. Now there's probably an infinity of possible places and sides, or at least millions.
I know. Ashanti told me a lot. Ella stopped and looked somewhere behind them.
What's going on? He asked.
I could have sworn I heard something. She attentively ran her eyes over the remains of the buildings and the tall bushes that were all around them. There it is. She pointed a finger toward a thicket from which a figure had emerged and was rapidly approaching them.
Five immediately recognized the man with the rifle. The working rifle. You son of a bitch!
He yelled at them from a distance. Five remained standing, and so did Ella.
What happened back there? What did you do to poor Sam? He was such a nice guy.
The man had mucus running from his nose and was apparently drunk. He was on his feet only with his last ounce of strength, and he was swinging his weapon more like a halberd than a rifle.
I didn't do anything. I didn't even want to go there, if you remember, Five replied calmly. Horseshit! That's horseshit! He was supposed to go to his own paradise. That's what they called it. Does that look like paradise to you? What the hell happened to him?
Five estimated he could disarm the man, but he was afraid of an accidental shot. Before he could decide what to do, a shot was heard. Five crouched down and quickly checked Ella. She did the same. The man slumped to the ground. A small figure jumped out of a window of one of the nearby ruins. It ran up to the man and shot him once more in the head at point-blank range. I'm sorry, Dad, Jenny said, her eyes downcast. I knew I should have stayed put, but you hadn't come back for days, and I had to do something. She handed him the revolver, and he tucked it back into his belt.
It doesn't matter now. I want to get out of here. Let's go get our stuff.
He stroked Jenny's hair and gave her a quick hug.
And this is Ella. She'll be travelling with us. Travelling with us. Travelling with us. Travelling with us. Travelling with us.